Good morning, everyone. I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability inquiry into the Thriving Kids Initiative. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands from which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past, present and emerging. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of the 21st of August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. I remind all public officials and stakeholders who are present before us in ensuring the safety of children during these proceedings. This includes avoiding the use of names or identifying details when referring to children and ensuring that any discussion involving children is respectful, appropriate and consistent with our shared responsibility to maintain a safe environment. The Committee has decided also to not publish images of children at this stage as well. I invite members of the Committee to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jodie Bayet, Federal Member for Dunkley in Victoria.
Mr Birrell.
Sam Birrell, Federal Member for Nichols, which is in Northern Victoria.
Anne Stanley, I'm the Federal Member for Werriwa in South West Sydney.
And I'm Mike Friedan, the Member for Macarthur in South West Sydney as well, Ms Stanley's neighbour. I now invite members from the Department of Social Services to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the Committee before giving evidence? And although the Committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, and if we could restrict that to no more than 5 minutes before we proceed to discussion. To assist the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and once again, thanks for giving us your valuable time today.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jacqueline Rast. I'm the Acting Group Manager from Family and Wellbeing Group at the Department of Social Services. We thank you very much for the invitation to appear today and contribute to this important work. The Department of Social Services' focus is to improve the economic and social wellbeing of individuals, families and their communities. The group that I lead with my colleagues, Ms Cox and Mr Riley, deliver a range of program and policies that improve particularly the wellbeing of children and their families, including building the capacity of parents and connecting them in their communities. So we're very happy to provide you with information about that today and to answer any other questions you may have.
Good. Thank you. We will proceed to discussion. Perhaps Mr Birrell, would you like to start? Any questions for the Department of Social Security?
No, I thought you might lead off, Mr Chair.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to. Ms Stanley, do you have any questions?
Sure. Can you give us a brief overview of what you do on the ground, say, for one particular family, without identifying them, obviously, but how do you improve their capabilities? Like, how does the work you do improve their capabilities?
Sure. So we've, taking aside the payment system, which my colleagues at Social Security look after, obviously we administer a range of Social Security payments within the department as well. But within Family and Wellbeing Group, we run a number of programs that are funding to service providers to enable that on-the-ground service. So this is a range of programming from what we would call more kind of mainstream, broad-based programming, things like playgroups and toy libraries. Then we have kind of an intermediate space, which is more direct service delivery to a family, like a program called HIPPY, the home, what do we call it? The home interaction program for parents and youngsters, which is about enabling parents in the home to skill up and to teach their children in the home for, pre-literacy, motor skills, those sorts of things. All the way to very intensive family services. We have a program called Children and Family Intensive Services that is delivered in the Northern Territory and the APY lands, which is about a wraparound whole of family intensive service to build the capacity and safety in the home of that family. Mr. Riley can take you through some of the other programs if you wish, but that's just really the broad overview. There's quite a range.
How do you identify a family in need, and how do you identify the program's success or otherwise? How a change is made if necessary.
Oh, sure. So these programs are eligible to everybody. So it's really about if there's one available in your location. But certainly people enter our programs from finding them on resources that we fund, like Raising Children's Network, for example, or being referred by maternal and child health or their schools, or their kind of local health networks, or their Aboriginal Health Medical Service. They come into those programs and usually through those, particularly the more kind of middle to more intensive end programs, they are very qualified staff who can see if there's something else going on for that family, or a child might be, displaying early signs of developmental delay, for instance. That can be a place where that conversation can happen, and we can help connect that family onto other services. All of those programs are delivered through our third-party providers, so the not-for-profit sector and the community sector. Mr. Riley, did you want to add anything to that?
So John Riley, Branch Manager, Child and Family Programs. So the soft entry point, I think, is what Ms. Rust is sort of saying, and through a range of different, so clients come to us from a range of different areas. Some of the value in things like playgroups and toy libraries is that there are people from a range of backgrounds in the room or in the venue at the same time, and there's opportunities for mutual support as well as conversation that might lead to a referral to a sort of more intensive or targeted service and so forth. Probably the key service offerings that are Children and Parenting Support Program, CAPS for short.
There's always an acronym.
All right, I realised as soon as I did that I shouldn't do that. So in that one, that's where our playgroups, including supported playgroups, operate. Also the toy libraries. Also a set of, licensed parenting programs are run under there, and so forth. The other one I'd probably draw attention to is Communities for Children, which is our facilitating partners, which is a place-based initiative where the facilitating partner establishes a committee and a strategic plan based on the needs of the community in respect of children aged 0 to 12, which I realise is a little beyond the scope of the Thriving Kids initiative. Again, similar sorts of things there, complemented by what's needed, reach into the important consultation and engagement with the local schools, preschools, childcare facilities and so forth. I'll probably just stop there.
I'm interested to know how the identification process happens, and Mike and I share a community that has been identified as one where there are lots of children needing support. There are lots of reasons for that. Cheaper housing, people go also where the services are. So there are lots of services in our part of the world that support families. I'm just wondering, is there enough of you? Is there are you oversubscribed completely? Because the thing that I hear in my electorate office is that the support, people find it difficult to get support, to get a diagnosis, and then to get what happens next. Because in any diagnosis situation, there are a lot of different factors. Not every there is no child the same, so they all need different interventions at different times and so forth. This is the first time I've heard of your support. Now, you may well be in my community through those third-party providers, and I've just not put the two things together. But I just wondered, is there enough of you? And I'm really, really interested about evidence-based, making sure that there's a review of these programs, that they are actually what your communities need.
Sure. So what I would say is that we fund around, if I take the children and family programs and our home interaction service for parents and youngsters, it's around $420 million per annum that we fund to the community sector to deliver these services. What I would say is that through 24-25, we had 245,000 clients through these programs, and we collect demographic data on our clients through those programs. And our disability tick is for whether the parent or the child identifies as having a disability, and we service 27,000 disabled clients in that financial year. Some of our programs, they make a quite considerable amount of clientele. So we have a program that the community sector is funded under called the Family Mental Health Support Service Program, and that's for children who are showing early signs of mental ill health or requiring additional kind of strategies around anxiety and coping. And our clientele for that is around the 17% of children identify with a disability. So I think what I would say is that we don't need a diagnosis, an identity, a criteria to respond to any of these needs. In this group, this cohort of children, complexity can look very different. Traumatised children require certain adaptations and service requirements, as do children who are experiencing developmental delay. So the service providers are very broad in their delivery. The other thing I would say is that we do fund, these programs are run through guidelines that set out a criteria for how service providers should respond to the clientele. So we prioritise people with disability or those experiencing developmental delay or concerns as a priority cohort within the programs, as we do for culturally and linguistically diverse, First Nations, but also people at risk of out-of-home care. Right. So I think we have a large footprint. The question of whether there's enough is how long's a piece of string. But to your question on evidence-based programming, I would say that we have some of the services we fund are very highly evidence-based. So they're things like we fund community service organisations to deliver things like triple P parenting, to build the capacity of parents. The effect on children's development of things like playgroup is well researched as well. There's a lot of research out of the University of Adelaide that Playgroups Australia has worked with them on, that we can see that particularly the combined effect of playgroups plus early childhood education and care can be a very protective factor for children's development and well-being. And then there are other things that I would say, like Mr. Riley was talking about, which are very much community-led. So we will fund things like a mothers group for newly arrived migrants, for example, where they are really determining their programming together. And in consultation with that community board. So I think all of that is important, but it's important that we don't have rubbish funded. So we keep a careful eye on that.
I wasn't suggesting you were funding rubbish, but
no. Probably the point I'd just add to that is, for example, in the Communities for Children initiative, we require that 50% of the funds are invested in evidence-based program, and the Australian Institute of Family Studies assists with, I guess, determining what is an evidence-based program.
yes, okay, thank you. Because, there are always rumours that sometimes funding is outside what it should be. It's doing things that it shouldn't. But clearly you have things in place to make sure that that is not going to happen.
Very much so.
Can I thank you very much for coming today and your answers to the questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Good. We might just get Dr. Sconce to introduce herself.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sophie Sconce. I'm the member for Mackellar in the Northern Beaches of Sydney.
We are just waiting for Dr. Ryan to...
She's trying to get on, by the way. She has been attempting to get on.
Yes, we are trying to organise that. So she'll be coming shortly, but we'll go to Ms. Belia.
Thank you for coming today, and I have previously managed the Communities for Children in Dunkley, so I know it very well, and I know there's a strong evidence base.
We'll be very careful about what we say.
That's a while back now, but yes, I know the program very well, and it does great work. I think for me, based on the work that you do in the community and the proposal for Thriving Kids to be a new program or cohort, my questions for you are, what do you think, and there's three questions in this, what do you think the strengths, opportunities and threats of Thriving program, Thriving Kids are what do you think they are based on your experience in the sector? Yeah.
I think the initiative, while the design is still to be finalised, certainly my impression so far is it'll be highly complementary. There is a section within Thriving Kids that talks about, the provision of information and services to families and particularly to parents to build their knowledge and capacity. And we do quite a lot of that already, like the Raising Children Network, which gets how many hits?
15.8 million visitors per year.
Yeah, 15.8 million visits per year. And that's a peer-reviewed source of truth around parenting, developmental delay, disability. We've previously funded them to uplift their disability and development delay content because to that point of identification, if a parent doesn't know that it looks different, that first conversation can be quite shocking. So it's really important that broad-based information on parenting and child development is made available. The things that I think that will be good about Thriving Kids is Minister Butler was very clear in his address to the National Press Club that disability is a broad-based mainstream issue and there should be a broad-based mainstream system response. I think that the creation of the NDIS has been an amazing initiative and a service to Australia. I don't want it to be the only thing that helps children and parents. So I think that this is a really important initiative. I think that to place social services in that context, the mainstream systems of health and education, so both schools and early childhood education and care, are going to be critical because that's where children are. But there are lots of children who are not in those systems, but they might be in touch with a Communities for Children, a play group. They might be, searching out for parenting information online, like the Triple P course you can do online. It's going to be really important that those community services exist alongside Thriving Kids because we will catch the kids that don't go to ECEC. And that's going to be really, really critical.
And so they're the strengths or the what do you think the opportunities or the threats are?
I think the opportunities are to rebuild that intermediary service system. So I think that while we fund the broad-based mainstream, who absolutely have an obligation to be accessible and to deliver a valuable service to people with disability and developmental delay, there is a need for an in-between space. The community sector can only do so much. You won't receive intensive one-on-one speech therapy through the programs that we fund. So there is that missing middle that I think Thriving Kids will provide. The ability for, a service provider who is working with a family in a group setting to be able to have a quiet conversation with that family and say, hey, you know what, I think there's something else here that's worth looking at. How about you go and have this next kind of level of intensive services? So whether that's, still to be designed, but things like 10 sessions with a speech therapist, for example, that's something that won't be delivered within the community sector. And it's not something yet that requires all the way access to the NDIS. So I think that that's really critical and important. And I think from a workforce perspective, it's great that it's a Commonwealth and state initiative together. I know Miss Devlin from the Department of Health talked last week about there is some distortion about where the workforce sits, especially that kind of allied health professionals. That ability to bring them back out of the NDIS one-on-one, very intensive service delivery into those community settings or that in-between space, I think will be really beneficial for parents, will help things like waiting lists, and will really make sure that parents aren't left without anything except their local community interaction, but none of that therapeutic care.
So you talked about rebuilding the intermediary service system. Can you explain so there's obviously been something that you're aware of or a system that's existed previously that's disappeared. Is that?
I'm very much drawing on what the NDIS review found there. So Professor Bonahady and Lisa Paul's review talked about the fact that there was before the creation of the NDIS, there was a more kind of spectrum, I suppose, of disability services and the ability for parents to access, community health, for example, to deliver intensive speech pathology. There were in some states speech pathologists in schools, that kind of thing. And then in the NDIS, the combination of this new flexible and very responsive system, plus that kind of led to that being what Professor Bonahady called, the island in the sea. It's the oasis in the desert, wasn't it?
Island in the sea.
Same concept. But yeah, so I think we think that's
Storm, maybe?
we do think that's beneficial. I think what we've seen in some of our programs over time, like family mental health support services, for example, that service providers might feel they need to hold families and children for longer because there's nowhere else for them to go. And so I think that's a really good opportunity with the program for Thriving Kids, that they become the place that we can say, you need something more than what we can offer in this community sector. Let's help you get to the next point.
I've got one more question, and it's about the workforce. We've heard across a number of the roundtables that workforce is an issue, and I suppose I'm interested in your thoughts on that, on where it's at.
Well, I think workforce is a very big encompassing term. I think do we need more people to join the community sector? Of course we do, and that's been true for a long time. We really value the community sector and we'd like more people to come into it. But in terms of the range of qualifications required in the community sector, it's very, very broad. And so while some of our programs require bachelor degree kind of qualifications, like family mental health is required to be delivered by a psychologist, so a range of clinical functions, my apologies. But things like playgroups, for example, the broad-based playgroups can be volunteer-led, they can be run by people with deep community experience that involves both life experience and professional training, certificate level and above. So for us, when we talk about the creation of the Thriving Kids program, they're very much talking about that kind of next level of intensity. I don't think we're talking about the same workforce when we talk about the community sector, but
No.
Would you like to add to that?
Sure. So for us, at our sort of, if you think apex of our frontline workforce, it is social workers, counsellors, and psychologists. Sitting at the sort of next tier, there's a set of Cert 3 and Cert 4 trained workers in community services and variants of it. There's also, if you get to the bottom of the pyramid, there's also a set of people working who've done their working with vulnerable people or working with children checks. They've completed a Cert 1 or a Cert 2 in various aspects of that. Yes, there are always workforce challenges. As we don't see a lot coming through in our funded services in terms of an underspend where they're unable to get a worker and that's led to them falling behind in their expenditure from the grant that we've provided. We do see it in the ways you'd expect to see it though. If a remote service loses a worker, it's much harder to get than if they're in, Liverpool or Campbelltown. And so forth.
I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Boulier. Just before we move on, Dr. Ryan, are you on board now?
Sorry, Chair, I am on now. I had a lot of difficulty getting on, so I'm afraid I missed most of the discussion, so I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Good. We'll come back to you, but would you like to just introduce yourself?
Monique Ryan, I'm the federal member for Keon in eastern Melbourne.
Thank you. And we might go to Dr. Scomps for... Yeah, Mr. Bell. I've got some questions here. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things around the many parents and carers we hear are using telehealth, and sometimes it can wait. People need to wait 6 to 12 months to access care. Wondering if the Thriving Kids will change that, hopefully change that, and where can parents first access that support when their child does receive a diagnosis, or in actual fact hasn't received a diagnosis, but yet it's aware that made clear that they will need some sort of support.
I'll start and then I'll hand to Ms. Cox. But what I would say is I can't answer your first question.
Yes.
That's best directed at the Department of Health. But I think what we would say is we do have a mix of service delivery in some of our programs, but I'd say it's more common for the services that are delivered to children to be in person in the community sector. But there's always, different ways to deliver. Certainly nothing in our program guidelines would prevent a provider from going in that way if they wish. But do you want to talk a little bit about how parents find services?
Hi, so Janaea Cox, Acting Branch Manager, Early Childhood and Parenting Wellbeing. In our experience, a lot of the times that parents find support for the first time is through informal support networks, is our experience to date. Online services such as the Raising Children's Network are an absolute first port of call. We undertook a period of consultation with parents and caregivers last year on how they like to access information and support, and it found that an overwhelming number of parents are turning to online sources or informal support networks such as maternal and child health, playgroups, toy libraries, or if their child is participating in ECEC systems, to those support persons as well to help them navigate the system. Parents have told us on numerous occasions that navigating the support system is very overwhelming, can be very confusing, and to be quite so blunt, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. So that is certainly an opportunity that I see through Thriving Kids on really helping parents find that navigation sort of support such that there is no wrong door that helps them find their way through the system.
And we would hope that our services would be part of that directory or navigation or whatever it might be, because we see that you don't often just need one thing. You need a collection of things, and there might be a stage. So you might be receiving a more intensive service through Thriving Kids, but we'd love for you to come to a community program as well if that family has time and capacity. It's not an either or. I think the very worst thing that could happen is that we create another silo. We definitely want them to be intertwined.
Can I just ask one more question? And that's around for the children who haven't got a diagnosis, because obviously diagnoses come at different times, often delayed, often unclear. What do you foresee the supports that will be available or should be available for those children and families?
Well, certainly my understanding of the explanations that have been given around Thriving Kids at the moment is that the diagnosis is not critical to the delivery of service. It's an identification of need, not a diagnosis of disability. So I think in that way it's very similar to our programming in that there won't be an eligibility criteria per se. There will be, from what we understand from Thriving Kids, there will be an opportunity to be assessed or identified through a process and then that be offered to you. We would hope at that point of offering that there were several things offered to that family, not just speech therapy or whatever it might be at that point. We want to see them at a playgroup. We would like to see things like making sure if they're not already engaged in ECEC, assisting them to how they would find an appropriate ECEC for their child, because all of this comes together to improve child development.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Mr. Birrell?
Thank you. I might just express some of the concerns that I've heard from parents and then just get you to comment on those. Firstly, there's a lot of concern. There's parents who are currently receiving an NDIS package for their children. And so there are concerns about, I'm worried that my NDIS package is going to be taken away.
Yes.
And Thriving Kids is not even... does not yet exist. How can families... I'll read from a letter, and honestly, how can families be reassured about their children's future when the promised support system is still unbuilt? How can we expect families to place their trust in a structure that has not yet been designed, trialled and proven effective? That's one. And then the other one is around the language around for example, mild autism.
Yeah.
That's causing a lot of consternation with some parents that I've spoken to.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of unease out there. I'm trying to, I suppose on this committee, but we all are really trying to be their voice.
Yeah.
That there's a lot of anxiety out there around, the moment there's an NDIS package and parents are telling me by and large that's helping and working, how will the new program emulate what is a satisfactory support level for them? It might be difficult for us as a parliament to consider in the context of funding at the NDIS. So could you just speak to those two concerns?
Yeah, certainly. In terms of the timing, I think the Department of Health gave some evidence around the sequencing that they're anticipating, and I don't have anything else to add to that because it's very much being driven by the Department of Health. What I would say though is the other support systems still exist and we're still here. In terms of the language, I'm a mother of 2 children with disability. I share some of the concerns around how we talk about disability. I think that's really important around community attitudes. It's unfortunate that it takes too long to say what we really mean is support requirements. It's not about the diagnosis. It's about what does a child need for the best support in order to thrive. And so that's, for us, again, what we would expect of our services in terms of accessibility and adaptability is that a service is meeting a family's need, not its, diagnosis or variation, to use other language around. So I think that from, Australia's disability strategy, we talk a lot about community attitudes. I think it would be great if we could start talking about how a service system responds to a person's support needs rather than describing like you've said, mild or whatever else it might be. What we would say is it's high support needs, moderate support needs. Those support needs can change over a person's life. They can change within a year. They can change due to other family circumstances. And so what we would ask of our service providers is that they respond to the family in front of them and help them as best as they can.
And one more question is from a regional electorate. So there's regional, but there's a lot of rural areas too.
Yes.
And when we suffer the issues of a lack of service delivery because of the challenges of a lack of staff, basically.
Yes.
How will this new program ensure that we have service delivery which is equitable across Australia and not just in cities?
So again, I'm probably not the best person to answer that
No,
for Thriving Kids,
because
it's very much for the Department of Health, but also for states and territories, because it is a joint ComState initiative, and so I imagine that is very much part of their discussions at this point.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Birrell. I've got a number of questions, and it's around the structure of the state-federal relationship and around how we can improve that and improve access to your services. And Mr. Riley did mention soft entry, and I think that's really important, that people who provide the services that you supervise, in my experience, are very good at identifying which kids need support.
Yes.
And it's the difficulty they have once they identify a child who has needs, where the system moves from there, and we are going to have to rely on services that already exist. None of us wants to reinvent, as you put it, a new silo. So after that preamble, I maybe didn't put it correctly, but have you done any work with the states on the Thriving Kids initiative at this stage? Or?
No, that wouldn't be appropriate from the Department of Social Services.
Right.
But what I would say is that the service providers who are funded through our services are commonly funded by the state as well. So we're very much in it together when it comes to that broad-based mainstream child and family services, and probably even more so in those intensive services where we really are trying to build the capacity and safety of a family to avoid child protection interventions. So there are some services where we're very close with the state, and there's some where we're just mutual funding sources.
Yep.
I think that in a perfect world that could be better designed, and maybe, talking to each other about when applications are due, and potentially combined reporting to lessen the administrative burden on those sector providers. But it's not a service system we negotiate with states and territories. They're both for them and for us, it's a competitive funding arrangement.
Well, since you brought that up, that's another question I thought further down the track. There's a lot of angst, I know, with grant applications, and do you think we could do better in looking at more longer-term funding options?
So within the Children and Families programs, they already are all 5-year agreements, and they've been that way since 2014. So in terms of that longevity and providing assurance, particularly for workforce, the Children and Families programs are actually ahead of the pack in a lot of ways. There are better ways, always better ways to deliver grants. We'd be foolish to say otherwise. Minister Plibersek became our minister during this recent parliament. She has been holding provider roundtables with funded providers and others to talk about better ways to run application processes, but also reporting and evaluation as well. So it's very much of an interest of hers and something we are looking at.
Oh, good. Okay.
You go.
No, Steve, you can ask.
No. So in Victoria, we've got the Orange Door model that works with domestic and family violence, and I've worked in that. And there's the intake, referral, there's case management, and the referral often is into some of the programs that DSS fund, like Communities for Children. Do you think that sort of model would have potential application at a national level to thriving kids with community orgs in states?
I think it's definitely worth something to look at. I'm not sure. I haven't thought deeply enough about it. We haven't done any work here about whether that would be, applicable in every state. If it would be the same kind of operation. But what I would say is, like Ms. Cox explained, that overwhelm and worry of parents can be a real inhibitor to finding the right service at the right time. And so I think if there was something to assist with that it would lead to better outcomes for children.
Just going back to some of your previous statements, you said that we needed to rebuild the system. Does that mean that there has been loss of capacity in the system?
So again, very much drawing on what the NDIS review found, which was that Tier 2, so that more than just a community service program, but not all the way to individualised disability support. They found that there wasn't enough of that middle. And so that's what I refer to in terms of rebuilding that, and that's what Minister Butler talked about in his press club as well.
Yeah. And in that rebuilding of that middle level, am I right in suggesting, and I think you probably have already said this, that this is not a therapy-based model, it's a nurturing environment that maybe is language-rich, that enables kids with disability to mix with kids who don't necessarily have disability. In my electorate in Miss Stanley's, there are some supported playgroups that have been very, very effective in the past.
I think it's probably a mix of both, Chair. So I think, from what I understand, and from some of Ms. Devlin's evidence last week from the Department of Health, there is some broad thinking about what you might need to work one-on-one intensively with a child, but only for a shorter period, and you work with the parent as well, so that they can then do things in the home as well. But I agree with you. I think it would be a shame if that's all it was, and that we weren't thinking more broadly around how we might build that social network as well, because that peer-to-peer support that Mr Mansfield talked about in his evidence at the Department of Health as well, we find is critically important for all parents. We're finding, that parents are not necessarily living in the same area as their parents. We don't have as many multi-generational families in the same house anymore. Parents are very much doing it by themselves. And so anything that allows that connection and that peer-to-peer support, but also delivers, like you say, a service in a naturalistic setting where children learn and play and grow, we know that that is better for child development, and so we would like to see more of that as well.
Yeah. Does that mean that we should be, this may sound a bit silly, but I'm thinking you already look after, 250,000 kids. Do we need to expand your services with the cooperation of the states? Do we need to be looking at developing more, supported play groups, and moving into rural and regional issue? We know that, but your workforce, because it's not necessarily therapy based, it can be supported in rural and regional areas a bit more effectively. Yeah,
I think the National Cabinet decision was that the contribution from Commonwealth and State for Thriving Kids would be new money. So I think that I see a range of opportunities in that. That might be building the service response of services that already exist, like you said. We don't need to build a whole new system. There is a system there already to leverage. Whether that funding is directed from the Department of Health or from us, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that there is a good service system for children and families.
Right. None of us cares where it comes from.
No, but I think we do fund a range of providers. We've got almost 400 funded organisations within this cohort. Not all of them will be well set up to do the sort of things that you're talking about, but there probably will be a good segment who are. And so I think that will be part of the Commonwealth and state discussions, because it makes sense.
Yeah, it certainly does make sense. Can you just, and I did speak briefly about it before, one of the big roadblocks is when people have their child identified as having a developmental issue.
Yes.
There's immediate panic because they then find it difficult to then move on to the next step, what needs to be done and where can I get an assessment. And I'm talking, my own profession, paediatric assessments sometimes are expensive and long waiting lists.
Yeah.
Does your staff talk about these issues, and are there any solutions you can think through that?
I think this is where building the knowledge and confidence of parents to do things in their own home is really important. So we provide, like Raising Children Network has a lot of things around how to build fine motor skills at home, how to provide a language-rich environment at home, those sorts of things. And then we've got providers like the Brotherhood of St Lawrence and their partners who deliver the home interaction program for parents and youngsters. That is a visit every week in the home with the tutor, so that's the workforce, they're tutors, and they come in and they sit with the parent, talk about the kind of focus for the next week and the goals, sets out activities for the parent, and then the parent delivers that 15 minutes every day for that week, and then they have another check-in. So there are, and that is completely focused on improving the child development outcomes. So there are services that exist like that already, and similar kind of examples through our programs. I think that is the critical part to help a family move beyond panic and thinking the only thing they can do is join a wait list and there's nothing to do in between. There's lots of things that can happen if a parent is well supported.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, in the interest of time, sorry,
Mr. How do we support parents in that in-between time? How do we let them know when they're so distressed? How do we get that information to them? Like, is it the school? Is it the early childhood? How would you, if you had plenty of whatever you needed, how would you do that to support the parent then?
I think, as Ms Cox said, that if you maximise the relationships that the parent already has and the connection points. So in the absence of a centralised navigation system that they know and is well branded and instant recognition, which is really, really difficult, it is better to build the knowledge and capacity of the people that they interact with every day. So that might be their teacher in their early education setting, it might be the school counsellors, it might be the community service organisations that we know are really prominent in the community, providing them with training and advice on how to assist a person to steer into the next step. It can be really, really useful.
Do you provide services in GPs currently? Like, do you put information into general practice at the moment?
We don't, but it wouldn't be uncommon for our service providers to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
That's all right. Dr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
No, Chair, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Balia has
one last very quick question. Do you think it's worthwhile building a centralised intake referral case management system for this cohort?
I think that it is really important that parents have some place to go to answer their questions. I don't know whether that's an intake service. I just don't know enough about it to know if that would be the best way to do it. But what I do think some of the research that Ms Cox referred to was around misinformation and disinformation. Did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So, Jeanette Cox again. Going back to the point of you don't know what you don't know, and our research told us that parents rely on informal support sources. Now that can include advice from well-meaning friends and well-meaning family, or referral to social media, Facebook, Instagram, all of the various TikToks and whatnot. And that is both a wonderful source of information if the people that are providing that information are drawing it from evidence-informed sources. But if they are not, it is rife for spreading false information and increasing that fear and anxiety that Ms Stanley spoke about. So I agree with Ms Rust in that I don't have enough evidence to say that a centralised navigation function would be the best, but what we do know is that parents and caregivers are interacting in lots of settings every day in their lives, as are their children. And if we can provide the people they interact with that rich evidence-informed knowledge of what's high quality, where's that right next step for you, and a link on how to get there, that could yield so much more advantage and benefit for that family, really helping grow their confidence and capacity in being their child's first teacher and, that child's well-being.
Can I just ask one more question? How well known, I know that is the Raising Children Network, and could that be leveraged as a point where people think, oh, what do I do? Yeah. I'll go there, or something like that.
That's certainly how we try to position it, and we're giving some thought to how we might better position it and assist them to do so. I might have misspoken before. It's 15.8 million individual users rather than hits each year. So reach is pretty strong. You can always do more though. Yeah. And there's always a new parent tomorrow.
Can I ask one last question? And you might like to take this on notice. I'm not suggesting you do it now. It would be helpful for us to have a list of the services you provide.
Excellent. Yes, very happy to do that.
Could you take that on notice?
Absolutely.
And
yes.
Perhaps deliver it to
yes.
the committee?
Chair, if I might just clarify, would it be helpful if we described the programs and their focus and then gave you an example of the sort of services? It's just otherwise I'm going to give you a list of 400.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Actually.
Okay. Lovely.
Yeah. We all come from different electorates, so it would be nice to see some examples in different places.
We can do that, certainly.
That'd be fantastic.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there somewhere that I could source your information for my electorate office?
Yes, we do have a service directory.
On grants.gov.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you for your attendance here today, and it actually has been extremely useful, so thank you so much. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, and I think you have, would you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October? I know the timelines are relatively short, but we are trying to get the process done quickly. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely weekend.
Sure. Good. We'll now we'll have a short break before hearing from representatives of Indigenous Allied Health Australia, etc. And we'll recommence at 10:45. Good. That's good. Thank you.
80,000 people in young that's overwhelming, but they want to have an experience. But you need the 15-minute, 20-minute, half-hour time out to calm themselves and not allow this to bubble into something massive anxiety. So that's just what I learned 5 minutes from talking to them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's now 10:45, so we reconvene the meeting of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability and invite representatives of Indigenous Allied Health Australia.
Is that nice weather down there?
First People's Disability Network Australia, a national Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation, to give evidence today. I think we have the First People's Disability Network. Do we have anyone online?
Hello.
Hello. I will ask my committee members to introduce themselves. So we'll start from Mr. Birrell.
Sam Brett, I'm the member for Nichols. It's in northern Victoria, bordered to the north by the Murray River, Echuca, Yarrawonga, Shepherd and all the way down to Seymour, Kilmore, which is sort of on the way to Melbourne.
Hello, I'm Sophie Scomps. I am the independent federal member for Mackellar, which is the northern beaches of Sydney.
I'm Jodie Ballier, the federal member for Dunkley on Bunurong land in Victoria.
I'm Mike Freelander, member for Macarthur, which is out of southwestern Sydney. We have Miss Anne Stanley from Werriwa. She'll be appearing shortly out of southwestern Sydney as well. And online, Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, hello, it's Monique Ryan here. I'm an independent from Kooyong, which is inner eastern Melbourne.
I have previously given the welcome to country, so I acknowledge any Indigenous people in the room again today. For the Hansard record, before giving evidence, could you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceeding of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 5 minutes before we proceed to discussion. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding also to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. So who would like to make an opening statement?
Happy to begin. So my name is Reece Howard. I'm the National Policy Manager for the First People's Disability Network. Our CEO, Damien Griffiths, is online, so I might invite him to begin our statement and I'll finish up.
Good.
Thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Damien Griffiths here, CEO of First People's Disability Network. Thank you, Reece, and thank you, Chair and committee members. So I'm joined by my colleague Reece Howard, as he just said, our National Policy Manager, who will also provide a brief opening statement after me. At the First People's Disability Network, as the national peak organisation representing First Nations people with disabilities, we say it's difficult to think of any more disadvantaged Australians than First Nations people with disabilities. This is because we often experience discrimination based upon indigeneity and disability. We are very anxious to ensure that the needs of our young people with disability are at the forefront of the Thriving Kids reform. Too often, major social reforms pass us by, or we are an afterthought, or we're not viewed as a priority. Our experience with the NDIS demonstrates this. In 2013, we developed a 10-point plan for the successful implementation of the NDIS in our communities. We did this because meeting the needs of our community members should always be a first-order priority. But regrettably and predictably, our 10-point plan was largely ignored and as a result our people remain at the margins of the NDIS. We cannot allow this to happen again with the Thriving Kids initiative. After all, if the needs of our young people with disability can be met, particularly those needs of our young people with disabilities living in regional and remote Australia, then this has the potential to mean greater success for the Thriving Kids program for all young Australians with disability. This is why we have developed several key actions that we believe are critical to address the often unmet needs of young First Nations people with mild to moderate disabilities. I'll hand over to my colleague, Reece Howard, for his brief opening statement, if that's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Damien. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. We strongly support the ambition of the Thriving Kids initiative, but we do have critical conditions. Our core message is that Thriving Kids can absolutely close gaps for our children only if it partners with First Nations community at every single stage. Right now, only 33.9% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children start school developmentally on track, far short of the 55% by 2031 target. With a $2 billion investment from July 2026, we cannot afford to repeat the past failures of culturally unsafe and mainstream programs. We urge the committee to hardwire co-design, community-controlled delivery and cultural safety into Thriving Kids. This will ensure early identification, family-led supports and seamless transition so that no child falls through the cracks. Our practical recommendations, from mandatory culturally adapted screening to a First Nations workforce pipeline, align with the Disability Royal Commission's call for structural reform as well as a national agreement on closing the gap. In short, Thriving Kids must empower First Nations communities to lead in design and delivery as well. That's how we'll help our kids grow strong in culture and thrive. I will just very quickly read our recommendations for what we see as necessary to success for Thriving Kids. A dedicated First Nation stream, co-designed with peaks and delivered through ACOs and ACHOs. Mandated culturally adapted screening, for example, the ASQ track tool. Funded parent-mediated culturally safe early interventions through ACOs, child and family centres with group, home visiting and telepractice options. The building of a First Nations workforce pipeline, including scholarships, cadetships, supervised practice, allied health assistant roles with funded clinical supervision, embedded child development navigators and a consent-based passport, so information follows the child from system to system, reducing the burden on families. A phased implementation with transition safeguards, so absolutely no child loses support during the transition from NDIS to Thriving Kids. A co-commissioned education program to deliver school and ECEC-based inclusion supports, and monitoring, which is aligned with the Closing the Gap priority reform, where published disaggregated results are available within the principles of Indigenous data sovereignty. Thank you again.
Thank you. Well, we might go to discussion. Ms. Stanley, did you have any questions?
Yeah. Do you, thank you for all that, and I think you might have answered my question, but maybe you want to tease it out a little bit more. What does the service delivery to you look like? So we need to make recommendations so that, Thriving Kids is not... For people who still need the NDIS, they will still be able to access the NDIS. This is about making sure that every child gets the best opportunity, so that they don't fall behind, because all kids learn at different rates. Sometimes they just need a little bit of intervention, which means they're back with their peers, they've got their confidence, they've got all of that. For Indigenous, it needs to be culturally appropriate, and the parents need to be supported, because these sort of identifications are traumatic, and you need to be able to support it. So do you have any, or have you made any considerations about what that looks for you? Clearly having a workforce who can work culturally appropriately and who are part of the community would be the start. But is there anything else?
I'll make a couple of quick comments and then I'll pass on to Damien. I would just say that the things that come to mind when you talk about what does service delivery look like is that at the moment for so many First Nations kids with disability, there is no service because a diagnosis is made at such a lower rate, and yet despite that we know that the prevalence of disability is almost twice that of the mainstream population. So I think for kids who fall into this gap where they can't access the NDIS because they don't have a diagnosis and there aren't mainstream supports available in their local region, especially if they're rural and remote. Having a tier in between mainstream services and NDIS is really a critical juncture, especially if those services don't require diagnosis to enter them. And so I think, I've just come fresh from the SNAKE conference over the last 3 days, and there are a lot of ACOs and ARCHOs doing incredible work in the early childhood space. And largely those kids, there are no thresholds, there are no barriers to entry to those services. And I think making sure that the services that already exist where relationships and trust is built is the first step to having people come in and have first contact with that system. Damien, I wonder if you have anything to add.
Other than to add, we need the system to better understand our worldview on disability, and we would say our worldview on disability is the right and proper one. In our traditional language, we have no comparable word to disability, and that's a wonderful thing. We've always recognised disability as part of the human experience, yet the system is heavily labelled, disability is heavily labelled laden, be it autism, acquired brain injury, intellectual disability, cognitive impairment, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call it. So we are the thought leaders on inclusion. So we actually want to flip things over, if we may, and actually share with the rest of Australia the proper worldview on disability. And one of the things that continues to be a barrier, therefore, for a lot of our individuals, our families, our community members, is the assessment process creates an enormous amount of fear. There's a real reluctance for parents to come forward and get support for their young child with disability because they fear removal of the child or being judged as bad parents, for example. These are the bigger picture, if you like, understandings that need to be well established in this system so that we can have the success that we want to see here. There is a greater risk of this becoming more and more medicalised, which will mean that our families, our communities will less engage with that sort of approach. So the critical thing is that our families, our parents, our communities are the ones that drive the program, obviously, and I think that's obviously well understood. Owned and operated by First Nations people with disability is critical. But there's a bigger picture thing here that we have a much to share with the rest of Australia about the way disability is viewed in our communities, and I think that starting point is really critical for the Thriving Kids success across the country for all young Australians with disability.
Can I just ask one more question?
I'd also like to make a comment.
Sure.
So my name is Dr. Sarah Hayton from NACHO, and we actually, I'd just like to hand over to Cassie Atkinson from BRAMS, who's online. This is Broome Medical Aboriginal Services, and they actually do service delivery of this exact thing to answer that question as well. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cassie Atchison, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Broome Regional Aboriginal Medical Services, which is also known as BRAMS. BRAMS was established in 1978, and we're quite a large Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation in Broome. We deliver fully integrated services across primary health care, aged care, disability, family violence and social and emotional wellbeing under one coordinated model of care. We are not just seen as a service provider by our community. We are seen as their health service, their one-stop shop where people can come and access a service from us without having to navigate external agencies and services. And we believe that the Thriving Kids program will only work if Aboriginal community-controlled organisations are involved as partners where we're designing, delivering and doing place-based modelling.
I think we would agree with that. Sorry, it's the chair, Mike Freelander here, sorry. Continue.
We dropped out.
Oh. What have I done? Hello?
Sorry, the line is cutting out a little bit.
Sorry, it's my fault.
Oh, that's okay. Did you have a specific question or?
Yeah, well, we would agree that Aboriginal people need to be involved in the process. So it's Mike Freelander here. I'm the chair of the committee. We have a similar organisation in my electorate called Tharawal, run by Darryl Wright, and we have a preschool and we provide aged care services as well. So we have a very similar system, and I would certainly agree that Aboriginal people need to control it and run it. But in Broome, there must be some very specific difficulties, I would imagine, because the community is not just in Broome itself, it's in lots of surrounding areas. And one of the difficulties we know is how do we provide those services to rural and regional and remote areas. Can you give us any ideas about how you manage that?
Yes. So we have another colleague online, Oscar, who works for the Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Services. And in the Kimberley, we've actually created a Kimberley Support Consortium, which is specifically around disability services, so that we're able to deliver services in all the regional and remote areas in the Kimberley. Mm-hmm. It's a unique model, and we've been delivering a early childhood program for many, many years, working with younger people with developmental delays across the Kimberley. And what has worked for us in a regional and remote area is the services coming together to look at how we can deliver services better. And I might pass over to Oscar if that's okay, because he'll be able to give you a little bit more context about how this model has worked really well, how we're being able to attract a good workforce,
sure,
and deliver this service in a culturally safe way.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. So my name is Oscar Stensecki. I'm a Senior Manager at Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Services, or CAMS. First, I would like to acknowledge the Yurrin Tjugun people as the traditional custodians of the lands where I'm calling in from, and pay my respects to elders past and present. So what Kath was touching on, CAMS is the peak body for Aboriginal community-controlled health services in the Kimberley, and we auspice the Kimberley Supports Consortium, which brings together 8 local Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to improve the outcomes of Aboriginal people living with disability or developmental delay. One of the programs that we do deliver is the Remote Early Childhood Support Program, which is essentially a community-designed and led program that leverages the existing relationships and trust of the local Aboriginal medical services to engage with families early and to identify developmental delays and to then provide short-term, culturally safe early intervention services while also providing linkages to longer-term supports where needed. So it's kind of like you're looking at the scope of the Thriving Kids program, and it feels like this is kind of what it is in action, right? I think in terms of workforce and how we deliver it in the rural and a very remote area, is that we have a regional allied health team that operates out of the major hubs of Broome and Kununurra. They provide outreach services to the towns and communities in the Kimberley. And in those communities, we have local Aboriginal family support workers as part of the program. So they're employed by the local consortium member organisation, And that's really key to have that local person on the ground, just making sure that the services are delivered in a way that...
Aboriginal health workers? No?
Some of them have Aboriginal health worker background. Some of them have Aboriginal allied health background, or allied health assistant background. But some of them doesn't necessarily have a qualification or certificate per se. They're just really well linked in with the community and have that community trust.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's important. Yeah. We understand that. Are there enough of them?
No, there's never enough of them. I think in the Kimberley currently we've got 12 family support workers, but that's not nearly enough for the around 200 communities we've got in the region. So we got them placed in the major kind of communities and towns, but to really reach out and to provide a service that really services everyone that's equitable, we would need to increase that workforce.
Good.
Sorry, Chair, may I add to that? I'm Paul Gibson from Indigenous Allied Health Australia.
Sure.
We're the National Peak Association for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Allied Health workforce. So we support members in terms of their clinical practice, their studies, also pathways into practice. And I can share, I guess, that we know across allied health, most professions, the workforce is probably about 0.8% Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. Occupational therapists, for example, there's 199 nationally out of a workforce that's about 27,000 strong. So 0.75%, I believe, of the workforce there. And these sort of underrepresentation and workforce challenges are really significant concern. One of the things that we have invested in as an organisation is a school-based traineeship program. So we actually support currently 175 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people to do a Certificate 3 in Allied Health Assistance alongside completing their Year 11 and 12. So we're looking to create that workforce that's being referenced by our colleagues.
Good, thank you. That's very useful. Thank you. Ms. Stanley, do you have any other questions? Mr. Birrell.
Thank you. A lot of the questions I was going to ask have been answered by the excellent comments made. I'm interested in worldview of disability, but I think it might assist the committee if we... Can you talk a bit more about a practical example of cultural safety issues so that, we can make sure... I mean, people want this to be culturally safe, but I think people have sometimes a difficulty understanding what cultural safety is. Can anyone give an example of a concern you might have about an element, unintentional element of this program, how it could be culturally unsafe?
I'm happy to respond. Sarah Hayton from Nacho, but I will hand to Cassie because she actually has lived experience of every day as doing frontline service delivery. But I do know critically we represent 148 amazing Aboriginal community control health organisations, very similar to the work Cassie does, and Oscar. And I think the criticality of this is that it is very important that this is identified as place-based, because cultural safety is locally place orientated towards their own community members. And this is why the community control sector is best placed to look after their own people, particularly within this space, because as the member for MP Dr Smith Stanley recommended, is that it's very trauma informed. They need to be very trauma informed to be able to work in this space, and it does require a lot of trust. And I think that's one of the key core elements around that is the ability to be able to have a trusting relationship where the Aboriginal family will actually speak openly with you. And the reason why those connector roles are so critical that Oscar referred to is that even if they're bringing in clinical teams who are not Aboriginal and they may not have deep knowledge of that local community, it is that local person who actually provides that cultural safety for the Aboriginal people and their family when they come into the clinics, or if they're sitting in their family homes because they're doing an outreach visit. So at a broad level, that would be what we would advocate at Nacho. But Cassie could probably give you some really good examples of exactly the types of activities they do to ensure cultural safety.
Sarah. I agree with Sarah's comments, and cultural safety is absolutely about being place-based, but it's also about having your model of care and having everybody working in the same way. And one of the big elements of the work that we do as ACCOs and the work we do at Brahms is also around being person-centred. And we're a large ACCO. We have over 7,000 consumers that access our services on a regular basis, and it's really important for us that we don't treat people as numbers, that we identify and work with our families on an individual basis and have that cultural safety. I think an example, I have lots of examples where cultural safety is lacking in some areas, and for this program, I think one example for us in Broome is making sure you've got other services on board, like the education system. We have lots of kids in our Broome schools with special needs, and the schools still don't seem to be equipped to understand around that person-centeredness for children, and children are quite often judged as being naughty or other things when there's developmental delays happening. And we do a lot of advocacy with schools, other early childhood providers, in ensuring that people have a good understanding of looking at kids as individuals and not labelling kids with a diagnosis or a developmental delay, and how we have that strengths-based approach to working.
If I could just add too, I'm joined by my colleague Tara Lewis online. Tara's done some research around cultural safety in a range of different assessments, as well as clinical background and autism specifically. Tara, did you want to add anything with respect to cultural safety and what that looks like in practice?
Yeah, thank you, Paul, and thank you everyone who's spoken as well. I just want to reiterate what everyone is saying around cultural safety and responsiveness for our families through the Thriving Kids. And I guess we do welcome this inquiry as well, because Thriving Kids represents a vital opportunity to change how we support our families and children, particularly those who have been left navigating fragmented, unsafe and disconnected systems. So whilst, we're talking about cultural safety, we have to understand that families are not struggling because of a lack of themselves or because the system is broken. They're struggling to navigate a system that was created to work exactly as it was intended. So we know that it was designed to control and marginalise our peoples, and that design still shapes how our children are seen, assessed and supported today. These systems are built on racialised ideologies that too often see us as problems to be fixed, rather than as families and children with strengths and potential. So I guess the challenge before us is to not repair the system, but to reimagine it. And so what I have done through our research and consultation with families is that families have actually informed us about their experiences and journey in the health system. So they have told us what it takes for their children and families to truly thrive. What they want is they want services and professionals to show empathy and genuine care. Families don't want to feel like a number, like Nacho have just said. They want to see and feel that relational accountability to their care and not a transactional account of their health journey. And so one parent has said to us, professionals need to use story sharing, storytelling and tell me who you are. It's not just about me giving. You have to tell me about yourself and what's your story. What's going to make me trust you to tell you these things? So families spoke about having to retell their story and their lived experiences with each new health or educational professional as well, and they don't want that. They want a system that communicates so they don't have to relive their trauma every time they see a new health professional or someone new in their schools as well. They want systems to see the strengths of their children and families as well, and not just their challenges.
Yeah.
They want more...
I was going to say, am I correct in saying they want place-based therapy? They don't want to have to travel for interventions?
Yeah, that's right. So families have told us that mainstream systems can be disabling. They want services out on country because country and the environment are healing. And they've also said that they want more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce involvement as well. So they want investment in health in schools and communities, because we know when the workforce shares culture and history, families feel understood and supported. And so the way to do that, our families are saying, is by having community co-design. So not just the co-design that we talk about in that Western sense, it has to be that proper community co-design. And that's to make sure services reflect local priorities and needs.
Yeah.
So what's important with that is we need to relinquish that power. The professionals and systems need to enable families to self-determine their own goals and definitions of success as well. And one of those ways is around the current assessment tools that we're using as well. That's another barrier. And these tools, they're not culturally validated. They fail to recognise our ways of communicating, our ways of knowing and being, so our worldviews. And these assessments reflect Western norms and whiteness, and they continue to marginalise our children. So what is working is that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander allied health professionals, the workforce, we're working and walking alongside our families every week, not just every 6 months. So they might see the GP or the paediatrician every 6 months or every year, but we know that if we invest in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health workforce, we will make a difference because the families are seeing these professionals on a weekly basis.
Can I just interrupt a second there? Completely agree with you, but the problem is that the workforce at the moment is quite limited. We've just heard that it's pretty small numbers. So do we need to look at Aboriginal support workers, Aboriginal health workers? Do we need to recruit more? Do we need to try and get them to communities? Is that...
Yeah, I think if we see it as a whole system approach as well, so we have all of our workforce and we have this colonial load as well that we carry, and the entire workforce needs to work together. But what I think IHAR is set up for and providing a huge significant pathway is in that investment in our Indigenous, in our health academies as well, and the pathways we have for our Indigenous allied health workforce. So if we invest in that, then we know that we will have that social return of investment as well.
Good, thanks.
If I may as well, I think we need to do these things in parallel. For our school-based traineeship program, one of our first participants back in 2018 is now a second-year medical student. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about 7 years to get that person through school-based traineeship, their undergraduate qualification in nutrition, now into a medical pathway. I think sometimes we look to do one or the other, where we need to do both in concert. Sure. And there is a really good framework that's out there in terms of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Workforce Strategic Framework. Mm-hmm. And while it is sitting within a health portfolio, we're talking about the same workforce. And again, we silo things out where we're not doing a coordinated sort of effort to address this underrepresentation. So that would be my comment and recommendation, that we pursue those lines and opportunities.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Chair, it is really around that multidisciplinary workforce, and also do be thinking what we don't want to do is steal Peter to pay for Paul. So if you're taking health workers off the floor or health practitioners, what are we doing in between? So if we have a multi-skilled workforce, then they can do multiple jobs as well. And I think that in reality is where we're going within the ARCHO sector, because we're the third largest employer of Aboriginal people around the country, but we also can't be siloing our staff out, because we absolutely need every single one of our Aboriginal workers sitting, working with their own community members. So how they do that.
We heard something similar in the diabetes inquiry.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year.
But also to the remote community connectors and the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officers. So NDIA manages the remote community connectors, and NACHO looks after the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officers. We have been advocating, and the Royal Commission did also advocate and advise that the remote community connector program should be brought back to community control leadership. But they are really critical roles that have been now sitting in our sector for up to probably 5 years now. So they're quite embedded as navigation roles as well.
But they're not community controlled?
The Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officers are sitting in ARCHOs at the moment, and some of the remote community connectors are in an ARCHO, but the NDIA controls all those contracts, so they are in a mix of other places as well.
So you think that we should change to community control for all of them?
Yes. My CEO, Pat Turner, is always advocating for that.
Yeah.
Can I just suppose I make a comment and get your comment, and for the benefit of all of us really, my committee members, but living in a regional part of regional Australia, the Aboriginal framework is important, but I think people in my part of the world will resonate very strongly with the place-based aspect of it, because I think I get the feedback that people, they don't like necessarily being lumped in to Australian Aboriginal people. That they see themselves as very different. I have people say, people fly up north, it's a different experience, not worse, not better, it's just different. So that place-based emphasis that you talk about does resonate. Does anyone else, is that what you're getting at when you talk about place-based?
Exactly. So for example, we run a number of national programs at NACCHO, but what we do at NACCHO is that it's really around building a framework, a guiding principle set of, or potentially a model of care that the ACCHO sector is asking for, and then how they interpret that and how they use that is very much based on their local community needs and what they are required to kind of achieve for their local community. And that can range from very different approaches, different communications, different ways of being. But the one thing they all have in common too, though, is that they are comprehensive primary health care providers. And so that is the one thing they all have in common, but how they do it can differ very much so to meet their community needs.
Thank you.
Isabel, can I go back to your original question, just because I think it's a really important thing to emphasise your point on what's a practical example of cultural safety, and our colleagues up in the Kimberley have spoken very eloquently on that as well. But one thing I would just like to tell you, maybe a little anecdote, and it's a story shared with permission as well, and it's anonymous too. But there was an instance where a young person, and they're not in the cohort we're discussing today, 0 to 9, but a young person was in a custodial setting, a prison setting, and that person was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And so the story, I think, what happened to that person highlights that cultural safety looks different for people with disability and First Nations people with disability. And what happened for that young person is that obviously as part of her condition, delusions and hallucinations can go along with that. But for that young person as well, there were other cultural circumstances which led her to want some traditional healing and to also connect with culture with someone from the outside. So that was denied to her for someone to come in and just have a discussion with her, a traditional healer from her area. A community advocate and a First Nations advocate went in and met that person, and after some back and forth with the institution, they were able to bring that person in. And the client had, been flagged as a difficult person. They had been repeatedly subject to isolation as well. And after she was able to visit with the traditional healer, and she was able to connect to culture in that way after the strong advocacy of her First Nations visitor, she actually had a marked improvement in her symptoms. And the instances of physical restraint and the instances of isolation were dramatically reduced after she was able to access culture in that way. And so I think when we're thinking of what's a practical example of cultural safety, especially in the context of First Nations with disabilities, that story always really strongly resonates with me.
Thank you.
Good. Dr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody for their contributions this morning. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person. I'm really interested in the remote community connectors. I'm presuming that they're coming out of the communities in which they work. I'm wondering how they're identified and how they're trained up and what qualifications they have are required to take on that role.
Kathy from Brass, I could provide some insight. So in the Kimberley, through our Kimberley Support Consortium, the NDIA funds us directly for the community connectors. So each of the consortium member ACCHO, we all have different positions in our organisations to cover our region. So essentially those roles are for local Aboriginal people who we identify who are connected into the community and have some sort of background or lived experience with disability. And when we employ them, we invest a lot of time and money into training them around the NDIA, around service delivery, about getting people into our early childhood programs. So it is about us putting that investment in, but the key to this role is having those local connections in the community, somebody who knows families, who has the trust, and who can help navigate within our health services. And one of the things about these roles being in the ARCHOs is we have all of our primary health care services, we have all the other services that we're delivering, so we're able to easily navigate and get all the evidence and information needed to pop through that recommendation to get somebody assessed to get an NDIS plan. And it's worked really well in the Kimberley. Whereas my colleague Oscar, he might be able to tell you a little bit more about the impact that has had on the Kimberley over the last 5 years with the increased amount of people accessing the NDIS.
Good, thank you.
If I can
Thank you. Sorry, is Oscar able to do that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Thank you, Cassie, for that. So I think our Community Connector program here in the Kimberley has been a big success. I think about 5 years ago when we started, when the state of Western Australia transitioned over to the federal NDIS system, we only had, the Aboriginal NDIS participants. There was only, I think, about 100 of them in remote communities across the Kimberley, probably less than 100. But since then, over these 5 years, that number has increased to about 750 participants now in the Kimberley region. So that just shows that, the community connectors, knowing the community, knowing who to reach out to, and to build that awareness has really worked. With the trust that the organisations that they're representing, having that trust from community to engage and to assist them with the process, it's been huge for us.
So would you say that the getting access to services for those people, and presumably a lot of them are kids, has benefited the communities?
Yes, I would say yes, absolutely. But also in saying that, I just would like to qualify, not all remote community connectors are sitting in an ARCHO. So in areas where we do have examples of where, for example, the local council or a different organisation is actually looking after those workers, and it's not as coordinated, and because they're not linking necessarily into the primary healthcare system that we manage. So I think that is why too we really do advocate that the remote community connectors, if they're in an ARCHO, they're normally much better utilised, they're working much better, and it seems to be more of a seamless engagement with our sector. But when they're sitting in isolation, there's still another disconnect between service delivery. And it's had large impacts, for example, in far north Queensland, because they've really struggled to try and identify children that require some screening and early diagnostics with early intervention. And it's been quite difficult to try and coordinate that because they're just basically in a different, and they're in a mainstream organisation, and it does make it difficult sometimes to find really good, culturally safe internal referral pathways.
How can you fix that? How can you, obviously...
Bring the remote community connectors back to community control. So that's how you fix that, yeah.
But why aren't they?
That's something for you to ask the NDIA. We do ask them on a regular basis.
So it's the
why.
NDIA that is actually currently funding them?
Yes, so they also fund the ADLOs, but they fund NACHO to manage the ADLO program, but they manage the remote community connector themselves.
Can you just explain what ADLO means? For the
Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officers.
Right.
They're the same roles. It's just that the ADLOs sit in urban and regional and rural areas, while the remote community connectors are really focused on MM5 to 7, so remote to very remote areas.
Do you have any insight why that decision was made, or...?
We've asked that question so many times. It's we can refer you, and we're very happy to send to this committee as well Pat Turner's submission and her response at the Royal Commission into Disability, because we talked a lot about it at that point.
That might be useful for us.
Yeah, we're very happy to.
If I can comment on that as well, I think one of the things that we also would see as important is to increase opportunities for allied health employment within the ARCHO sector. We know from our members that the public sector is still the primary employer of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander allied health workforce, So we need to be mindful of how do we develop a workforce that's capable across all sectors, but how do we work with community-controlled organisations to increase allied health employment as well? Because I think, obviously, one of the leading workforces in the delivery of the therapeutic care, there's still that gap and barrier to access, even if we're identifying students or young people, that would benefit from it.
Sure.
Good.
Thank you.
Dr. Ryan, any more questions?
I'm just worried. I'm just interested. So going back to the remote community connectors, because I think it's a fantastic model. Is it possible generally for them to be trained up in their own community, or do they have to travel distantly to undergo their sort of professional qualifications and training?
It's Kathy from Brown. We can deliver the training on community. It just depends. It depends on who you've got employed and what their background and experience is. But the consortium are quite good at coming together, and CAMS is also an RTO, so they do a lot of training in community and in the regional hub, so that we're able to support people in that way. So in remote, we're quite flexible and creative in how we are able to navigate the remoteness and still achieve really good outcomes with training, development, capacity building, etc.
Right, good, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll have to just move on. Dr. Sconce, have you got any questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Yep. Ms. Blair, would you like to?
Just if you could outline what the key elements of the service delivery model of thriving kids with your expertise, what would the elements of it be?
Okay. So I really do think it's very much an integrated approach that really supports trauma-informed early screening, therapeutic intervention and diagnosis, enhanced and streamlined referral pathways, and improved service integration for children with developmental delays and concerns. And I really do think as well that we're really urging government to fund within that the cultural supports required for us to streamline the navigation roles that we discussed just now, and invest in workforce development to ensure sustainable community-led services. Do my colleagues have anything else they'd like to add?
It's very thorough, very, very concise. I think you've covered a lot of the main areas. I think I would probably also just add that it's really important that parents and other kinship guardians are really involved in that as well. And so, we advocate for programs that really heavily involve family in the development for young people. I do wonder, Damien, if you had anything to add in terms of the elements of the Thriving Kids program?
No, I don't, and I'm in complete agreement with everyone's points. I think the mystery that Nacho's outlined about why some positions sit outside the Aboriginal community controlled health sector and ACOs for that matter, it still remains a mystery to us as well, the First Peoples Disability Network, so just want to endorse those comments. But I think the point that I'd like to make as well is just this issue that we are the thought leaders on inclusion. We have a natural way of being inclusive of our community members with disability. We know this from, perhaps the best way to describe that is we have always had community members with disability playing leading roles in our community life. We know this from a recent discovery at Lake Mungo, where a single male footprint was discovered, and archaeologists have identified that it was a one-legged man participating in a hunt, is the theory that they've come up with, and that single footprint was dated at 25,000 years ago. So what that shows is that we've always had ways of incorporating, supporting, accommodating, meeting the needs of our community members with disability. We're the thought leaders on inclusion. Doing things the right way as we do them in our communities benefits all young Australians with disability. So, just want to make that point again. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Can I just ask one thing? You may have already done it. I don't know if you've done it in a submission. If you have, I haven't seen it. Could you send to the committee an outline of how you think a Thriving Kids program would run in an Indigenous community?
Of course, very happy to. We have made a submission to Thriving Kids and broadly outlined it, but we can provide more detail.
That would be great. I think particularly the workforce you think would be needed.
Yes, and just sorry, one final thing is I did forget, so apologies. A lot of our art shows as well are very involved in Connected Beginnings, and I think that's the other issue that needs to be considered. There's many programs out there, and play groups. There's so much stuff going on. There's a lot of, to go back to my colleagues' comments about families. Even last week when I was sitting down at Southwest Aboriginal Medical Service in Bunbury, they talked a lot about the fact that they've got maternal and early childhood centres, they've got their play group. They start talking to families and children about these issues. They spend so much time educating the families and demystifying some of the kind of misinformation that's out there about early developmental delay. They spend a lot of time rebuilding that trust as well, because parents blame themselves for this as well and they feel very isolated. And yet, so then they do that, and then they're walking along that journey with that family. So that child's got continuity of care, and they talked a lot about how they just move that family from that group to another group within the art show, and so they don't need to repeat their stories all the time. They don't need to keep telling everyone what they do and what they don't do. And so I think it's that very holistic model that is probably one of the most important areas for consideration.
Yeah, well, even just a one-page sheet of how you think it should work would be great. And there's one
last question for all of you. We heard from DSS before. They've got the Communities for Children program, which I know operates in my electorate. We've got a number of homework clubs that run out of the Gathering Place. Do your programs access Communities for Children funding to support the families and children that we're talking about?
Some of my member services do, but it does go back to another really important point. Some of them have got funding streams of up to 72 funding streams that they need to report to. I think Thriving Kids, for it to be incredibly successful, has got this great opportunity at a system level to bring that all together and consider how one funding model could actually integrate a number of different areas, because it puts a huge burden on our sector, and they're not funded to manage all those, grant guidelines and the constant things that they have to do to receive those pockets of money.
Put that in the submission.
Good. Well, no further questions. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and to those online, thank you for presenting to us. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October? I know it's a relatively short timeline, but we are we're time constrained in terms of getting a report to the Minister. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence today, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And once again, thank you very much for attending. It's been very valuable for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So we'll now, our next witnesses are here, so we'll move straight on. We'll move straight on to representatives of the Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia, Settlement Services International Limited, and the Multicultural Youth Advocacy Workforce. Sorry, do you want me to get the word? You can.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah, power hungry.
I thought they were just bowing down before me, but maybe not.
You must be used to that, Mike.
There's a PowerPoint over
Not
there.
that it matters too much, no. If it was easy, don't worry. We'll just leave it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. So welcome everyone. Do I need to go through this? Yeah. I now call on representatives of the Federation of Ethnic Community Councils, Settlement Services International, and the Multicultural Youth Advocacy Network. Thank you for appearing before us. For the Hansard record, before giving evidence, would you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear before the committee. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this is a hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now would like to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and to assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before you respond to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. But first of all, before we do that, I will get my committee to introduce themselves.
Sam?
Sorry. Sam Birrell, responding to messages, apologies. Sam Birrell, Federal Member for Nichols, which is in northern Victoria, bounded by the Murray River to the north and the cities of Shepparton and Seymour and Kilmore to the south.
I'm Sophie Scoms. I'm the member for Mackellar, which is on the northern beaches of Sydney.
Jodie Ballier, Federal Member for Dunkley in Victoria.
Mike Freelander, Member for Macarthur, which is in outer southwestern Sydney.
And Stanley, Member for Werriwa in southwest Sydney.
Dr Ryan?
Kuyong in Eastern Melbourne.
Thank you. Now I invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry today. My name's Nicole Smith. I'm Head of Disability Support at Settlement Services International, and I'm joined here today with Ben Fioramonti, General Manager of Children, Families and Disability Support. In addition to my professional role, I bring lived experience as a parent of 3 young children, my eldest being 8 years old and an NDIS participant with diagnosis of ADHD, autism level 2 and anxiety. For context, SSI is a national not-for-profit established in 2000 and delivering a broad suite of human services to 53,000 individuals annually. This includes primarily refugee and asylum seeker support, but also in disability, child and family, employment, community engagement. Within disability in the children's area, we run local area coordination across 2 service areas being Greater Sydney, so southwestern Sydney and Sydney districts. Here we support 29,000 individuals with disability, including 8,000 of those being between the ages of 9 and 15. We also have out-of-home care services through our multicultural child and family program in New South Wales and also in Queensland, and we run community hubs across 20 regional and metropolitan areas. We appear today before the inquiry to emphasise the critical importance of embedding called perspectives in the design and implementation of Thriving Kids. As outlined in our submission, which we've sent through, multicultural families do face intersecting barriers in accessing early childhood supports. Research conducted by University of South Australia in conjunction with SSI highlights that children from CALD background experience higher rates of developmental vulnerability at school level entry and lower participation in early childhood education. Something to note is that children are as likely to access early intervention services, half as likely to access early intervention services such as speech therapy and occupational therapy compared to their peers. To address some of these disparities, SSI would like to advocate for a blend of universal and targeted place-based interventions, and it was good to hear some of that from the First Nations perspective earlier. Programs such as community hubs that demonstrate an effectiveness of being culturally responsive and relationships-based, which build trust and facilitate a warm referral process. We also like to draw attention to the outcomes of a previous initiative, Ability Links, in New South Wales, where early linkers, which supported children 0 to 8 with disability, delivered a cost-benefit ratio of 3:1 through the evaluation of that program, which was quite beneficial. Thriving Kids needs to incorporate tailored communication strategies to reach CALD families, including translated pictorial resources, and we need to understand the limited English proficiency and digital literacy of these communities, which often results in exclusion from essential information and increases isolation and stigma. Furthermore, we want to recommend sustained investment in workforce development to ensure a culturally responsive practice, such as our Culture Ready program, which did train 2,500 NDIS workers, engaging multicultural communities working effectively with interpreters. So this is something that's worth an investment and could be replicated within Thriving Kids. In conclusion, we urge that the inquiry ensures that CALD's perspectives are embedded throughout Thriving Kids framework, with more than 1 in 4 children entering school in 2024 being from CALD background. This is quite a high portion. It's imperative that the initiative reflects the diversity, the true diversity of Australia, and it makes sure that we have equitable access for supports. We'll remain committed to advancing inclusion for our core communities and welcome questions that arise.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rana Ibrahimi and I am speaking on behalf of Multicultural Youth Advocacy Network Australia, MYON, the national peak body representing the rights and interests of young people from refugee and migrant backgrounds. MYON welcomes the government's commitment to ensuring every child in Australia has the opportunity to thrive. The Thriving Kids initiative is an important and necessary reform. However, for Thriving Kids to truly achieve its aims, it must be equitable, inclusive and culturally responsive. The reality is that CALD children are around half as likely to access early support such as speech or occupational therapy compared to other Australian children. This disparity is not about the need, it's about access. To address this, MYON urges a strong commitment to equity and cultural intelligence, cultural competence across all aspects of the program design and delivery. This includes comprehensive cultural awareness and intelligence training for all staff to ensure understanding of diverse family experiences and perceptions of disability and development delay, meaningful participation of First Nation and CALD communities in the design, governance and evaluation of Thriving Kids, ensuring that their voices and the voice of their children shape decisions that affects them. As Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child reminds us, children have the right to be heard in matters that affect their life. Language accessibility through multilingual resources, bilingual workers and translated digital and phone-based supports, partnership with local community organizations such as SSI, who can serve as trusted bridges between government systems and families. We also highlight the need for flexible, family-centered, child-centered supports that recognize the diversity of lived experience, for rural and regional isolation to migration-related stress and trauma. A one-size-fits-all approach will not meet the diverse needs of our children. MYON looks forward to continued collaboration to ensure that equity, inclusion and the voice of multicultural families are central to the national reform. In closing, we believe Thriving Kids can be a landmark step toward a truly inclusive system, one that helps every child, regardless of their background, to grow, learn and flourish. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this vital work.
Good. Thank you. Might go to Dr. Scoms for the first question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for the presentations. The question I have is, I've really heard about the lack of equitable access to services, that CALD children are half as likely to access that support that they need. And you mentioned how important having place-based community hubs is. Can you explain for us not exactly, but in more concrete terms, what place-based care looks like, what you mean by that community hub, what services you both can have a go.
This one of place-based community hubs. I'll first talk about local area coordination. So the intent of local area coordination is to be very place-based and community focused. So that means as going as far as not just sitting in big offices for staff, it's really embedding closely in community and meeting community wherever they're at. So it's a way about how you're engaging community, but it's also about your workforce. So our workforce are very culturally and linguistically diverse, and we have a higher percentage of people with disability as well as our staff. So when you build teams who are skilled, a very skilled workforce, but they're also reflective of the cultures and the community, the trust is a lot stronger from the start. And SSI as well, we have been delivering place-based programs for a decade, and that trust and that, despite funding changes, it takes a long time, and so that consistency of being there and being relied on for community is something that's really important, but even more so for families, where in some communities there is a huge stigma around disability, and just understanding and acknowledging the differences that really brings in terms of the support that's required. Ben?
Yeah, it's also about having those soft entry points within community. So where it is easy for families to be able to connect with someone who can connect with them with a range of other services, whether it be health services, settlement services, disability supports. And one of the advantages of the national hubs model, it gives that opportunity. So where families do have that point of contact, remembering that trust is very, very important. Trust is important to anyone, but especially for called communities who may have recently migrated to Australia. They may be quite isolated and usually are from their own community even sometimes. So they tend to, and we found this even within the local area coordination program or Ability Links program, that for example, in working with Vietnamese communities in the Liverpool area, we would find that they would connect with one of our Vietnamese workers and they would be the go-to for anything, and they would give their number out to their families. That was really positive, but we also had to work quite hard, and that work had to work quite hard to build their trust with other people, other places, other services, so that they could connect and integrate more broadly. I'll leave it there for a moment, but I'll just finish just in saying that connecting, it is very, very difficult for people to navigate and understand the systems that we have in this country, and the NDIS is so complex, so difficult for anyone to manage and navigate. So, you know, when you're looking at someone who is from a core background where English is not their first language, where there are digital literacy issues, and a range of other things, plus they're from a lower socioeconomic background, it makes you end up with a situation where there are layers of barriers. And then when you look at intersectionality on top of that, where they have a disability or children with disabilities and they're from a core background, then you start getting even more complex. Yeah.
I can add to the accessibility matter because the infrastructure of the regional and rural area, even for the population who are living there for ages, is not fit for addressing all the needs of the people who are living there. And the people, especially those who are newly arrived, when they get to rural areas, it's really hard for them to navigate the system, a complex system like NDIS or the general system, and they have so many other priorities to match. Then health will get at the end of these priorities, at the bottom of these priorities. Consider that the language barrier is there and the service is not necessarily addressing the language needs, the cultural needs, and the fact that there is a need to be a diversity in their access, and it's not literally equitable. So we consider all of the barriers on the language, on the priorities of the family, on the cost of the mental health service in general, in the accessibility matter, not the need of the family necessarily.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm really interested in the issues of engagement of cult communities with the NDIS, and whether there's any recommendations regarding how we can facilitate that better? I certainly know that some members of my community feel a bit nervous about engaging with services in the concern that that might affect their kind of standing within the community and their, I know that there are some significant sensitivities around that, and anything that we could suggest to improve that would be really valuable, I think.
I think one of the important things to consider is the issue in a lot of multicultural community is attached to a lot of stigma. The idea of a disability is seen as something that must be hidden, so families don't like to talk about it. So that warm handover or that warm connection. So a lot of the times, developmental delays may be first spotted in a school setting, but the teachers will just raise it but not actually provide a pathway. So in those instances, especially for families from multicultural background, identifying who those community connectors are, who are the services that the family is already connected to, already accessing maybe for settlement or whatever different kind of support, and working with them to be that trusted point of contact, someone who can talk to them and give them that. It's similar to the issues that were raised in the previous session by our Indigenous colleagues as well. It's not that deficits-based approach, but about looking at the children's strength and working to empower them and those families, and that's very important. That when that comes from someone who's already a part of that community and who the family trusts, information coming from there as opposed to an NDIS brochure in a language they're not familiar with or calling a call center, those barriers then just start piling up for these families.
Thank you. And can I just ask one more question? So I'm a doctor myself, and I've had issues in the past where there are very small communities where that sort of thing can actually have the opposite effect, where families are concerned that all members of their very small community might become aware of the challenges that their children are experiencing. Can you think of any way around that?
I can suggest we are advocating for cultural intelligence or the third quotient, because cultural intelligence will help the staff, the workforce, to develop an understanding of different cultures and pick up how to address. And also it's really important because it helps them to combat their biases and stereotypes. So it means that if a workforce member is culturally intelligent, which is gaining by training, they do not necessarily need to be from the same culture. And I know that this terminology is a matter of conflict among scholars, but I like this mainstreaming factor, that we can provide equity in the service through mainstreaming. And I agree, there are small communities in regional areas or small areas like Tasmania that you cannot provide, like you cannot put an interpreter who is Afghan in an Afghan community, for example. We are aware of that, and we are considering and we are advocating for this cultural intelligence to train the others to make sure that the service is provided for them with cultural sensitivity, but it doesn't mean that we advocate for everybody from being from the same community. We have 300 diverse communities, I think, here. I don't think it's practical as well.
But there's
thank you very much.
There's also a broader question of just health promotion and awareness in a lot of these communities. I think we have to recognize that they come from countries where there's no health infrastructure or a structure that supports any kind of disability. So understanding that those supports are available, I think some of approaches we've taken in other health promotion campaigns, like this with cervical cancer, where we know that these are the communities that we're not unable to reach, and even talking about something like cervical cancer screening is a big taboo. So how we've managed to engage those communities is working directly with the community groups. It's just an informal gathering of women, and you talk about everything, and part of that is cervical
cervical screening. So it's, instead of it becoming a confrontational discussion between your GP telling you that your child has a lifelong disability, if it's a broader discussion with a particular community where we know that those barriers exist, it's probably, funding that community to kind of come together and create that culturally safe space where they can talk about, hey, we're in a country now where this is not seen as a disability. There's ways and pathways to support your children to still be empowered and grow. So it's that changing that mindset, and just having translated resources isn't enough. It's creating that cultural context, which is a big shift in mindset for a lot of these communities.
Do you mind if I add to that?
No, of course.
Look, I think and going back to one of the points that Nicole made a little bit earlier, is that having a workforce, and this is something that we found, and this is going back, to the question around access to the NDIS, having a diverse workforce that mirrors the area that you're supporting or serving is a key factor and a key benefit to be able to do that. So, and also incorporating culturally responsive practice, also trauma-informed practice, remembering that there are a lot of emerging communities, whether it be South Sudanese, whether it's Afghan communities coming in, that have experienced trauma as individuals, as families. So that is important to be able to do that, even from the point of view of being able to connect with people and be able to connect with a range of services. The other point I would also make is that the uptake of called people with disability into the NDIS is sitting at around that 9% mark, as it has been roughly for the entire since the implementation of the NDIS. Within Sydney and South West Sydney, we sit around 23% people from core background with disability on the scheme. And we largely attribute that to having that diverse workforce, people that are based and connected to the communities that we serve. So that is definitely a really great key. And finally, I think in terms of access, it's really important to note that the NDIS can be accessed through multiple programs, as we know, but also multiple sectors. And Thriving Kids is going to be absolutely key, not just to the NDIS and the disability side of things, but out-of-home care system as well. So I think there is a role to play in terms of educating out-of-home care providers as well, in terms of connecting people. 15% of the 250 children we support in New South Wales in out-of-home care are within the scheme participants.
Yeah. Can I just ask, what do the participants tell you about the things that they get most out of intervention service? What are the best services?
I can lean into that a little bit. I might put some of my personal perspective as a mum of a child who is accessing the scheme. I think the benefit for me is that reassurance that I'm not alone on this journey, and I know many of the supports and families from core backgrounds that we support feel the same. So that intervention is critical, but as we've heard through this reform, the NDIS doesn't need to be that point of call for everything, and I think that's where Thriving Kids has a really key opportunity.
Things like supported preschool.
Yeah.
Do people in the core community find them useful?
I think what families and community need is that organic approach. So there is limited access to and availability to those types of supports. There's huge gaps in supported classroom environments, particularly in that early childhood area, and we do know if that intervention happens early, the outcomes are going to be much, much stronger for children. So I think what people need is, it's not hold-handing forever, but at the beginning of a journey when you've got a young child, and it might be that parent's first experience with navigating this landscape, is you just need to know that there's that point of call to have that support early and to really understand what it is that child needs to hit the developmental milestones that they need. And of course you're going to need that NDIS support there for children who have more complex, significant lifelong disabilities that are complicated, but in that early intervention space it's really a central point for people, which is embedded in natural environments, that's going to be really critical.
Good.
And we also find that people are looking for ethno-specific
Yeah.
services as well, and this is one of the key barriers. So they might be looking for a speech pathologist who speaks Arabic and is connected to community, and often there will be a lack of service available.
Sure. Are there any community groups that are like seen as a central support service? And I'm talking about things like, religious organisations, or do we need to be engaging more with some of those groups?
Yes, so we found, especially with issues where there's a lot of stigma or reluctance to talk about issues outside of the family home, community champions, so people that the community goes to for advice. So it can be religious leaders, it can actually be, other people held in esteem, like other health workforce, like general practitioners.
Yep.
So people who have a sort of advisory status within communities. And this was actually an approach used relatively well during COVID-19, when we realized that we weren't able to reach these communities that were reluctant to the idea of the vaccination. Working with people identified as those sources of good advice by community was what led to traction eventually. And I think so that identifying those through community organizations, like who holds that place and where do communities congregate, a lot of the times communities congregate around religious events, and those are good spaces to try and see if we can make some headway into issues that may be hard for our conventional approaches to reach.
Yeah, but most communities now have, like my community, we've got very good Buddhist temple, we've got Sikh temple, we've got Hindu temple, and they're very much community based. We've got a couple of mosques that are very supportive.
Yeah, we actually ran cervical cancer screening campaigns in Sikh temples as well. So there are these pockets, and that's kind of where we're getting with that, not having to reinvent the wheel. Like communities are congregating; these are culturally safe places. We don't have to have a separate standalone workshop on just thriving kids or a thing. These are trusted spaces which we need to learn to leverage.
And we can use them to inform communities.
Inform community, and they take ownership of those issues then. Like what we found was there was, when we did the community grants for the Own It cervical cancer campaign, the funding disappeared, but these communities kept gathering because there were other women who were interested, and the communities now have ownership of cervical cancer, and they're driving that despite no funding available. So we have to make sure, so that co-design is one way to put it, but it's actually making sure that the communities end up owning that issue.
Yeah, very good.
Can I add to that? Because with community champions or community leaders, we do not look at the traditional elders of a community or religious leaders. Through the practice, we did work with youth advocates as well, and they are fantastic conduits between the generations, and they can be huge support as well. And they can get and learn about the situation very quickly and navigate the system. Most of them are actually supporting their families to navigate the system. When we raise awareness or we support them to advocate for any new program or new policy, they champion it, and they can change the mindset of the community very quickly and with support easily as well.
Good. Mr. Birrell.
Thank you. I come from Shepparton, which is, in my view, one of the more multicultural, one of the most successful examples of multiculturalism, and there's a lot of reasons for that, in my opinion and others. We are talking about a program called Thriving Kids and foundational supports for young people, autistic young people, or people with autism, as we're working through what various people prefer to call it. Is there a risk that we overstate for kids cultural differences, and that leads to unintended consequences in terms of all children, whilst they have different cultural backgrounds, growing up in a culture of Australia together as young people?
So I'm a mum of a child who was also on the NDIS who did get early intervention, and I think one of the issues for us, because we're obviously a multilingual household, was during his pre-kindy days, they didn't know if he wasn't socializing because there was a language difference, which there wasn't. He was born in Canberra, or it was a developmental delay. So there are obviously children from multilingual households take a bit longer to start speaking because they're trying to pick up different languages. But then there's also the issue of we don't actually know what percentage of multicultural children have developmental delays because we're not collecting that data. So when, in general, ethnicity data is not collected across Australia. So while we can say, yes, this is an issue, we know multicultural families are not accessing it because we're looking at it from a services point of view, more broadly, we're not looking at what the inequity issues are because we're just not collecting the data. So I think it's almost the opposite. I think at the moment it's getting mixed up in the broader issue of disability, but we don't honestly know how many of those children are from an ethnically diverse background. So what we know is that because 1 in 4 children who goes to school is from a family that speaks a different language, we're assuming that filters through, but we don't have the granularity of data to actually tell us what the inequity really is. So that might be a good starting point to understand, are there really differences? But if you take a comparison from health, where when we do look at targeted data for especially notifiable conditions, we know now that the burden of disease is moving towards multicultural communities where our conventional methods of health promotion, prevention, early intervention aren't getting through.
I would say yes and no. Yes, if you consider bringing called community as an afterthought of the design and delivery, there will be a risk because we already did not consider them and we thought about them later on. But if we are bringing the conversation and differences in needs and access from the very beginning and design everything with the equity in mind, I think we are actually reducing the risk. And we are bringing the whole community together and thinking about a good design. And it's a best practice. And it's like one of the instances is we are sitting here and talking about it now. So I guess if we look at it in this way, I think it will be really helpful to reduce any risk of division or exclusion.
We would also strongly agree with that. So we know that there are those barriers do exist, the access, barriers to access to services. And if Thriving Kids is going to support or improve access into services and also to help break down the barriers, well, then one of the questions for us is, well, even if we look at New South Wales, for example, what are the gaps? Where are the gaps across New South Wales? With which communities? What do people actually need? And I think that's something that we really need to consider as part of not just the design of Thriving Kids, but also the implementation and the ongoing development of the program, because it's not something we can figure out overnight or in the next 6 months or 12 months. It's an ongoing piece of work, and I think it's important that we don't just consider culturally and linguistically diverse people, communities as an afterthought. For example, building in a strategy 2 years after a program's implemented, you actually need a body, whether it's a subcommittee of some kind, playing a role in that ongoing monitoring and development of
It's a very good point.
Kids.
Yeah, definitely, that you need to sit at the table.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Belia.
I'm good.
You're
Thank
good?
you, Chair.
Ms. Stanley?
No.
Dr. Ryan, do you have any further questions?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I just have one question which relates to what you've been saying. Do you think we need to formalise more or better data collection in the system?
Yes, absolutely. I think one of the things we've learned from other areas where we're trying to bridge inequity, like say with closing the gap, I think the first step was collecting that data, actually seeing where were our Indigenous communities falling back in terms of health outcomes or other metrics. So till we didn't have that data, there was we heard anecdotally that communities are falling behind, but we didn't know. Now when we have those metrics that we benchmark and we check, we can, we have more granular information about where we're falling behind, what do we need to step up. And it's the same with multicultural communities. And more so because we know the fabric of Australia is going to continue to be more diverse. So it just makes sense to collect this data. And if you look at comparable countries like the US and the UK has its own, health observatory that's looking at multicultural data specifically. So I think in terms of if we want Australia to continue to be seen as the bastion of universal healthcare, I think that's definitely a step we need to take.
Yeah. And excuse me for saying this, but multiculturalism, or the multicultural community seems to be being put in one bag though, and it clearly isn't. It's clearly many groups. Are there any groups that we should be specifically targeting around information and support that you can identify?
I think definitely the migrant communities, because they are especially vulnerable, forcibly displaced, trying to adapt to a new environment. Most of them haven't made the conscious decision to be here. They're here because of a series of,
We've had in southwest Sydney that many of those children are very traumatised.
Yes, yes, and I think all of the research points towards the impact of that intergenerational trauma. And if we know these families are going to call Australia home, their children and future generations will, and with that will come that burden of disease, which if it's more than just a burden of disease. I mean, that's what we call it in the data, but it impacts all aspects of their lives, and it's chronic disease, it's disability, it's mental health. So I think the earlier we can support them, especially because we know they're going to be predisposed and going to be disproportionately overrepresented in those high, they're going to need those services. I think it's better we get those supports in early.
Good. Thank you very much. No further questions?
Can I clarify one very small thing? And it was just very much heard about how we need support in natural environments, and that's organic. And we talked about the supported playgroups, and I also heard the word supported classrooms. I just wondered if if you could explain that to me, or what you would like to see.
Yeah, so at the moment, if I think about children who are over 8 in primary settings, but also in that early childhood setting, I think there would be a lot of value with investing in and aligning the reforms that need to happen in early childhood with the disability reforms. So if there is such a big gap in access to therapists, for example, and the cost of the NDIS is so high, I sort of do that blue sky thinking around, imagine if that was available in those settings alongside the educators, alongside the families, and even more so in core communities where you can build the capacity of that support and that around that child as well. So it's not that hour of therapy you get once a fortnight just with that child, and then that's often the model we're seeing at the moment. It's really embedding in the system alongside education and also those community supports, so that it's working collectively rather than a siloed fashion. Yep.
I think one of the advantages we have to try and leverage is that we know we have a very large bilingual workforce, you know, across education, across healthcare, across disability, who have that ability to speak to their communities, and more are coming in. We know that we are going to need migrants to come and fill these roles, but being able to leverage these abilities, the multicultural context that they have, the languages that they bring. At the moment, we're not using it. So I think ways to tap into the skill set that this diverse workforce brings is something we really need to consider.
Just adding to what Nicole mentioned, for many new arrivals, the first point of contact is the education system or the settlement providers. So I think they both can play a role in diagnosis especially.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's been illuminating. So thank you. And thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now suspend the meeting until 1 p.m. Good. start. And I'd like to call witnesses, representatives from the National Ethnic Disability Alliance and Vision Australia. Do we also have?
Yes, we do.
We do. Yep. Good. Online. Thank you for giving evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee for giving evidence? Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would also be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, but firstly I'll get my committee members to introduce themselves.
Sandra, Federal Member for Nichols, which is in northern Victoria, bordered to the north by the Murray, then containing the towns of Shepparton and Seymour, Echuca, Yarrawonga, that sort of area.
Hello, I'm Sophie Scomps, MP for Mackellar, which is on the northern beaches of Sydney.
Mike Freelander, Member for Macarthur and Outer South Western Sydney.
Anne Stanley, Member for Werriwa in South West Sydney.
And Dr. Ryan, are you online?
I am, Chair. Monique Ryan, I'm a member for Kooyong in eastern Melbourne.
And we'll shortly be joined by Ms Jodie Belair from Victoria. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, but if you could please state your name and who you represent before an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and the members of the committee. I am Sadiksha Dulal, Policy and Project Officer, representing National Ethnic Disability Alliance, NEDA, on today's hearing.
Good, thank you. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. NEDA is a national disabled people's organization that advocates federally for the human rights of people with disability and their families and carers from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, called backgrounds. As a representative organization representing called communities, we represent the lived experiences of the communities who face intersectional barriers, often related to language, culture, disability, ethnicity, and migration history. We value this opportunity to contribute to the inquiry into the Thriving Kids program. Like all the concerned stakeholders, we share a deep commitment to improving early support for all children, and we support the government's goal of ensuring that every child can grow, learn, and thrive through early and integrated support. But we also share the concerns that has been raised across the disability community since the announcement of the program, some of them being about how we identify children with mild to moderate development delay, how we support families in ways that are consistent and culturally responsive, and how we make sure no child is left behind. We believe that affirming the right of every child to access services where they live, including children in remote and rural communities, must be central to design and implementation of Thriving Kids. But additionally, representing called communities, we hold some additional concerns, and I would like to focus today's remarks, our remarks, on these following the terms of reference outlined for this inquiry. We come from a firm belief that making the system work for the most vulnerable and hardest to reach will make it better for everyone. Thank you.
Good.
I'd like to end my opening statement.
Thank you. Ms McMorrow, would you like to make an opening statement from Vision Australia?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So my name is Caitlin McMorrow. I'm the NDIS and Aged Care Funding Specialist, and I'm appearing on behalf of Vision Australia. Mm-hmm. So I'd just like to begin by thanking you for the opportunity, inviting Vision Australia to give evidence this afternoon. We always appreciate the opportunity to present the views, concerns
and perspectives of people who are blind or have low vision. We are the only national provider of services to people who are blind or have low vision, and we support clients at all ages and stages of life, from birth through to aged care. Vision Australia acknowledges the ongoing need in the disability community for supports additional to those provided by the NDIS. If it's implemented well, we think that the Thriving Kids initiative has the potential to simplify and streamline access to supports for many children and families. Our long-standing experience in this sector tells us, however, that children who are blind or have low vision often require highly specialised supports, and that access to early intervention is critical in ensuring that they can achieve positive long-term outcomes. Many of the young children that we work with currently access NDIS supports through the developmental delay pathway, either because there is uncertainty about their exact level of functional vision, or because their condition has not yet stabilised and is therefore difficult to diagnose. In the case of very young children, it can be quite difficult to determine visual acuity until either the child is able to communicate or they start to access information in their environment beyond arm's length. So for this reason, many children do not meet the permanent disability requirements of the NDIS, but they will access support through the scheme through the early intervention pathway, pending further assessment later in childhood. In the event that these children are transitioned to foundational support programs such as Thriving Kids, it will be necessary to ensure that those programs are sufficiently flexible enough to meet their unique needs. Regardless of whether these children are later diagnosed with a permanent disability for NDIS purposes, early vision specific services are crucial in ensuring that they can meet developmental milestones and have access to any strategies that will allow correction of visual function. In many cases, specialised allied health professionals such as orthoptists can implement measures to support visual development, but access to those services is often time critical in order for those interventions to be effective. These services are often more tailored than those provided by general allied health professionals such as occupational therapists and speech pathologists. And due to the impact of vision impairment on all areas of development, it is essential that children are able to access vision-specific services without delay. Access to supports for this cohort also has to be supported by a clear pathway for families. Parents often have limited knowledge of how to identify developmental delay in vision-impaired children, and also lack knowledge of the services available to them at their child's point of diagnosis. So they need to be supported with a referral pathway that operates effectively across both the health and disability sectors. It seems that much of the thinking up to this point around Thriving Kids has centred on the delivery of supports within existing education and care settings for children with disabilities that have a significant prevalence in the community. Children with vision impairment, however, represent a low incidence cohort, meaning that those working within mainstream frameworks typically do not have the necessary experience, knowledge and skills to provide appropriate supports for them. Almost every classroom in Australia will have a child with autism or a child who is neurodiverse, but the same school generally will not see a child who is blind or has low vision more than once in a decade. It's therefore feasible for education settings to build the expertise in relation to high prevalence disabilities. However, this is rarely possible with low incidence cohorts such as blindness and low vision. To address developmental delay and encourage good functional vision skills, these children require a more individualised and specialised approach. In our experience, this is the case regardless of whether the child presents with vision impairment as a single disability or as part of a broader condition. While supports delivered in mainstream care and education settings can be really valuable, they don't represent the whole picture. For many of the young children that we work with, home is the first environment where they will begin to develop the various techniques they need in order to learn, play and thrive. At very early stages, Vision Australia therapists might work with a parent on techniques to encourage their baby to roll or visually track objects. And these are basic developmental milestones that often don't occur naturally for children who cannot see. If these developmental markers are picked up quickly, we'll often start working with the child as early as 6 to 10 weeks of age. Over time, that intervention might progress to working with a parent to set up a child's bedroom so that they feel comfortable to explore and engage independently. Most of this early service delivery takes place at home. It's the first environment where we engage with parents to figure out what is working well for their child and to integrate strategies into family routines in a comfortable and familiar setting. Once those early skills are mastered, they can be transferred more successfully into other environments. If we could not work with these children until they reached early education settings, many crucial opportunities for early visual development would be lost. So we're concerned that the scope of Thriving Kids does not seem to anticipate the support of children with developmental delay arising from low incidence disabilities such as vision impairment. It will be important for this initiative to have a funding stream that enables specialist vision providers to work within mainstream settings to build the capacity of children with vision impairment and developmental delay. If this isn't within the scope of Thriving Kids, then a similar initiative must be developed to support children with vision impairment outside the NDIS. Without a dedicated approach, children with vision impairment and developmental delay will not have access to the supports outside the NDIS to the same degree as children with more prevalent conditions. These programs must also be sufficiently flexible to allow services to be delivered across both home and community settings in order to maximise the benefits of specialised intervention services. Once again, we'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to raise these issues, and we look forward to further discussion during today's hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I might go to Ms. Balia.
Hello, and thank you for being here today and online. So I heard you, is it Dalal?
That's right.
I heard you mention the identification and as a concern about what that might look like. Have you got any thoughts on what you would put in an identification tool for Thriving Kids?
Put that in, sorry. Could I put it in this way?
You can respond however you like.
Thank you. In terms of identifying the needs, I would like to put it under specific areas, like in terms of evidence-based information, which I gathered was something the committee is driven by. In terms of evidence, it so happens that CALD communities are usually underrepresented, under-researched, understudied, which is something even we struggle with in terms of when we're carrying out desk studies. There's not much we can identify in terms of getting these issues from what's already been published. In terms of carrying out research, there are issues involved that I believe differ from some of the other DROs in terms of, for example, in terms of surveys. We're not just looking at accessibility in terms of disability, we're also looking at making it accessible in terms of the diverse linguistic and cultural needs, including providing provision for interpreters, translators, and that somehow makes it harder for us in terms of the resource constraints, including time and budget allocation. But that's somewhere we feel we fail behind in correctly identifying these needs. Also something that happened with, since the announcement of the program, we've been trying to reach out to our communities, and we've put in a formal submission that one of our DROs put forward. We've endorsed it. They were able to run a survey with over 1,500 participants having responded to it. While we were also trying to reach out to some of the communities that they haven't been able to, I would like to mention how we are facing delays in terms of some of the issues that I mentioned. So one was that, the other being the effectiveness of current and previous programs. we have some evidence, including NDIS called strategy. It points out to certain areas where people with disability from core backgrounds haven't been, again, represented well enough. Their needs haven't been represented, and hence the program design and implementation and later evaluation, all of that suffers as a result of that. We have the Australian Disability Strategy we are very fond of, and we recently contributed to the first implementation report. And as we were trying to reach out to our member orgs, some of the communities, that's also where we realized there were areas in terms of how the Australian, the ADS mentions intersectionality, which is great, but it appears as a standalone section. It isn't integrated throughout the phases, like in terms of setting the agendas and then implementations, and then in terms of data management plan. There is a lot that's been done, and we really appreciate that. But that's where, in the report itself or in the findings, we don't see the term intersectionality being mentioned anywhere else other than the section that talks about the need for having intersectionality. And that's something that concerns us. That's something we're also working to overcome. And that's where, so that's in terms of the effectiveness of the current and previous programs. In terms of the data collection, we fail to see disaggregation of data, which is again what makes it difficult for us to identify whether the inclusion outcomes, the equity outcomes that were promised were met. There's nothing we can measure that against, not what was done, but also not what was set out in the beginning. So there's no baseline for us to compare that to. And in terms of workforce support and training, what we've also seen is, I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the government for reaching out to DROs such as us. For example, in regards to the autism strategy, the where to research, we're a part of the workshops where we've discussed how we can change the very things that I mentioned here, how we could come together to address some of those issues. And we've been doing good, I believe, in that regard. However, while we have been involved in consultations and certain co-advisory groups in some co-design activities as well, this has not occurred for Thriving Kids. And I would like to ask if, as called representative organization, is there an opportunity for us to contribute meaningfully to this program? The reason we do this, and it's an ambitious target, and we welcome it. However, we do realize the challenges that the committee might already been facing, and that's where I believe we come with some expertise in terms of the lived experience that we have, or the access to the communities in rural and remote areas through our member organizations, through other community representative organizations. And if there's anything we can do in that regard, that's something that I wanted to ask. And also in regard to support and training, it so appears that the trainings usually focus on training the current staff force, often giving this idea about the issues being, individual biases, something that the service providers need to work on, without really identifying the structural, systematic, exclusionary practices, not by intent, by default. Maybe path dependencies, earlier programs, how they were designed, and maybe it wasn't...
Sorry, just trying to get that clear. You mean that because ethnic communities have been excluded from past programs, present programs are not including them in the design? Is that what you're saying?
In some of the programs, yes, we've seen the core communities being involved in certain stages, in certain forms, in terms of us acting as their representatives, or in some cases us holding focus group discussions involving participants from the communities themselves. Not for all programs, but those are some of the best practices, and I think we've seen improvements in program delivery, policy reforms as a result of that.
And you're worried the Thriving Kids program will not have a voice?
We're worried because so far we do not have we do not have that information. So we'd like to know if that's been considered, and if not.
The Health Minister is setting up an advisory group. My understanding is that ethnic voices will be heard, as well as Indigenous ones as well. We recognise that some communities have not been well served.
And that's in the advisory group.
Well, it's still to be formalised, but and we will certainly be making some recommendations.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful to know. Thank you.
So, Dr. Squamps.
Yes, thank you. It's great hearing from you. I just had we've heard a few times that there's a lot of community concern out there about the terminology mild and moderate autism. Could you explain that, where that just a little bit more about that?
I think that again, for CALL communities, it's that, but there are other layers to that. From what we've heard, and this is not concerning the Thriving Kids, because we are yet to hear from our communities on this program. We're trying to, and that's taking us longer than we earlier thought. But in terms of some of the other programs, like for the Where to research itself, that's where we've interacted and we've learned it's harder in that for a lot of CALL communities. I would like to give an example of autism here. Specifically, there's no understanding of autism in the sense of it being mild or moderate, or that's not how it is perceived in a lot of communities. It's not even, and even in the absence of clinical diagnosis, because we represent communities with a migrant background often, and due to visa restrictions, they are hesitant. The families, the carers are hesitant to get a formal diagnosis, fearing it'll have an impact on their visa status. And so there are additional layers there. But also in terms of getting this diagnosis, not realizing whether it's something that requires clinical assessment and clinical therapies. In some of the communities, communities still prefer therapies that may not be the same as the mainstream therapeutic practices. So there are healers, there are healing procedures that may not qualify under Medicare or NDIS. So there was that already. And therefore, I think the that language, there are just added complications in terms of the communities that we represent. Yeah, in terms of how certain disabilities are understood, or what kind of support is sought in managing them.
We've heard that from all the
stakeholders. Can I ask one more question, and both presenters may answer if you like, is that we've heard a bit of, I heard you say as well that having services where people live is really, really important. What would you like to see with that? Do you have kind of ideas around how that would work in practicality?
Would you want me to go first? Thank you. There's something that I have been looking at for this. So this is the Australian Child Rights Task Force report that was submitted to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. This was in June 2025, very recent. This concerns rights in terms of access to justice, but I found this resource very, very useful in the sense it deals with services. In this case, it's justice related, but in remote and hard to reach areas. And they have done a very good research in terms of what would that look like. What would reaching out to rural and remote communities look like? What kind of issues might be useful in terms of reaching out to those communities other than the mainstream communities and models that work in the mainstream community? So I'd suggest that's something that I've been referring to, and I hope that'll be useful for the committee to refer to, because it does talk about that aspect quite a bit.
Dr. Ryan, any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Bill? Ms. Stanley, any?
No, I'm good.
May I respond to that last question before we go on?
Sure.
I think in terms of people accessing services where they live, as I mentioned in the opening statement, I guess one of the things that we're really concerned about is ensuring that people get that early access to support, because if they get that, it often reduces their need for further ongoing support further down the line. So we feel like that's really important. I guess one of the challenges for us as a national provider, but also a fairly specialised provider, is just around getting workforce into those rural and remote areas and the costs of doing that. So that's already kind of proven quite challenging in the current NDIS environment with travel, and I think it is something that we need to think about as we're designing these kind of foundational programs going forward.
Yep.
Most kind of rural and remote communities won't have a vision specialist regularly available. So, you know, we're often kind of planning travel to those areas where we can to see as many clients as we can. But it is quite a challenging environment, and I think that it is something we need to factor in when we're thinking about the design of this program in terms of how we get services out to those areas, particularly when we're working in a thin market environment with a small and fairly specialised client cohort, but also a workforce with some fairly specialised skills as well.
Yeah. Can I just ask you a few more questions about that? What percentage or what roughly numbers in the cohort that you're seeing are on the NDIS from the word go when you've...
I might have to take that on notice and see if we can dig into the data a little bit. I know we would have a lot of, so we'd have some children, for example, who are either totally blind or legally blind. Generally, they'll kind of qualify for NDIS access. However, there'll be also a lot of others who have perhaps vision as part of a broader condition, or where there's often a lot of crossover between behaviours that children with vision impairment present with those that children with autism might present with. So, for example, behaviours related to sensory seeking in young vision impaired children will often look similar to those with autism. So it can be a little bit difficult to unpack which things are related to what condition.
Yeah.
We'd also have a lot of kids with things like cortical visual impairment, which, because it's obviously a neurological condition, that can be quite challenging to diagnose and to figure out exactly what the degree of impairment is.
Yeah, and I assume some of the kids you're seeing have multiple disabilities in different areas.
They would do, yeah. Some of them are quite complex, so vision might be only one component, yeah.
Yeah. So what we're trying to develop with the Thriving Kids program is not going to exclude people from being on the NDIS, and you know, we're assuming that many of the kids in the Thriving Kids program will either be on the NDIS or ultimately will be on the NDIS. But I'm just thinking, if we develop a program that could help your cohort, it would mean getting earlier access to intervention. Can you see how that could benefit your group of clients, or do you think it might?
I think so. I mean, I guess the concern that we have is that those clients who are accessing on the basis of developmental delay currently might get picked up by that Thriving Kids program, in which case it might be a different degree of support to what they currently access through the NDIS, which is sort of why I highlighted those points around in-home service being quite a key part, as well as if we didn't reach those kids until they got to an early education setting, we would miss out on a lot of opportunities for their development. So I guess a lot of them are accessing the scheme on the grounds of developmental delay or global developmental delay, simply because that diagnosis or the exact level of functioning isn't confirmed. So yeah, I think I guess they're the kind of the core group that we're concerned about that might be picked up by Thriving Kids rather than the NDIS. And as I mentioned, they do have some fairly specialised support needs. So I think we either need to work out how this program might work for them, or potentially look at a separate funding stream if it's kind of not within scope of what Thriving Kids is meant to do.
Well, Thriving Kids shouldn't exclude them getting other supports as well. And we imagine that some kids on the Thriving Kids program will already have access to NDIS because of their level of disability. Doesn't necessarily, it's not exclusive.
No, it's just where those permanent disability criteria can't be met for some of those kids in that early childhood space.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that they're still getting support in the meantime while that gets worked out.
Yeah.
And we'd have a lot of kids in that position.
Right. Yeah. And the other thing the Minister's announced as well as the 3-year child check, so that we hope would pick up vision and hearing as well as other things, not just developmental issues.
Yeah.
Do you work, well, I know you do work in supported playgroups as well and different organisations, don't you?
We do, and we provide services in schools. In a number of states we have funding grants that enable us to do that. So yeah, we do work, we don't just work in home with kids. Often it's the first environment where we encounter them, particularly when they're little. Yeah, we do work in those kind of early education settings and in schools as well. Yeah, I guess the concern, obviously, as I've said, would be that if we didn't pick up those kids early enough, there'd be a lot of intervention we could have done that they might miss out on.
Yeah, well, we certainly need to make sure that doesn't happen. Just as an example, if you see a child with, for example, oculocutaneous albinism, would they automatically go on the NDIS, or what would happen now with those kids?
Often children with albinism will be able to access the NDIS, yes. I think there's kind of that push and pull between the diagnosed condition and the functional impacts of it, which determine their access to the scheme. So I think there's, I would have to have a look at our data, but I think there's a little bit of a mixture with those kids. But yes, often children with albinism would qualify for NDIS access.
Yeah. If they're not,
there's always outlying cases where they don't, but yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to find out is, would the majority of kids that you see be on the NDIS already?
There'd be a mixture. There's some that are, some where there's multiple access applications because they have a condition that's quite difficult to diagnose. A lot of them aren't permanently on the NDIS though, so they'd be reassessed either when they're 6 or when they're 9 if they're accessing under that developmental delay pathway. So they'll often have some temporary access to it, but as to whether they get support ongoing, there's mixed results with that. We're often finding children with mild vision impairment are starting to come off the scheme when they're perhaps 7 or 9.
Right. Is there any data you can give us on this? Or?
I'm happy to take that on notice, yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. How can we help the cohort of kids that you see? What are the best ways we can provide support for them?
I think having programs that are flexible so that they can get support in multiple different settings. As I said, often when they learn those supports in somewhere that's familiar, they'll then translate them better to other environments. So I think that flexibility is really the key thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not so much who provides the funding, it's having flexibility of funding and flexibility of support.
That's correct, and making sure that they have access to that specialised support, because the types of services that we provide usually can't be delivered by a generalist practitioner just because they don't have the training or expertise. It's not something that they encounter all that often. Vision impairment's a fairly small cohort. I think people with the primary disability of vision represent about 2% of the NDIS overall, so it is quite small. I think it's important that they get access to that specialised expertise, because it's often something that a generalist practitioner isn't able to provide in the same way.
Yes, well, I mean, it's a bit similar with those with profound hearing loss as well.
It is, but I think there are more, possibly a higher number of specialised professions within the vision sector, things like orthoptics, orientation and mobility specialists, who again will often start working with children when they're quite small, to develop their spatial awareness and orientation skills. Those are skills that we don't really see elsewhere in the sector for other disabilities. They're kind of fairly specialised professions, so it's making sure that they can deliver that support where it's needed.
Sure, good point. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dalal, going back to your community that you represent, what are the sort of things the families say to you that they need most when they have a child where they've been told has a developmental problem?
One, I think almost always it's about the service providers. In this case, probably the child and maternal health service providers, GPs.
Do they find the child and maternal health groups
in the communities? Yes, they do. Yes. But the issue that usually comes up is we term it as cultural competency, because that's what we feel they're referring to, in terms of how also their disappointment or frustrations come from the fact that the trainers mention, or it seems like the cultural competency is seen in terms of understanding one's language, say providing alternative, accessible language materials. In some cases, that's there, but not understanding the issues around the difficulties that most of these families find in trusting the system, coming from this distrust that's been developed as a result of incidents happened in the past, traumas, not just from having settled in Australia, say the generational trauma of having the mistrusts around interacting with government authorities in the countries they come from, or here there's that level where it's often seen with fright, and that's what is not understood or often dismissed. And again, with a lot of with the language around mild, medium, that sort of thing, where the communities do not understand what that's supposed to mean, and when they're directed to certain therapies or clinical interventions, not knowing whether that suits the family, if that's what they require, if that's how they'll be able to help their children better. So that's
So what would help them? I don't want to put words in your mouth, so don't let me do that. But some sort of social setting where they get cultural support, and meet maybe with other parents who have children with similar problems, or is that important?
Yes, but I think I don't know if this will be helpful, but for some of the programs that we've designed, or we're currently designing, we see it as the process being one part of it, but there's this environment surrounding the processes, creating that enabling environment, and then there's that prerequisite, things that we feel are the entry points, the things we cannot do without. That, in this case, could mean accessibility in terms of language, culture, and disability, and other added enablers to remove those barriers felt by those concerned communities, and then creating that environment where I believe we'd see the service providers being trained in a lot of other areas other than just language, the difference understanding, and then building onto that.
So it's not just language, it's culture.
It is. So that understanding and that, maybe having a representative workforce Also ensuring there's that sustainability. When we're training staff force, it shouldn't be a one-time thing where the staff force are trained and say they leave and then there's no continuity there.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. And maybe involving them in monitoring and evaluating in ways where they're receiving feedback from the communities whether or not they've been catered to better.
Yeah, I understand that. But you said you were developing some models of care?
No, sorry, this is for an inclusive art program that we're, but the principles, the framework that we're using, we're looking at the barriers, the structural barriers, the institutional barriers, the cultural barriers, because I think that's where our communities, the communities we represent, where we're looking at that additional layer where ideas around what is disability, how do we understand it, what are disability-related support that we're looking at, we're seeking, what do the goals mean, like in terms of NDIS, the need assessment. Maybe some of the communities do not see life in that sense, in the goals that are, that they are made to answer. Maybe that's not the goal. Maybe the goal is something else, but we've heard that that's not been captured well enough in the set of questions that are taken to the communities in the form of the need assessment questionnaires. So, sorry, I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone have any further questions? Dr. Ryan, any questions?
I might just ask one, if I could, please, of Vision Australia.
Yeah.
Just in terms of, I have received communications from constituents with respect to difficulty getting NDIS support for ocular prostheses. Do you have anything that you'd like to tell the committee about that issue?
Yeah, I think that's been quite a challenging one. Our understanding following the introduction of the new Section 10 rules is that the NDIS doesn't typically fund prosthetic eyes, the reason I believe being that they're deemed to be cosmetic rather than functional. I think a number of our practitioners would probably dispute that in terms of, I don't think they would say that that's just simply a cosmetic support. It often does have some functional benefit in terms of muscle development and things like that, as far as I'm aware. So we do have a number of families who've experienced challenges in accessing that. Some families previously had them funded in a prior NDIS plan and now don't. The submissions that we've made on that topic previously have always been that it just needs to be really clear whether NDIS funds ocular prosthetics or whether the health system does. I think one of the key challenges with it is that families tend to get pushed around from pillar to post and not get funding from anywhere. And for children who need to have those prosthetics replaced fairly often as they grow, that can be a really challenging and costly thing to navigate. So I think there's certainly an opportunity to clarify who funds it and how. And it's something we have made submissions on in the past and will continue to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, well, thank you both for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 17th of October? I know that's a fairly short timeline, but we are on quite a tight schedule. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence today, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And once again, thanks very much for attending. It's been very, very useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to call representatives of the National Rural Health Alliance, Rural Doctors Association of Australia and Services for Australian Rural and Remote Allied Health. I think the representatives of the National Rural Health Alliance and the Rural Doctors Association are appearing via telephone, I think.
Yes, we are.
We can't see, so could you identify yourselves by name when you speak, please? Was that...
Hello, I'm Susanna Tegan, Susie Tegan, and I'm the Chief Executive of the National Rural Health Alliance. Am I the first person on the list?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And we'll just see if the others are online as well. Dr. Chalmers, are you online?
Yes. Hi. Sarah Chalmers, President-elect of the Rural Doctors Association of Australia.
Good, thank you. And we have Ms. Maloney appearing in person. Thank you. I'll just quickly, for the Hansard record, before giving evidence, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 5 minutes before we proceed to discussion. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding also to each question. I'll get my committee to introduce themselves for you.
Sam Birrell, Federal Member for Nichols in Northern Victoria.
Sophie Scomps, Federal Member for Mackellar on the Northern Beaches of Sydney.
Johnny Ballier, Federal Member for Dunkley near Frankston.
Mike Freelander, the Member for Macarthur and out of South Western Sydney.
And Stanley, Member for Werriwa, South West Sydney.
And Dr. Ryan.
My name's Ryan, I'm Member for Kooyong in Eastern Melbourne.
Good. Would any of you like to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, please. It's Susie Tegan.
Thank you. Ms. Tegan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So, Susie Tegan, I'm the Chief Executive of the National Rural Health Alliance. Thank you, firstly, for the opportunity to contribute to the committee's inquiry into Thriving Kids Initiative. As you would have read in our submission, the Alliance is the coming together of about 54 member organisations that work across rural, remote and regional Australia. They deliver services, are researchers and or are entities that support communities around 30% of the population of Australia that lives outside of urban centres. So that includes rural, remote and regional Australians, and they make up more than 7.3 million people of Australia. And indeed, if we are talking about children, about 28% of those are children. Children in rural, remote and regional Australia face significantly higher risks of developmental vulnerability and lower educational outcomes compared to their metropolitan peers, their cousins and their brothers and sisters, largely due to the limited access to essential health and developmental and education services. They experience greater developmental challenges, disproportionately affecting Indigenous children and those who have poorer academic performance as they get older. The Alliance urges the committee to ensure that the Thriving Kids Initiative delivers meaningful change for children in rural Australia who are part of Australia. They're not a third world country. They have, particularly those that have developmental concerns or issues. They deserve the same opportunity to thrive as urban children. Thriving kids must be responsive, sustainable and equitable, but it must also have parity, no matter what their postcode. Getting it right is not only a matter of fairness, it is a national imperative, and it will in fact impact our long-term productivity. The stark reality, and I'm bringing you from the Northern Territory in Alice Springs, the stark reality is that the committee would have read in many submissions to this inquiry, including ours, that 60% of the children in remote and very remote areas are not developmentally on track to start school. More than 20% are vulnerable in 2 or more domains, nearly 3 times the rate seen in major cities. This is not just a statistics. It is a signal that we are failing thousands of children at the very start of their lives purely because we rely on their parents to work in rural, remote and regional Australia that brings in most of our economic income, that brings in the food that Australians eat, and that also brings in the income from tourism. We must not allow this to continue. They're thwarted by the systemic barriers and the fact that they're out of sight and out of mind. Families in rural and remote communities face significant challenges accessing developmental checks, screening for children with mild and moderate delays, long travel distances, high costs, limited service availability and workforce shortages, and those that do work in those regions being under-supported and under-funded. Many of those children miss out on critical windows of early intervention. These access barriers are compounded by socio-economic disadvantage, digital exclusion and cultural factors that further restrict access to care. Children are the future of our communities, not just in the city, but our regions and our country. Their ability to thrive socially, emotionally and academically will shape this and strengthen our productivity and resilience of our nation. If we are serious about building a fair and prosperous Australia, we must ensure that we look beyond our suburbs. We must look at every child, whether they live in a small rural town or very remote community that has the opportunity to reach their full potential. The Thriving Kids initiative must have a number of key features in place to ensure equity and access. I'll mention a few of these, but these are by no means exhaustive.
Sorry, if you don't mind, we might just leave it there and open it up for questions, just in the interest of time. And sorry to cut you off, but we'll be certainly asking you some questions in a while. But we might give Dr. Chalmers the opportunity to give a brief opening statement as well.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, I'm Sarah Chalmers. I'm the President-elect of the Rural Doctors
Could you speak up a
Association.
little bit? We can hardly hear you.
Yes, sorry. Is that better?
That's a lot better.
Thank you. I think that actually many of the comments and statistics that have been put forward from the National Rural Health Alliance probably trumped many of the things that I had to say. I think from my perspective, one of the very important issues in order to deliver the requirements for children in rural and remote areas comes down to the health professional workforce. It is well known, I think, probably by everybody in this room that there's a significant maldistribution, not just of doctors, but of our nurse practitioner, midwifery, and allied health colleagues. And in order to even commence many of the requirements for the initiatives that we're talking about today, we actually need people to, be able to recognise what the issues are and make those initial referrals. And as Susie has said, it's absolutely imperative that any initiatives take into account all children across the country, including those in rural, remote, very remote, and very, very remote locations who experience significant health disparities and who don't have access simply because of the location that they live in. And I can't stress that enough, that it is it's simply not fair that children in rural and remote Australia don't have the same access as their urban counterparts. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. And Ms. Maloney, would you like to Give a brief opening statement.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Kath Maloney. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Services for Australian Rural and Remote Allied Health. We are the peak body representing rural and remote allied health professionals working in public, private and community sectors across hospital services, primary care, disability, aged care and other service systems. I'm a physiotherapist by background, having more than 25 clinical experience delivering a range of services to geographically dispersed locations in rural New South Wales. I also will not reiterate some of the stats that Susie has very eloquently provided, but I will go to some of the key points from our submission. And some of the evidence-based reviews, such as the scoping review of models of care for rural and remote children, published in 2024 by University of South Australia. So we looked at the OT workforce as a marker for access to allied health services, and we found that there are more than 470,000 people living in modified Monash 5 to 7 areas who live more than 30 minutes drive from an occupational therapist. 23% of these people are school and preschool age, 16% identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander background, and 30% of adults have not completed high school. Access and equity for rural and remote families is compounded by long-standing workforce maldistribution and shortage in modified Monash 4 to 7. Specific investment in growing the rural and remote allied health workforce is urgently required to ensure that families can adequately be supported through the Thriving Kids initiative. There are some good examples of effective models of care using a range of methods, including consultative models, role substitution and digital modalities. However, the family must have some choice in how these services are delivered and accessed. That means you must have all of these options available to families living in rural and remote areas. The evidence tells us that the use of screening models of care with multidisciplinary teams and role substitution methods seems to improve screening, assessment and diagnostic processes, leading to the appropriate identification of children who do require services. But solutions can't rely solely on digital modalities, as there are often reports of technology difficulties, such as not having appropriate equipment or inadequate internet connections. Given the socio-economic disparities faced by remote communities, consideration should be given to ensuring all remote Australians have access to fast-speed internet as an essential part of health and education infrastructure. So in summary, rural and remote Australians need place-based, strength-based services where there is nothing about me without me, and that includes the children themselves. Thank you.
Dr Ryan, would you like to open the questioning?
Sorry, Chair, I've had to step out for a couple of minutes, so I won't at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Birrell.
Well, I might just ask Dr Teagan I think she was about to list what a Thriving Kids, the critical things that the Thriving Kids program needed to have in relation to rural and regional areas. I'd be interested in hearing those. And from anyone else, I'd also be interested in hearing the biggest risks you see of the design, or perhaps more importantly, the implementation of such a program for rural and regional.
Oh, thank you for that question. So, Susie Teagan, the first thing is that there needs to be an integration of the education system into mainstream health and disability services, so that school and early childhood centres become active partners in identifying and supporting children with development needs, and those people that look after them are also supported. The intervention needs to start early with a coordinated family-centred care, and the investment in workforce capacity has to occur. As you heard before, we need to invest in rural and remote multidisciplinary teams. You know, we've recently released a report, the Forgotten Health Spend report, where there was a massive underspending in health expenditure, but also the NDIS, a lack of access by over a third of the population that needed disability services of long-term participants in remote and rural communities not accessing the daily supports that they require. We maintain there should be funding put aside for rural remote communities and people that have disabilities and children in particular, because what's happening is that the underspend actually redistribute to other areas. We must fund navigators of local coordination roles and review, help families navigate systems and access the right support at the right time. Cass mentioned before about the telecommunications and the access to digital connectivity. There has to be a minimum level of coverage that all communities are able to access, and the funding models need to be flexible. They need to be scalable and they need to be community-led. The urban-based models do not work in a rural and remote setting. We can't say that too often because that is why there's an underspend. It's workforce, it's inflexibility of policy, inflexibility of funding. It needs to be covered in a way that it takes into consideration the many kilometres that people have to travel and the many costs that rural people have to cover. And I'll just give one last example of something. I travelled 70,000 kilometres in the first year of my child alone. That's the first year alone. 70,000 kilometres. It didn't include my flights, and I was living in the southeast of South Australia on a farm. Now, and I'm literate. There are many people that are not health system or health literate, and we are failing those communities. We're failing our children, and we are failing those parents and carers. And we must not fail Australia because we need rural Australians for our economic well-being. Thank you.
It's Sarah Chalmers here. If I can add to that, the specific question about some of the biggest risks for rural and remote Australia. From my perspective, as a practitioner who has worked in very, very, very remote parts of the country, my specialty is working as a rural generalist doctor in very remote Aboriginal communities across the Northern Territory. The biggest problem that we have is that when new programs are designed, they're not designed for the health system as it exists in rural and particularly very remote communities. So most people understand the health service as being, they're being public and private, they're being primary, secondary, tertiary providers. There are hospitals, there are, with specialists in them, that GPs work out of buildings with all of the resources, and that many of the allied health providers are in private practices that the GPs might be able to refer to. So we, in really remote places, we don't have those systems, and what often happens is that the expectations of a program and a lot of the inflexibility that's already been mentioned is because the system is designed around the urban health system. It simply doesn't work the further away you get from a major capital city. And so if you don't take the differences in availability of resources into account in the initial design, you set those, particularly the remote communities, but rolled into regional and rural communities, you set them up for failure, and it means that they never get, they have no chance of any type of, of any equity, simply from the design. So I would, really say that taking the remote and rural health system into account as part of designing what happens going forward may assist in equity of access for those children.
Good, thank you. Ms Maloney.
So, Kath Maloney. I've probably just got 2 points to add to what has already been said. The main issue for me in terms of risk is around workforce, that you can have a well-designed program, but if you do not have the workforce to actually deliver it, then it's not going to reach those families who need that support. Mm-hmm. So for rural and remote areas, I think that this translates to having additional investment in workforce to ensure that those services are there. And, based on feedback that we've had very recently, even where there are services in place, one of the considerations needs to be the distances that staff are covering in order to deliver services. Frequently involving overnight stays, which is time away from family, and so you just need feet on the ground and or delegated models of care with those supports in order that families can access those services and people don't experience burnout.
Can I ask you something about that? Because, workforce is clearly a major concern. Would it be better if those services were block funded in some way?
Yes. I would suggest yes, because it goes to Dr. Chalmers' point about existing funding streams. If it's a fee-for-service arrangement or if it's based on MBS items, you don't have the volume of work in remote areas to make that a viable service. One of the caveats I would place there, though, is that if it is block funded, to consider that it needs to be beyond the 3-year funding cycle, because that has an impact on tenure for health professionals, and we need to be able to give those people security so that they know that they have career structure and permanence.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, thank you.
Can I mention something about that to Susie Tegan again? I think it's really important, if there were to be block funding, it is actually equitable. The thing is, there's currently a massive underfunding of the NDIS for rural people. If you consider health and disability, it's about $8.35 billion underfunding per annum, or on average $1,090 less if you're outside of MMM1. And if you are between MMM5 and 7, the average person receives about $4,000 less on health and disability. And, so you want equity and parity. There are two things. And don't make them fight for it or really have to scrape and beg for funding, which they should be receiving in the first place. These clinicians on the ground should be celebrated rather than making them run through more hoops. We need to build the local workforce, and we need to support the local workforce, and then not treat them as if they are criminals because they're asking for more. They're not even receiving the equitable funding in the first place. And so that is a really important thing. I'd almost put aside the funding for those, those rural and remote communities for disability that takes into consideration the tyranny of distance, the geography, the services that they have in those regions, and allow for models of care to be delivered in ways that actually suit those regions, but actually allow it to be in a fund that can be drawn on rather than then being taken away again because it doesn't fit those regions.
Yeah, I'd also argue there is really deficiency in diagnosis or referral as well in rural and regional areas. Would you agree with that?
The efficiency? Well, the problem is that it takes children a long time to be actually seen, and once they're seen, the referrals take a really long time again, and some people are choosing not to take up those services which are in the city or somewhere else because they can't afford it. The PAT scheme doesn't even pay them. All of you, if you have to go to a rural area, you get your accommodation covered, you get your travel reimbursed. These people are not receiving that same reimbursement. And so it costs them. It already costs them a lot to live where they live. And then if they have to look after their own health or those for their children, they can't afford it.
Yeah. Well, we also, I mean, I think we've seen, from Alice Springs, we've seen with fetal alcohol syndrome diagnosis, significant
yes.
deficiencies there, for sure. Yeah. But it's a question of solutions. How do we make that better?
Well, block funding is one. I would say isolating the funding for rural and remote communities. As Kath Maloney mentioned before, really investing in your rural workforce. If you've already got people there, it's business 101. If you've got a customer, hang on to them, because it is much more difficult to get new ones. Yeah. The next thing is rural training. Picking rural students, training them in rural, that's a longer term one. But, you know, at the very beginning, let's start looking at place-based solutions for those communities. Let's start looking at ways we can, in the interim, support those people that are on the ground to grow. We've got plenty of communities where the communities have had to raise the funding and they're expanding, and they're doing it on their own because nobody's willing to help them. Yeah. And so, in fact, if anything, they have barriers there from the state and federal system because it's not flexible enough for them to deliver. And so work with communities that are doing that. Work with those clinicians that have solutions.
Can I just go back a bit? You said that the federal funding is not flexible enough, or can you give me...
Yeah. Well, for example, recently there was a change in the NDIS where people that were delivering allied health professional services weren't able to claim their travel anymore. Now, yes, well, you can claim it off tax.
That was the planners.
Well, but there's all sorts of... Yeah, there's all sorts of things like that. I'm sure Kath can speak further about it. There are all sorts of things like that which are actually trying to deal with people, inverted commas, ripping off the system. But let's not punish those people that are actually trying to deliver something, that are really trying to do the best they can for those clients. And, you know, we've had people say, well, you know what, we're just going to give it up. It's so much easier just to go into the city. We don't want to have to fight. We're tired of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I pick up that point just on travel, just to cover that off, because this is why we looked at, you know, the distance, the driving distance to an occupational therapist as a marker of that. So the travel caps meant that if you had an hour's round trip to visit a child and their family in their home, that you're only going to be able to claim for half of that time. So that immediately, if you're a small provider located in a modified Monash 4 or 5 town, that's going to limit your capacity to travel to see some of these children in their home context. The NDIS review 2023 pointed to some of those deficiencies in the system that meant that a third of the people who are entitled to are not accessing services, suggested as a solution service provider panels for modified Monash 4 and 5, but that hasn't been followed through yet. So we don't have those solutions that would help to improve the efficiency of the system while maintaining access to care.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. That's why I'm thinking maybe we need to look at other solutions like block funding. And
yes, that's right. That would and block funding into those particular communities. Yeah, yes, that's right.
The other thing is going to...
Which is really important. I was just going to say, because the NDIS access compared to population, if you're looking at MMM 5, 6 and 7, well, there 5, for example, is half of the expenditure of what MMM 1 is. and even MMM3.
Yeah, no, I don't understand that. I just, the other issue when we're talking about the Thriving Kids program, how we can make sure that early intervention works by being accessed early, if I can make it a cliche, what sort of workforce we can use to identify and refer, and whether we should be expanding our maternal child nursing system, whether we should be looking at supported play groups in different rural and regional areas. Can you give me any thoughts on that?
If I can speak to that, Kath Maloney. I've just come from a community-led summit in Broken Hill. That's why I wasn't in Alice Springs, where we discussed exactly these sorts of issues. How do we improve access to screening in the first instance for isolated children living in those very remote modified Monash 6 and 7? So yes, some of the outcomes from that summit included piggybacking off existing services like child and family nursing services. But it was also important to understand that we still need the programs to refer people into. So while there are, I think, good options to improve access to screening, it's the so what. And there was a lot of feedback from that group about, it's one thing to get a report that says my child might have issues in particular areas, but what am I going to do about it? What's available? And that's where some of those, there's a range of solutions which include digital options, but that we can't get away from the need to grow the workforce in rural and remote communities to improve access to those services.
Yeah. Thank you.
And funding a local, I was just going to say, Susie Teagan, funding a local navigator or local coordinator would be very helpful to families, because it is quite a complex system to navigate and access.
I had one, just with regard to the risks, I just have one more comment to make with regard, and this came out of the Broken Hill Summit, and that's the question of data interoperability. When we're talking about families who are at the interface between health, education and disability, the inability to access information across those systems is a significant one. So an example of that is that a child might be born on a remote station in one state, but they're having to access services in another. So for that health service to access the data on that child is next to impossible. So trying to fix that interoperability issue would be our priority.
Good. Look, I agree in that. Hopefully the electronic health records can include some of that data moving forward. We're certainly aware of that, and Broken Hill is a perfect example of where it's an issue.
It is also about ensuring that we don't silo health and education. They are in this particular context inextricably.
Is that Dr. Chalmers speaking now?
Yes, it is. Sorry. That's really important, and particularly with the early screening. The school system being able to speak to the health system and vice versa to ensure that all of that information is appropriately shared there are many ways that we don't actually have access to each other.
Yeah, thank you. Sam, you got another question?
One last question from me is that we're talking a lot about the model, Monash model. Is there been an impact on the government's change in distribution priority areas for GPs that's affected the ability to deliver health in regional areas that could impact on Thriving Kids' ability to get the workforce it needs?
Oh, absolutely, because we're now competing. We're competing with urban centres, and we're competing with the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast, and I'm on the committee that looks at those areas of need.
Answer, please.
Sorry.
Could you just identify yourself by name when you're...
Susie Tegan. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I think Sarah was the other person. Those areas of need, we're competing with city areas, and of course people are going to go to the city instead.
Yeah. Dr. Scoms?
Thank you. I'm okay at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Stanley?
No.
Monique, you got any further
Sarah, did you want to say something?
It was really only to agree with what you've said, Susie. Thank you.
Monique?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Scoms?
I do have a question, and that's around the connectedness between health and education. And as you're saying, there's often a complete lack of, health professionals or allied health professionals. Do you think that the educators should be able to refer in? Does that happen?
Kath Maloney, yes it does. Referrals into some of these checks and screening programs come from everywhere. It can come from family members, it can come from schools, but there are significant challenges to being able to use school infrastructure to get access to or to provide services to children who have these needs. So we understand, for example, some of our members are being charged to go into schools to provide disability services.
Who's charging
the school? The school is charging allied health professionals to come in to see children who might be being funded under a disability program. So, and I think that just speaks to that perhaps obviously the lack of communication between health and education, and if the service is being targeted to the child and not supporting the school community, so not uplifting the skills and capacity of the teachers and the assistant workers within that school, then I can see that there might be that cultural kind of, what's this person doing coming in and seeing this child? So there's a lot of work to be done to improve the way that health and education work together.
Absolutely. There needs to be a more seamless transition.
It's Susie Tegan here. I was just going to mention that, I think it was a really good move of the Minister to move disability, ageing and health together, because in the country they do work together already. The school system, even though it is mainly funded by the states, but the federal government does have the National Reform Agreement in terms of health and disability, I think there are some opportunities there to really put some pressure on, health and disability and education working together, in particular in rural communities. And you can have some very early wins. Part of that would be to educate the workforce. Don't forget, many rural schools have very young teachers, and they haven't actually experienced that. And I have seen quite a few people, when they're not able to handle some of the behavioural issues of children due to their learning difficulties, the lack of hearing, or they don't have very good eyesight or something like that and hasn't been screened, what happens is they're often telling their parents, go and get them onto the NDIS, because then at least you get some help. Schools many years ago used to have a psychologist or somebody that could do some of that screening, and I think there's an opportunity there for schools to work with the disability and health sector, but also there needs to be an education piece. And again, I was speaking about the navigator and local coordinator roles. I mean, they can be, working across that education and health disability system. But I think states and federal government need to work together for this to happen, because alone it's not going to work, and you'll continue to have one blaming the other for why something is not going to be delivered.
We completely agree with you. It's Mike Freeland here, the Chair, and we are working very hard to get us to all work together from local government upwards, all levels of government.
Absolutely.
We used to have a scheme in the New South Wales education system where school counsellors would assess preschool children before they went to school. And that was very useful for families, for the kids and for the school themselves.
Yes, and Mike, you have been a great advocate for rural Australia, we know. But I agree, that's the sort of system we need again, because it was really helpful and it was a resource to the community.
Yep.
It was a resource to those people that were, were in need, and it actually assisted those people whose health literacy and health system literacy was not the same as those people that work in the system.
Yep. No, it's true. We are looking at solutions like that. Sorry, is that Dr. Chalmers?
Yes, it is. I was just going to add what I was mentioning before about that the health system is very different in rural and remote areas, and that potentially these conversations about the critical links between education and health don't necessarily come up in all of in perhaps the more urban-based conversations, and it's just another example of the need to ensure that we take a different approach in rural and remote. If I can add an example to that, something that we often doesn't come into these types of conversations is about accommodation. So education might have some accommodation for the teachers who are resident, but health staff who may be coming in to visit communities, their work can be restricted because of a lack of accommodation for them. So sometimes education has the housing, sometimes health has the housing, and there's often, it seems ridiculous, but we're unable to coordinate so that the people who need to be there to provide services can actually have access to each other's resources, such as accommodation. Yep. So really breaking down so many of the silos, as I mentioned, is another. It's another potential solution to how we can make things work better.
Yeah. Look, just one last question from me. Ms. Tegan, you mentioned the navigator. I'm interested in that concept because the Indigenous witnesses this morning mentioned a similar thing, that families often need someone who's not necessarily a therapist or a doctor or a nurse, but to help them manage the system and look at best solutions for them. Do you think that is something we should be looking at in the Thriving Kids?
Oh, absolutely. In particular in rural Australia, because you do have, as we've mentioned, the lack of services, but at least the local people will have connections to the different types of services available. They will also understand the challenges that people face, and there won't be that shame of, I don't know how it works, so I'm not going to access it. Yeah. Because sometimes people are so overwhelmed, they don't know how to... You almost find it hard to help yourself because it's so overwhelming for people. And when they're already struggling with the education system and all the other challenges, and it's not because they're not intelligent, they just don't understand the system. And so a fund navigator or local coordinator that is linked up to the education system, is linked up to the health system and disability system, is a way of supporting those people who cannot do it themselves.
Good. Thanks. Thank you. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Good.
Good note to end.
No. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving evidence today. If you don't have any questions for us, if you've been asked to provide additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. So if you don't have any questions for us, thank you once again.
I was just going to say one last thing.
Sure.
Australia is a wealthy nation, and we are also a signatory of the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child. And we've both the means and the moral obligation to ensure that all children, especially those outside of urban centres, have the best chance to grow, learn and thrive. And we really hope that your recommendations will make an impact on those children and those communities, because they are part of Australia despite the fact that they're out of sight.
Yes, well, look, I think we all believe that, and I think there's not a person on the committee who wouldn't agree with you, and we will do our best to commit to doing what you've asked us to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your evidence today. It's been very useful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good. We will now just suspend for a 15-minute break until 2:45. now. Thank you very much for giving evidence today. I now invite the representatives from SANE, the Black Dog Institute, and for the National Mental Health Consumer Alliance to give evidence to the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability today. Thank you very much for coming. For the Hansard record, before giving evidence, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this is a hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, but to assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to any question. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, I will invite my committee members to introduce themselves.
Sam Beryl, member for Nichols in Northern Victoria.
Jodie Ballier, Federal Member for Dunkley, South East Victoria.
Mike Freelander, member for Macarthur in South Western Sydney.
Anne Stanley, member for Warrawa, South West Sydney.
Monique.
Monique Ryan, member for Coorong in Eastern Melbourne.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. And if you could give us your name and the capacity in which you appear before speaking, that would be good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just in case you aren't aware, it's Cameron Caldwell here. I'm on the phone call now.
Sorry, what's that?
Cameron Caldwell.
Oh, Cameron. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't realise you. Cameron, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Cameron Caldwell, member for Fathom.
Thank you. So perhaps Professor Schultz, you'd like to start?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks, everybody, for allowing me the opportunity to come and provide evidence this afternoon. My name's Quinton Schultz. I'm the Director of First Nations Strategy and Partnerships with the Black Dog Institute and Associate Professor with UNSW.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yeah, I'll just make a very brief statement because I'm sure that we'll get more detail out of the questions. I'd just like to make the statement that whenever we're considering things from an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspective, that we need to ensure that we're viewing those through a broader social-emotional wellbeing lens rather than just a straight mental health lens.
Yep, thank you. Now, Ms. Green, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, yes. My name is Rachel Green. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of SANE Australia. We're a national provider of support for people and families with complex mental health issues. I appreciate the opportunity to provide evidence today, and in my opening remarks I wanted to express support for the aims of increasing access to mainstream support, but with a sort of a cautious optimism that I think it's essential that any initiative that is trying to tackle what Thriving Kids is actually needs to focus on thinking about the role of navigation and the role of accessibility in a very broad way, and share on behalf of the people and families we support at SANE, who we did actually engage with to see what their thoughts were about what's been announced. And there was a lot of concern that potentially they might just see waiting lists under a new name. So I would say that from our perspective, we need to design with the most open door and with complexity in mind, and think about the way that these new investments are delivered to ensure that they reach those who are the most vulnerable, the families with complex needs who might not, for example, always have the resources or the awareness that something is wrong, which means we need to be thinking about investment into schools, into community health centres, into community-controlled services. And I think that it's essential that this initiative is designed properly and has that principle of making support as easy to find wherever people are likely to need it, rather than putting the burden on families to spot the problem and go and chase down a service or a system that they may struggle to be aware there is a need or struggle to find the right thing, and lose those precious early opportunities for intervention, which we know are so crucial in setting children up for long-term ability to thrive.
Good, thank you. Now, Miss Bryce, I think it is.
Hello, yes. My name's Priscilla Bryce. I'm calling from the National Mental Health Consumer Alliance, which is the peak body for people who use mental health services in Australia through a national organisation. We are here to, as an act of solidarity with the other disability organisations and specifically the disability representative organisations in calling for co-design for all support. So we believe all supports need to be co-designed by the people who use them. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Well, I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. We might open up to questions. Ms Stanley, do you have any questions? Not at this stage?
No.
Jodie, would you?
I think one of the things I'm interested in, and I've asked other presenters today, is first of all, thank you for all the work that you do in the sector, is what do you think are the strengths and the opportunities that we have going forward with Thriving Kids?
I'll speak to that if others are still thinking on it. It's Rachel here from SANE. I think one of the biggest opportunities is to look at the settings in which Thriving Kids is implemented. So as I mentioned in my opening statement, if we approach co-design of this new strategy and the services that will be funded under it from the principle of making it as easy as possible to get help, get more help without relying on families being able to spot that there's an issue or get themselves to help, then it means we need to be looking at all the possible settings. And so for me, that means looking at schools, investment in school accessible or school located services or practitioners. So for example, I think in schools around Australia, most schools would be lucky to have one, maybe two counsellors available. That's in a public school system. We should be looking at how we actually group services and interventions together around the school, and that should be including strategies like place-based approaches to how this intervention is rolled out, things like getting the primary health networks working together with the local health districts or the state-run health infrastructure with private providers, and bringing the accessibility to support into the school environment so it's not on the parents to go chasing it down. I think we have to recognise we're in a different social environment, and the old, sort of shopfront model of service delivery doesn't work. It doesn't work when you've got two working parents. It doesn't work when you've got parents who might have disabilities themselves, or it doesn't work for kids who are in out-of-home care. So we need to think about every opportunity to put the interventions or put the help where people are going to encounter it the most easily. And there are great pilots already, for example, Murdoch Children's mental health professionals in schools, doctors in schools that are thinking about it this way. There are sort of hub models that are out there. But we need to think really, really broadly and be looking at packaging together all the supports that can make a difference, including psychosocial support for families and carers, because more often than not, if you're trying to support a child or a young person with developmental or mental health issues or disability, then there's often work that needs to be done with the whole family. And yes, most services are still offered and delivered in a model that's driven by the way they're funded rather than the way people might need them. So they're delivered as this one over here and that one over there, and the people will run between. So I think the biggest opportunity we've got is to think about more sort of packaged care options, envisage a future where at the earliest point where someone in the school system in early childhood or a parent or a caregiver might realise there's an issue, you want the help to appear as fast as possible, you want it to be as comprehensive as possible, because that's the essence of early intervention. So I think let's try and design differently around this, and there needs to be a combination of really solid evidence-based and culturally appropriate design at the beginning and consistency around what has evidence and what doesn't. Schools are a particularly challenging environment because there's still a lot of snake oil programs sold into schools, and schools don't necessarily have the resources to do an evidence review. And then you need to have local, local delivery arrangements, local coordination on how to best put these things together based on the local context, which might be very different in terms of is there workforce available, is there housing available for a workforce, and obviously there are opportunities too in how we combine digital and place-based solutions. So I guess to sum that up, I would be arguing for the opportunities around systems thinking and evidence-based design to then inform local approaches.
To extend on that, so definitely think, we need a systems approach. So outside, and we've heard a lot today about the importance of working with and in schools. My question for you all is, if you were to design a model for thriving kids, what would be some of the elements that you would include in a model?
Yeah, hi, it's Quinton.
Sorry.
No, you go, Priscilla, it's fine.
Priscilla, I would not agree what those elements are, because the core element for me is that the service is co-designed. So I wouldn't want to jump in and say it should have this or it should have that. I think it needs to be co-designed with parents, of course, as well, rather than us saying it needs to be this or that.
So we've had the fortune of being able to meet with a range of agencies which have got parents that are actually also working in the system, and and we all accept and value the importance of co-design. But as practitioners and people that are working in the sector, I imagine you would have some ideas around what might work or what might not. Clinton, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think that any new opportunity, be it an initiative or a program, always presents us with an opportunity to consider how we can do things differently. So while we can look at what has worked in the past and how we might be able to bring that forward, I think it always provides a wonderful opportunity to rethink on how we can improve and what else we may be able to do. And I think particularly in this space, one of the things that I feel we can improve on is both the inclusion of lived experience, which has been spoken about, but also the inclusion of diversity of thought around how neurodiversity is understood and experienced by people from different cultures. So, for instance, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, the understandings of neurodiversity may not always align with Western diagnostic frameworks, but yet if we're running programs, running initiatives, and sort of funneling people into these initiatives and programs from one position of thought on what the experience is, what the condition is, then we may not be necessarily capturing, one, all the people who are having a certain experience, or two, actually attending to those from an actually person-centric standpoint, which requires us to understand the perception and the understandings and the experience of the person first and foremost.
So, so one of the things we've heard a lot about today is the value of navigators and connectors in working with the individuals and families to support them to access the support they need. How do you think the inclusion of those sorts of roles in a model going forward would, go? How do you think that would fit?
On that one if I can, Rachel from Sane. We completed in March of this year a project funded by the Department of Health on designing digital solutions to improve navigation of the mental health system. And the role of people helping others navigate was something that held true throughout our research. There are many cases where it's useful even if you improve all of the systems and how they connect together. but I would encourage the committee to have a look at the report. We've published it in full now, sane.org/digital-NAS. We came up with 8 principles to guide the design of digital solutions, but actually hold true for program design and speak to what I was sort of talking about before about making whatever the interventions that are best supported by evidence and co-design and lived experience. And I do think those things need to go hand in hand. We had some experience. I led the implementation of the systems approach to suicide prevention, which was an adaptation of a European model that showed great promise. And one of the ways it went awry was as the model gained traction in the regions where we were doing it with strong fidelity to the evidence, other regions picked up a very high-level summary and started doing 9 things that weren't necessarily supported by evidence. So I think co-design is very, very important. Localisation of good co-design, culturally designed and scientifically sound interventions is a good idea, but you've got to have some for thought and fidelity. Anyway, those principles from our navigation report, find me where I am, make it easy to get more help because no single path works for everyone, help me choose based on what's important to me, value, build and maintain my trust, help others help me, make it easy to move between services, provide support and resources while I'm waiting. This one's particularly relevant considering the fact that it's not always clear and it's not always possible to diagnose, certain developmental delays or types of neurodivergence when a kid is simply too young, and there could be a lot of factors. So one of the biggest areas for opportunity is support in what you might think of the sort of strategies or programs or interventions that are not going to do harm but might be safe for everyone. We're talking about little kids here. We've got to bear in mind that the data shows us that, for example, people who are autistic have a much higher incidence of anxiety and depression. So some of the things that could benefit, young people while they're maybe still going through the process of receiving some support and getting some strategies and the families working on stuff are also social programs and activities that are going to help them feel connected and feel less lonely. So, and one of the big problems I think we've got with the way the system functions currently is that schools, I think, feel almost prevented from doing anything at all, even the basics like sort of calm corners and fidget spinners, until there's been a diagnosis done. So we're just losing extraordinary amounts of time. So that, just in answer to your earlier question, I would say having some thought to the opportunities to design those early education settings better for everyone. We could design more inclusive environments, and I think they'd benefit the whole class and make it more inclusive and accessible to neurodivergent kids. And it boggles my mind that we're in 2025 and we're not thinking that way. You see headlines from others in our sector who like to sort of talk sometimes in ways that bring great stigma to people with ADHD about there being this incredible growth in numbers. And actually, I think it probably just reflects, as these things do, more people being aware and realising that might be something for them. And yet, we talk about these rising numbers, but we're not redesigning the school at all. And I just think that's a huge opportunity. And that would be my vote for one of the things that's got to be included, is actually think about what are the, neuroaffirming and social development and social skills and creative programs and activity-based programs that are actually going to benefit the whole classroom and benefit those kids, particularly if, as I was saying before, they might come from a family environment that doesn't have the resources or the capability to necessarily spot that there's a problem or get them to help or get them to more help.
Thank you. Can I just add a little bit more to that? There is a real problem in the younger kids, the pre-school kids, about navigating the system. Do you see a role for the education department being involved there as well? For example,
I think that
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, people helping people navigate can be helpful, but only if there's something to navigate to, and only if it's possible to find good, trustworthy information. And again, I would urge the committee to consider the report that we delivered from the digital navigation project. I'm happy to email it through to the committee secretariat, but
if you could forward that to us, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a solid piece of research and found that, for example, something like 85% of directories, the kind of directories you might search if you were a navigator helping someone, are manually updated, and 37% of the ones we looked at are Excel spreadsheets. So navigators can be helpful, but only if they've got a system and a set of information that's easily navigable. So I guess I would be strongly encouraging government to be looking at those recommendations. As yet, we have submitted them and they've been warmly received, but there isn't yet a funding commitment to them, and they are integral to so many major reforms being able to be successful, including the NDIS.
Yep, that's good. Thank you. Mr. Corwell, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Mr. Birrell? Oh, sorry. Well, Mr. Birrell, yeah.
It was sort of answered, just interested in the crossover between autism and anxiety and mental health challenges, but I think that was well answered when you were speaking earlier. If there's anything you'd like to add on that.
Look, only that, so I think there is good data that, people who are autistic and people with an intellectual disability have a higher prevalence of anxiety and depression, and they also have a much harder time accessing mental health support. We also know that for families and parents who are the primary caregivers trying to essentially fight a system to get help for their kids, they in turn are also facing, high levels of stress, anxiety, depression, relationship issues. I mean, I can think of a family that we've supported it, saying that we've engaged with, who have a son with very high needs, didn't fit the criteria for NDIS, and they were spending $30,000, $40,000 a year out of pocket. And some of that was for the sort of compounding effect of, in trying to support their son who had very difficult behavioural issues, lovely boy, but they were also experiencing significant depression and anxiety themselves. So you imagine what that's like for a family, trying to do everything you can to help your precious child, and then at the same time also needing help yourself and having to sort of choose, whether to pay bills and what therapies might work. And the navigation problem was a big one in that situation too, because it's essentially on them. They had the experience of regularly being sort of let go by private psychologists and psychiatrists for having a kid whose needs were too difficult but not fitting the mould of any particular program. And I think that is another big area for opportunity in the design of Thriving Kids. So many programs and interventions are designed around exclusion criteria rather than inclusion criteria, and it just makes it that much harder for anyone who's got, a slightly more difficult sort of set of circumstances. They've got to check every program to see what they're excluded from. It's the opposite of what you would think of as a comprehensive approach. It's the opposite of how we might really try and, hey, there's a big problem here, let's tackle it quickly and early with everything we've got. Instead, it's almost like the more complex your situation is, the more, rungs you have to go up and the harder it is. So, I've just come to my earlier point. I think we need really solid design principles and use of evidence, and that includes, culturally safe evidence about what we can learn from, as Clinton mentioned earlier. We need to be looking at what we've learned already about social emotional well-being and the importance of the whole of the family and the whole of the community being able to be supported, rather than this very reductionist, typical approach to service delivery, which is driven by funding criteria. It's driven by competitive tenders that are best suited to military procurement. They don't solve social challenges very well.
I'm not very good at that either.
But just, it's Clinton here. If I could just add to that, I completely support everything that's been said. I'd just further by saying that I think an argument could be put forward that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people who experience autism and their families could possibly be the most marginalised, or one of the most marginalised sort of groups that we're considering when we're looking at groups in that school-based age, because they face all the same challenges with the systems and access, etc., that have just been spoken about. But then we can't deny that then there is also that overlay and that intersectionality of discrimination that exists within systems within Australia and the experiences of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we know that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples across the spectrum of social-emotional well-being are more likely to get diagnoses, but are far less likely to receive treatment and intervention. So, yeah, I think it's really important, and I'd argue it's not just for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples that those challenges exist. I think we have this situation in Australia where we tend to focus a lot on you are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander or you are non-Indigenous, and in that non-Indigenous bracket there is a whole bunch of cultural diversity that we tend to just glaze over and not attend to as if it's not important in terms of how we engage with, respond to and work with families and communities.
I think that's so important, Clinton, and if I might add, I agree completely that, there's the people who are going to benefit most, I think, from us getting really accessible and inclusive design right at the outset are the people who, for a whole range of reasons, might be less likely to reach out on their own. That might be about their resources, but it could also be fear about speaking up and asking for help. We know that fear of kids being taken away is still a very, very real issue. So, why wouldn't we want to look at redesigning the settings so that there is the benefit of intervention-type strategies around social skills, around development, around making friends and feeling rewarded. I mean, we have a school system, and I say this as a parent and a carer of kids who face some of these challenges. We have a school system that rewards kids who can sit still and be quiet and follow instructions. And there are many other things that kids can do that are wonderful and brilliant that involve all types of other skills. But we have this school system that still operates a lot like it did 100, 200 years ago. So I think that would be one way of thinking about the design of, quote, programs. Instead of making them something that you have to individually go and sign up for and find, what can we put into these settings where, a large number of people from all different backgrounds are likely to reach them, and that's the schools and the early childhood centres. And how can we put them in place so they benefit all the kids? I think that's also a pathway towards a more inclusive society, frankly.
Good. Thank you. Ms. Stanley.
I wanted to tease what you said earlier, and it follows on to your last comment about schools are having to wait for diagnosis. Do you have any comment about why they need to? Because educators in these settings have experience, they're professional, they could be starting support if it was encouraged by the people that they report to as soon as a child is showing some signs of needing support in their classrooms. Do you think the education system needs to pick its game up a bit?
I can speak to that from my own lived experience. I think, we have amazing teachers, and they have a whole classroom of kids, and it's a bit like the emergency department in that the resources can often get drawn to the most acute need, and so kids that have a softer signal or a flag that they might benefit from some support, I think are going to be, less in line to be able to be supported that way because there aren't enough resources. Sure, let's look at how we're training teachers and make sure that they're getting, great professional development around the best ways to support, children and young people with different needs. But I think you've still got one teacher in a classroom and maybe one counsellor in a school and a whole lot of kids in a public school with needs. And so those resources, that time, that planning, that making of a plan, that goes to the kids with the most acute needs. And so if you've got a kid who's presenting a bit like maybe there's some signs of autism, maybe there's some ADHD, and they're struggling to make friends, but they're not the most noticeable behaviourally, then at least my experience has been that schools are not going to get you to the front of that queue to see because there's only one counsellor. And I remember an initiative, I think it was during the pandemic, where there was a big announcement about a massive increase to counsellors in schools, a doubling, I think, and it went from 1 to 2. I thought, well, if you really want to change the game, why aren't we going from 1 to 5? Because 1 to 2 isn't going to really make a dent into the support that's needed there. So, yeah, I think it's a case of resourcing, and I think there is still a sense of do no harm. I think teachers probably also don't want to, increase stigma or single a kid out if there isn't a diagnosis and they're not sure if they can implement. They might know plenty of strategies of what worked for kid A and have a sense that they might work for kid B, but they want that official doctor tick of approval. Yes, you can go and implement this strategy. Whereas I think if we looked at it differently and thought, how can we make, breaks in the classroom time and active play and calm corners and whatever, occupational therapy and psychology-based strategies and social development and creative strategies are going to help all kids do well, then it wouldn't have that risk of singling anyone out, and it wouldn't rely on teachers needing to feel like they're jumping the gun without a diagnosis. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm realising how hard it is to be on a teleconference.
Could I just it's Quentin again here. I'll just add something to that again if I could. I fully support that teachers are integral in outcomes of children and the way that we work with any child, and they do an amazing job. What I would suggest is that with the range of neurodiverse experiences that may present within a classroom, that teachers are unlikely to have the professional capacity to be able to pick up and necessarily distinguish between different presentations or diagnoses as such that kids may be presenting with. For instance, so if we look at some of the well spoken about neurodivergent sort of conditions, so if you look at FASD versus ASD versus ADHD, each may have some overlaps in terms of behaviours and presentations, but each is very unique in terms of, one, the way it is diagnosed and the history that's led to that, but two, the responses that are best practice for ensuring we get the best outcomes for that particular person. So I think early intervention is absolutely required. I think a lot more training and support could be provided to teachers and to schools to bolster, I guess, that everyday serviceability and support for children. But I wouldn't suggest that teachers are the best place to be necessarily picking up on diagnoses and therefore coming up with the treatment plans, etc.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting they come up with the treatment plan. What I was suggesting was that they could start the support early. I'm not suggesting that they are the only person that provides any support in this. It's just, I think education, health, NDIS and any other supports all have a place to play a role in this. Anyway, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thanks. Dr. Ryan, any questions?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm interested in whether, I'm sorry I can't be there in person, whether there's thoughts regarding potential benefits or drawbacks of group therapy as opposed to individual therapy sessions for small people under the scheme.
Who would like to answer that?
I might just talk about it from the accessibility point of view. I think that, group programs and individual programs can be really good, and that's one of the challenges of the NDIS as an insurance-based model, is it really gutted what used to exist in terms of group-based supports across the whole system, because the move to individual funding made it really difficult for providers to be able to pool those funds in the way that they were able to previously and provide group-based programs. So I think they are, they are beneficial in different forms. I would make the point, though, also that, as I said before, that literally the physical settings and virtual delivery in physical settings where families and kids already are is one way to make accessibility better, whether it's to individual therapies or to group programs, and particularly so if you're a family with multiple kids. And some of these things do actually tend to run in families. And I'll just, reiterate my earlier point. We're in a society now where you've got, in most cases, both parents, working full-time, cost of living pressures, trying to make ends meet, and the actual accessibility challenge that creates when you're trying to get not just one kid to a group program that's only on at a certain time if you can get past the waiting list. But if you've got multiple kids, it's even harder. So again, the school is the setting. I mean, there are some great examples of schools where they are able to do this well, coordinate and bring in external providers so that you can literally see them and do things within that school setting in the hours between, a 3 o'clock finish and a 5 o'clock pickup. So I think there's some really practical opportunities that could help with how the program is implemented. That would, I think, boost its effect if we really think about that accessible design and settings component, as well as obviously affordability.
Thank you. And any thoughts about? I just remember one of my kids needed some help with his reading at one point, and he didn't want anyone else in the school to know that he wouldn't be taken out of the class to go and have help because he didn't want anyone else to know that he was having difficulty with his reading. Have you got any thoughts about that? I mean, there are some concerns in terms of people's privacy and how other kids might, view the fact that these children are requiring services. Do you have any thoughts about how that could be handled?
Well, I look, stigma is a big issue, right? It's just as big an issue for little kids as it is for adults. They can perceive it just like we can. I think you want to have options and flexibility. I mean, I think there are certainly ways for programs to be delivered that can also maintain privacy, but I reflect what I said earlier about, why aren't we normalising more of the work that's needed to get all kids to have access to extra support? But, if that fails, then, local community health centres, digital programs, online programs, things that can be done from the library on a device. I mean, I think there are ways to think about design and inclusion that should be able to overcome that. And as I said earlier, the problem with the way most government initiatives are rolled out is this sort of by militaristic tender, where you end up with, I think, a less optimal solution. It's not fit for social change. We need better design processes that actually really think about the implementation and the setting and all of those factors, because stigma is a big one.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, it's Quentin here. I'll just, if I could just throw in something at the end there. I think on that notion of stigma, yes, I'd acknowledge that there can at times be issues of stigmatisation that occur, but at the other end of that, what we have to realise is that stereotyping can always occur within systems as well. So I don't think we should always be determining that one solution is going to fit for everybody. So yes, there might be children out there who may have some fears around stigmatisation and therefore want to be seen individually and not have people to know about certain things. But there may be other children who actually do work better in a group-based setting. So I think it's about having options and empowering through choice.
Before speaking, I'd like to completely back up what Clinton's just said here. I think that supports need to be tailored to individual needs. As an autistic person myself, I remember back to when I was a child, and I'm still processing your first question, so I'm just going to go back to that for a moment around benefits and drawbacks to group therapy. When I was a child, I can't imagine I would have been able to participate in group therapy because group therapy would require masking because other people are there. Not only that, but other people in the group would have different sensory requirements. So some people might really need noise or bright light, and others require the exact opposite of that. So I would strongly advocate against group therapy for those reasons, and I'm sure there's others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's Mike Freelander here, the Chair. Just a couple of other questions. Really, we're very interested in early intervention, and there is a real problem with people getting access to assessments and intervention programs. We've already heard a little bit about the education system, and we will be talking to the Education Department later on. But can you think of any solutions to this problem of once a child's been identified as having a neurodevelopmental problem, then getting to a formal assessment and intervention? Because we're keen to see how we can get people access to support as soon as possible.
Yeah, hi, it's Clinton. I can speak in terms of, I guess, the post-diagnosis phase. So when we're actually looking at working with people, one of the biggest issues that we have is lack of access due to simply the amount of practitioners that are available. And at times what happens is within systems and within certain initiatives that are put in place, we tend to allot certain professions as only being able or only being capable of working with certain diagnoses or certain conditions, which I think at times limits the scope or the opportunity that we have or the breadth of practitioners that we have available to us to actually open up access to more people in terms of working. And I think that's quite common across most of the mental health space, is that we tend to really look towards psychologists, psychiatrists, and we often don't pay as much attention or give as much support to all the other practitioners that work within the allied health space in the fields of mental health or whatever else the certain condition may actually be. So I think by broadening our perspective on who we include in certain initiatives and empower to work within spaces and to make sure that they actually have the training and the skills and the knowledge available to them and to work in those spaces, the greater we can increase access.
Good. Ms. Green or Ms. Bryce, would you like to comment on that at all? Guess that's a no. Good. Well, I don't have any further questions.
No more from that. Thank you.
I was just going to make one extra comment, sorry, just on...
Who's speaking, please?
Sorry, it's Rachel from Sane again. Just on the subject of access to assessment and diagnosis, I do think it is a really critical issue, and at times, that is one of the biggest frustrations for families, is the waiting lists that are 6 months to a year to books closed. I actually think we should be tracking this and reporting it publicly and doing something about it, making more, looking at the MBS incentives or, looking at the workforce shortages to try and improve this. I support what Clinton said as well about all the different types of practitioners that could potentially be part of even a working assessment, because the gap there between knowing what could be going on and doing something about it and simply just waiting is when you lose all these precious early years where you could be intervening. So I think we should be thinking about how we actually track services provided and services available. And again, we made recommendations about how to do that in our digital navigation report. And we should be publicly reporting what those waiting lists actually look like state by state.
Yeah, because they've become very inequitable, and people are paying for private assessments if they can afford it. And people who don't have as much resources go on waiting lists, sometimes measured in years.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's been my experience personally. There's no amount of connections that can get you past those waiting lists.
Yep. Good. All right. Well, there's no further questions, so thank you very much for presenting evidence to us today. It's been very valuable, and thank you for giving us your time. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. And thank you once again for giving us your valuable time.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Good.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, I would now like to call representatives of Early Childhood Australia and Amaze to give evidence to us today.
We're trying to track down Early Childhood. She's in the building.
Oh, she's lost. Okay. We might have a slight delay while we find a witness. All right, we'll get you to ask the first questions then. Yeah. So we are just waiting for Ms. Page. We might give it a minute or two.
Can we suspend?
Oh, we'll do that.
Broadcasting just empty.
Okay. Well, we might suspend for 5 minutes. We'll suspend the meeting for 5 minutes.
Yeah, otherwise it'll just be dead air.
Yeah.
Not that it's being broadcast anyway, but like, I keep forgetting.
Yes. I'm a bit annoyed about that, actually.
You and me both. But we did not know. Senate doesn't know. No one knew.
They'll have a fit.
Yeah. I think a few people higher up already have.
So I'm sure we'll find Miss Page. She's somewhere in the building.
It's a big place, you never know.
It is.
Could be a while.
It's very cold.
Have you made a submission, Emily? Right. Good. Good.
Hello, I'm so sorry.
Who's that?
Someone dropped in or dropped out. Just someone's dropped out. Probably the previous.
Yeah. All right, we restart.
Yeah, somehow.
Well, we will restart this meeting of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability. I now call witnesses from Early Childhood Australia and Amaze. And thank you for coming today and giving us your valuable time. For the Hansard record, before giving evidence, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. Giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before you respond to any questions. Before you do make a brief opening statement, I'd like my committee to identify themselves.
Sam Birrell, Federal Member for Nichols, which is an electorate in Northern Victoria, and I'll apologise that I'll have to be leaving at around 4 o'clock. Thank you for coming.
Jodie Ballier, Federal Member for Dunkley in South East Victoria, and I will be leaving at the same time as Sam is.
Mike Freeland, a member for Macarthur, in out of southwestern Sydney. I'll be here to the bitter end.
Anne Stanley, member for Warrawar. It seems I'm joining Mike to the bitter end.
Mr. Caldwell, would you like to identify yourself?
Sorry? We've got a few people online. As we look up to the heavens.
Mr. Caldwell? Okay. Dr. Ryan.
Hi, it's Monique Ryan here from Kooyong in eastern Melbourne. Sorry, I can't be there in person.
Good. Now,
and Chair, it's Dr. Sophie Thompson, well, McKellar in Northern Beaches of Sydney, just on the line. Yeah, thank you.
Good. So I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement. Who would like to go first?
So I'm David Tong, CEO of Amaze. Just for transparency, I'm also a board member of the Australian Autism Alliance and also the Australian Advisory Board on Autism. There's a lot of A's in my space. And I'm a member of the Autism Advisory Group for NDIA. Also a parent of a neurodivergent child and many autistic family members. Prior to being at Amaze over 5 years, prior to that I was at Royal Children's Hospital Melbourne. And I was involved in the NDS steering group there. But really, I'm here as a CEO of Amaze in that capacity, just to be clear on that. I know there's other members of those groups that are giving evidence. Amaze is a leading autism organisation working to build a more inclusive Australia, one where autistic people and their families can live their best lives. Our work's informed by research and grounded in lived experience, shaped by what the autism community tells us matters most to them. While we're based in Victoria, our reach is national, and we're home to Autism Connect, Australia's first and only national autism helpline, which provides free evidence-informed support to anyone in Australia. We're ticking around 60,000 people who've accessed support from one of our advisors, and hundreds of thousands of online supports and downloads of information. That's currently funded under an ILC/foundational support grant currently till the end of this financial year. We also work with governments and organisations and communities through our Amaze Inclusion programme, helping workplaces and schools and services become more inclusive and responsive to autistic and neurodivergent people. And we're ready to assist in the design and delivery of Thriving Kids in any way that we can, including if that's facilitating communications and consultations or engagement with community, and in particular any data through Autism Connect and the information that we have, because that's a unique and viable lens into our community's key concerns, needs and perspective. Just in the last financial year, we had over 700 families of children aged 0 to 6, and the top 5 topics they raised to us were diagnosis, education, family and community supports, understanding autism and accessing therapy. All matters obviously related to this inquiry. I'm happy to provide more information about that if need be. We've got a lot of reports that we report to the department on. However, there is limited public information about the initiative, as you're probably aware, and this includes the level of commitment across states and territories and how it will be funded, how eligibility will be determined, noting that mild and moderate autism are not diagnostic terms. I'm also a bit concerned about the no accessible information, such as easy read or videos that were created to support people with disability, including autistic people, to participate in this inquiry, and happy to, if there's any further opportunity, to help with that. But I can speak more to my key recommendations, but I just want to make sure I highlight that the urgent need for Thriving Kids to be linked and aligned to national and state disability policy frameworks, including the National Autism Strategy. By linking it to the National Autism Strategy, I think that will be critical to policy alignment, consistency, integrated service reform, equal commitment to equity inclusion, including, as the previous session talked about, priority cohorts and understanding of intersectionality, and a commitment to co-design and community engagement, and an aligned understanding of autism and use of language. This can help ensure exclusionary and unhelpful terms like mild and moderate autism are not used, and that the human rights and social models of disability shape the initiative, and that autism is recognised as a permanent lifelong disability. Thank you.
Ms. Page.
Thank you very much. So my name is Samantha Page. I'm the CEO at Early Childhood Australia. Early Childhood Australia is a national peak body promoting the interests of young children from birth to the age of 8, and the importance of high quality early childhood services, including early childhood education and care. So we have a national footprint. We are a not-for-profit, and we've been around forever. and it's my pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for the opportunity. I did also want to note that I'm on the Thriving Kids Initiative Steering Group. It's a very newly appointed steering group, but just in the interest of transparency, I'm a member of that group. Also, that ECA delivers NDIS Partner in the Community program in the Darwin region, and the Inclusion Support Program for the Department of Education across the Northern Territory, which gives us some insight into what's happening for children and families. But I also want to be transparent about our government-funded programs. We are also national delivery partner with Beyond Blue and Headspace for BU, which is the Mental Health in Education Settings initiative, which I think provides some interesting example of how to support capability uplift in the early childhood sector. So I'll come to that in a minute. We do have concerns about the pathway to the NDIS for young children and the sort of market individual-based approach of the NDIS, whether that is suitable for young children. So we strongly support the interest in establishing foundational supports or alternative pathways and mechanisms to support children who might have a developmental delay and or a disability that is yet to be clear. Often we see children in early childhood education settings who have developmental difficulty in some area, but doesn't mean that they have a delay as such. They're having difficulty. It may be that they're having a trauma response. It may be that their home learning environment hasn't facilitated development in a particular developmental domain. It may be that they have a disability, but it may take some time to establish that. And what we want to make sure is that children get the immediate intervention support that that's going to benefit them long term, regardless of what the underlying cause is. We don't want to be waiting for diagnosis or waiting for other issues to arise before we're able to respond to the needs of that child, and often to the needs of the whole family. So if, for example, we have a child with a small speech delay, they might just be having trouble with a particular consonant blend. We want to be able to work with the family, work with the educators that are working with that child so that everybody is supporting the development of that consonant blend, and that might be it. That might be the only difficulty that child ever has, or it may be an indicator that there are other developmental issues that might might emerge over time. We simply don't know, and we don't want to be trying to decide whether a child is in or out of the NDIS or in or out of any particular service system at that moment in time. We just want to make sure that the service system is responsive and able to give that child and the family what they need in the moment, as it were. And from that perspective, we see it's really important that the Thriving Kids Initiative and the foundational supports that are part of it are embedded into the early childhood ecosystem, and that includes using early childhood education and care, but it also includes using other frameworks that sit around the early childhood system. So, for example, the Commonwealth funds the inclusion support agencies in every state and territory to support inclusion in early childhood services. We see the potential for that to be expanded, to be able to do developmental assessments such as ASQ Tracks, which is an Australian tool used for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children's development. That could work across the early childhood system, so it could work with multiple services. It's also where perhaps allied health's additional capability could be located. It is given the workforce situation and the financing models, unlikely that we can have a speech therapist in every early childhood education setting, but we could have speech therapists available through the inclusion support program to every early childhood education and care program. So that's the model we see. We have made a submission to this inquiry, which I'm happy to talk to. I know it's all been a bit rushed, and we were running our national conference, so it might not be quite as polished or as widely consulted as usual.
I do apologise for the time frame. That has been beyond our control.
That's okay.
But I do apologise for that. So thank you for coming today. It's great.
No,
both could come.
I know if some members need to leave early, I'm happy to use your time however you see best. If you'd rather do questions, or I can speak to the submission or the terms of reference, whatever works.
Well, we might open it up for questions because people do have to leave, and I might go to Ms. Valia and then the member for Nichols as well, to Sam. So because they may have to go. So yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your work, and it's substantial by the sounds of things. So for me, I've worked in the community sector, in domestic and family violence in the community sector, and in schools. So for me, the interest I have at the moment, as we unpack the issues, the opportunities and some of the barriers, is what does a model look, it's a systems approach that's co-designed, it's place-based. What does the model look for you? So we've ticked all those other boxes. What are the elements of it?
I think that's a piece of work that needs to be done. I think that is what's tricky here, is that we don't come with a model ready for you. We come with a set of ideas about where professional capability could be uplifted or where additional positions could be placed. But in terms of who employs the people that are delivering Thriving Kids supports, where they're based, how they're funded, whether that's individual or community level, still needs to be worked through.
So I'm just going to use the opportunity to throw at you what I've been hearing consistently over the last couple of sessions to test with you and for you to dispute or whatever, because I'm interested in your professional opinions. So we've heard that integration into education settings is really important, and early childhood settings. We've also heard the importance of navigators, both online and, my sense, also in individuals. We've heard of the importance of possibly some case management that supports the family, the individual, to negotiate the maze. What else have we heard that, as common, there's been some discussion about, group work with using, one of the things is individuals need support, but there's also the need to be connected to other groups within the community, peer groups or, hippie programs. So there's some of the things we've heard threads of consistently. So I suppose just throwing those ideas out to you.
I think that shows how complex this space is, and how complex autistic children and families, how they're experiencing it. We hear this day in, day out. But this isn't new. The 2011 Productivity Commission report talked about the 3 tiers of support. We got probably tier 3 quite well because that was NDIS plans, but the tier 2 supports, which was community-based supports, disappeared. And so, I'm sure. And tier 1 was about community and society being more inclusive and embracing diversity and inclusion. Now we could argue the politics of that. And then we've had the foundational supports, all the consultation. We've had the National Autism Strategy, 2,000 autistic individuals involved, a lot of real gold standard community consultation. So a lot of information already exists about what can work as individuals or groups. And I think drawing on some of that work and probably knowing it early childhood, is complex. So in Victoria, the maternal child health nurse system, that they've been trained how to early identify, not necessarily diagnosed. But if you speak to an OT, for example, the work they're going to do in a session is probably not that different if they've got a diagnosis or not. What they see in front of them is what they're going to work with. And that's what our colleague would tell me. But if you think about children and families, they're in this bind of, do I get an assessment and a diagnosis so I can access support? And that's changing a little bit with NDIS reforms, where it might be more a functional capacity assessment and different requirements. Schools are asking for a diagnosis so they can access the state-based supports in education. Now what information is going to help that family? And we can't say individual or group. It's so hard because it depends on the individual.
So can I just interrupt for a minute? Can people on the phone please mute themselves, because it's making it difficult for others to hear?
So I think the last point, the challenge we've got is, we know an early diagnosis means there's probably less support required further on in life. My own son took 2 years to get that diagnosis and thousands of dollars. The wait list for publicly funded diagnosis and years and years, and $2,000 out of pocket still, and it has been for 10, 15 years. And so if we know that's the case, then that's really good. But we shouldn't then rely on that just to be to determine the right supports for that individual. And if we get them early, and maternity and health nurses will help, as well as early childhood, that to me feels that where the best early intervention, the best intervention impact can happen, I think.
So you're talking about assessment points of being able to check maternal child health, early childhood. I think there's a prep transition assessment is from...
Well, in some states.
In some states.
It's not universal, and that's the problem. It's not universal. A lot of these programs are not universal.
We do have, over 97% of 4-year-olds attending early childhood education and care, so preschool, kindergarten, or a long daycare, or a family daycare program. So there is an opportunity there in terms of development, assessment, and prior to transition to school. But I think what I'm quite excited about the Thriving Kids initiative is getting in much, much, much earlier. When we have an infant who's just not quite making as much eye contact as you might expect, or when you have a 2 or 3-year-old who's struggling with speech, they don't have a disability yet, and we're not in a position to diagnose a disability, and it's not about that anyway. We shouldn't be looking for a deficit blame for the issue the child is having. We should just be saying, let's help the child with that speech. The thing that they've got going on, or let's increase the amount of time we spend gazing with this infant to see whether that picks up their eye contact. That's what we want to be doing. The difficulty is that infants are not consistently in any given service system. So sometimes they're in maternal child health, sometimes we don't see them then again until they're 4. Sometimes they're coming into early childhood education and care. Sometimes they're in a playgroup or a supported playgroup or another parenting program. Part of that improving that very early touch point with families is having those generic community touch points, those parenting programs, peer support. We're involved in Envisage and other peer support programs that connect parents to each other and connect them to various professionals who can say, oh no, that's perfectly developmentally normal for that age, or no, that might be something that you want to explore a little further. But we're exploring it at this point in time from a very strengths-based. Chances are they're going to move on from that. Chances are with the right intervention they're going to be perfectly fine. So let's start with that position and not be challenging children into a diagnostic or disability-defined program too early.
Sam. Just make a note there. I had some feedback from parents, I have personally, who are concerned about at the moment they've got an NDIS package and that's serving them quite well. And the news they're hearing is that that NDIS package may go and the kids might move to this Thriving Kids program, which hasn't yet been developed. So they're concerned, they're worried. Is it your view that we can develop a program that can move a proportion, and I know that's how long this piece of string, a proportion of people away from the system of having an NDIS package to getting equal, if not better, support for their condition?
Difficult for me to answer that. My understanding was that families that have an NDIS package were not likely to lose that package, but rather this is about setting up an alternative support for new children.
Not immediately,
Look, the difficulty we have with the NDIS is that we have this sort of race to diagnosis, and we're encouraging families to take a very deficit view of their child in order to get support. That should just be forthcoming and shouldn't be relying on a deficit position or a diagnosis as such. So I would hope these two programs, the Thriving Kids Initiative and the NDIS, can work alongside each other. Right. And I would like families to be able to dip in and out of the NDIS when they need it without feeling that that's the only support that they've got. If good preventative and early intervention support is available through Thriving Kids Initiative, then we take the sort of desperate need for NDIS funding out of the equation, I would hope.
Yeah, and I kind of agree. I think it remains to be seen if kids are going to get kicked off, and that's the fear and the anxiety in that. And I know we've got a couple of years. I mean, I think that's the worry, and that's a true worry, and we're hearing that. But we're already being told by families that they're engaging fewer services anyway. So if one of the aims is to not spend as much on plans, that's already seems to be happening, and whether that's because of plan reviews or eligibility supports, reassessments, we're not sure, but we're feeling that, and we did a bit of a survey on that recently. It happened to be live as the Thriving Kids announcement happened, so it's kind of was good timing, but we didn't ask about Thriving Kids. But the well-being of the community was impacted, and they were feeling that. But we also crunched the numbers, and this was really interesting for me around, and from the quarterly reports from NDIS. So, and this is our workings, but it's from the tables that's publicly available. So autistic kids aged 0 to 8 constituted 23% of NDIS participants in that age group and 7.2% of total participants, but accounted for only 3.4% of total support payments, so not just plan value but support payments, in the year ending 30 June 2025. So getting a small proportion off, probably not going to do that much to the bottom line.
Can I say that's not the aim of this inquiry?
No, I know it's not the aim,
yeah.
But in terms of the messaging originally was about cost.
We've created a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, no, I know that's not the aim.
And to clarify, because we do want to, I mean, I don't want that anxiety to be out there. I'm supposing I'm asking your professional opinion.
Yeah.
Can we develop a Thriving Kids program that will give the equal or better support than the current system, which is mainly NDIS packages?
I think we can.
You're saying yes.
I think we can. However,
yeah.
There's already a children's pathway that's been developed and redesigned in NDIS. So how does the children's pathway in NDIS fit in with Thriving Kids? How does it fit in with all the other state-based inclusion programs and other intervention programs? And states and territories need to come on board to agree to this and how that's going to fit in. And I think that's the worry for us. We would love to see the collaboration. Early assessment of needs for young children would be amazing if that was consolidated across a program. Yeah.
Mm. And I think the potential for, Sam Page, ECA, I know we haven't been doing that for the transcript, but the potential for soft entry points and group approaches has the potential to be a lot more efficient. So one of the problems we have that we see a lot up in Darwin is you have individual, allied health working with individual children. You might have as many as 200 different individual allied health people visiting a particular school, all working with different children, different days. It's a lot for the school to manage, it's a lot for families to manage, and it's a lot of wasted energy, if you like. If we were able to design a better approach through Thriving Kids where children can access services that are funded at the community level rather than on a one-by-one basis, we could potentially do it in a much more efficient way.
Okay, so that's good. I'm taking that as a yes, we can design something that's going to be better than what we currently have. But there is the parents who do have NDIS packages are getting significant support. Are they going to continue to get significant support is probably the question they're asking in this as we go through this inquiry.
Yes, and that does depend on the capability of the systems that they're accessing, if that makes sense. So do you need to use your NDIS package to purchase a piece of equipment, or does the service you're accessing already have that equipment? I think some of this is really difficult to answer because it's very contextualised.
Yeah, there'll be some kids and children that will have to have a package from immediate diagnosis.
Absolutely.
And I think, and so that's always, and I think that's some of the messaging that if you are in that position, then that's probably still going to happen, hopefully.
Well, they've talked quite openly about grandfathering the program, so for existing NDIS.
And there has been, and I have had this answered, so I'm happy with where we're up to, but I have had parents very concerned about the use of the mild autism language. And what we've heard since we've all been asking that question is that people prefer if we don't say mild autism, but we focus on different needs. You'd agree with that?
Absolutely, and I think this is where the contextual nature of disability becomes really, it's a social construct if you have a disability, right? It's because the systems you're trying to access or the world you're trying to live in doesn't work for you. We can change the environment and or we can give the support to the individual, and we can have two children with exactly the same condition with very different support needs, and this has been a real challenge for the NDIS, to try and understand that. And we can also, an infant with autism has very limited difference in terms of support needs. Very minimal support needs would be different between that infant and another infant. But as children get older and as they start to access more community environments and more services, then those support needs change over time. And what we really need to be able to be is responsive to whatever those support needs are, regardless of what the diagnosis is or whether whatever condition the child has, the support needs might be very different.
National Autism Strategy has some language information, so as in linking to that would be straightforward.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the work and for presenting today.
No, thank you.
Yeah, travel safely, guys.
Chair.
Pleasure. We might go to Mr. Caldwell. You're on the line.
I'm fine, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Scomps.
Chair, I'm just listening in at the moment. It was a little bit difficult to hear for a bit, but it's been very.
Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Chair. I lost a lot of the testimony just because of the interference that we had on the line. So I might come back at the end if I can sort of get back to myself.
Ms. Stanley.
Thank you for coming today. Before the NDIS, you've presented a number of negative type of concerns that you have about what the government is currently trying to do in this program. So I'm interested in, before the NDIS, is there anything out of pre-2012 we could use in this new scenario? Because I think it is really important to anybody listening. People are not going to be excluded from the NDIS if they need it. This is about making sure that every child gets the support they need all the way through their development pathway, and for some children that will be the NDIS right up front. Whether their diagnosis will ultimately be autism or something else, because some kids unfortunately are born with an inability to walk or whatever. Like, there are lots of different sorts of challenges, which means the world needs to do better for them. But I just wondered if there's anything in the pre-NDIS world that we could adapt or do better, because, there were, I come from New South Wales, we had a ADEC used to look after everybody with a disability and aged care, so I just...
Can I just say I'm a huge fan of the NDIS? I don't mean to suggest that I'm, really negative towards it at all. I mean, I think it's been... I started my career in disability support services, and I think the NDIS solved the major problem that we had, which was the lack of funding. There was not enough funding to provide good quality support to the people who needed it, and the NDIS has solved that problem, particularly for adults and for older children as well. And as you say, there are some children from the get-go where we can be really clear about what support needs they're likely to have. They might, be deaf, or we know they're not going to be able to walk, although many children, we don't know that until they're, two, that they're not able to walk. But there are some children with very clear disability. One of the difficulties we hear for those children is the answer isn't always in individual support packages. Sometimes it's, as you spoke about earlier, David, the peer support, the community-based support, the Tier 2 level supports, if you like, that the families really value. And the biggest problem for the NDIS in the early childhood space is there's a lot of grey, where we know children aren't quite developing as we would expect them to. We don't know whether that is a disability or not yet, and we don't know whether early intervention will resolve that for them, or whether they may have, an ongoing developmental issue, but it might impact them in a very minor way and not require substantial lifelong support. So how do we support those children without them feeling like unless they get an NDIS ticket, they're not going to get the supports that they need. And I do think that the Tier 2 supports, I think we're not doing too badly with those Tier 1 community level supports, although we could always do more. And I think the NDIS offers the Tier 3, once you know exactly what you need and what it's going to cost, you have access to that. It's the Tier 2 in the middle where we're trying to support families to be good, have a great relationship with their child, to be strengths-based, to be providing whatever additional supports the child might need without rushing to a diagnosis of disability. That's where the NDIS has struggled to find the right land the right approach. We've tried sort of early supports and we've tried different things, but they're not available everywhere consistently across the country, and that's where I think Thriving Kids could make a huge difference.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few programs that have lasted the passage of time, and like Play Connect, the early days workshops which are now envisaged. I mean, the old state peak autism bodies used to deliver early days, so early years. Are they still not to 5? I think recently diagnosed and working with the parents and carers. That's been around for a long time, and it's been recontracted to new providers. I think the challenge is, when NDIS started, is a lot of providers and organisations and not-for-profits and charities decided to become NDIS providers, and then that's left the gaps, and those gaps are there, and they're even there more in regional, rural, and those thin markets still exist. But some of the great works and organisations are still around and can do some of that work. But I think, they are, and I think it doesn't take too much, and they've got a workforce. We need to talk about workforce capability and capacity building, but I think there's a need for, and I've got to plug Autism Connect as an information support and referral line. Things like that can actually help direct, and I think, to right services and what's available. But the challenge is, and I think a few messages you've had today has been around, you can't navigate somebody to a list that's already full. And so we have a box in our Autism Connect office where we've got to put a coin in. It's a unicorn service because they're few and far between. But some of that provision and some of those organisations are doing great work in the sector, and I think bringing that back in and having a conversation with those orgs, I think would be really valuable, because I think some of them are struggling to find their place in with the changes to NDIS.
And I mentioned earlier that we provide the BU initiative, which is the Mental Health in Education initiative, and we provide to early childhood sector, Headspace provide to primary and high schools. And that model is a model of consultants that are available to support the development of the capability within early childhood services. So they help them develop a mental health action plan that's connected to their quality improvement plan, to upskill their team so that they are a mentally health workplace, but they're also providing good social and emotional support and context to children, and they're better able to identify children that might be struggling with social and emotional issues, and what to do about that, how to respond to that. And if we think of children as having 3 sort of key areas, there's development, which includes physical development, fine motor skills, sight, hearing, etc. There's learning, which is their conceptual understanding and communication skills and abilities, and well-being. BU is focused on the well-being side of things. The early childhood education and care system is focused on the learning. The development could be better embedded in the universal service system. So we could have people who are experts on speech development. Without them needing to be a speech therapist. We're not at the point of having a speech assessment. We just need experts in speech development that can help children who may just be having difficulty with particular areas of speech. They're not yet ready for one-on-one speech therapy intervention. They just need to be identified and to be given a little bit of extra support.
That's right. And what I was going to say is the early childhood teachers, in my experience, are very good at picking up kids who may need some support, whether it be physical, whether it be developmental or social. And we did have some very good supported early childhood centres, and I think the New South Wales government is doing a good job now trying to embed early childhood centres in schools. I think that's really important. But the roadblocks are, and correct me if I'm wrong, once an early childhood teacher has identified the child has an issue, is then communicating that to the parents, and then where to go to support. Now, what we have thought about the Thriving Kids program is that initially there should be access to support, for example, for a speech therapist to come into the early childhood centre, or a psychologist or an occupational therapist or even a physiotherapist to do some assessments around that, and not one-to-one therapy, but alerting the staff what they need to do and the family. So that's a real roadblock at the moment. It's very difficult to get those services. So we think that probably we need to see how we can support that early assessment, if you like, that doesn't cost the parents money, that can be provided with block funding in a nurturing centre that's language rich and that is positive about the kids. Some of those kids, as Anne said, will of course need to be on the NDIS. We know that. But those early childhood centres would have the facilities to deal with kids of all levels of development. Is that the sort of model that you would be?
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right. And you're right. Good skilled early childhood teachers can identify those developmental challenges that children might be experiencing. At the moment, the problem is the waiting list once you refer to a therapy service can be up to 2 years.
But most of those kids don't need one-to-one.
Not yet,
therapy.
they don't. You're absolutely right. They just need somebody to come in and, well, it may be. My daughter had a speech difficulty. I went with her to a group program for 6 to 8 weeks.
Yep.
They taught me what to do at home. They worked with her a little bit in a group setting. It wasn't one-to-one, it was a group setting. That resolved, she was fine. Yeah. Another child might then still continue to present with a speech and language difficulty, but the group program, as you refer to, is a terrific starting point that will benefit. It will also lift the parents' understanding of how speech develops and how important it is to have a language-rich home, and they could work with the educators around the child if they think there's particular strategies that would help.
And then the next roadblock seems to me to be, and it is a difficulty, and I'm still seeing patients in my clinic, so the next roadblock is when someone says, well, you need to have a formal assessment by the Child Development Unit. Maybe, David, you'd like to comment on that, because the waiting time for the Child Development in my electorate is over a year.
Yeah, I think specifically from the autistic community and autistic children or early identified, those transitions between services and stages can be really challenging. So, I mean, we agree starting early, but that transition between mainstream supports into NDIS or non-NDIS or other supports, often the families are going through this process as well, and the parents are trying to work out what's happening, what supports I need, and there's a bit of a understanding of where my child's at, and there can be a lot of guilt there can be a lot of challenges there in understanding what's happening, and and so we hear that a lot from parents. They need to be educated and understand what's happening, but it's really hard when they're on a wait list and there's no supports. So we'd definitely be advocating for whatever wait list there is. It's really hard to get a psychologist around Australia, or for any child psychologist. What supports can happen if we need a diagnosis, or when we need a diagnosis, before we're waiting for that diagnosis, because I think we would all agree, experts in this don't necessarily have to be an expert, but can start doing strategies and some form of support to support the child's needs from day one, if that's identified what those needs are.
Yeah.
And that would be great if we can do that. That would be so good.
If we can do that, I mean, the next roadblock is when they start school, but that's an issue that we also try and look at and get a more seamless process. There are big waiting. I can't comment on all the other states, but there's big waiting lists in New South Wales for supported places in schools, and it's a difficulty. Another roadblock.
And the shortages in allied health are tricky as well. I know we've worked with a lot of students in their final years in Darwin because of the lack of access to qualified OTs and speech therapists, etc. And maybe that's a model. But also, I think, as you said, there are programs we can deliver before we get to one-to-one
Yep.
therapy, that would benefit all of the children in that
Correct.
environment, whether it's siblings in the home environment or
whether
whether it's
they've got
other
a
children in the
severe
early
disability
childhood.
or not, they
Yes.
can all be supported.
That's right. I think from a financing perspective, I mean, I do think there's capacity in the inclusion support program in the early childhood education and care sector, and declaring that we are a provider of
Sure.
inclusion support agency in Northern Territory. But at the moment, the scope is quite narrow to supporting individual children in early childhood
Yep, needs to be
settings.
much broader.
Yeah, it could be. It could have a more diverse set of professional capabilities, and it could
Yeah.
work across services. It's open to all funded services. I don't want to misrepresent it, but I think it's limited capability uplift at the moment. We could do a lot more through that, and it could potentially work with other child and family programs, playgroups, supported playgroups,
Yep.
child maternal health. It could have a broader ambit.
Yeah.
What I like about it is that it's already got a structure and a framework and an existing
and
workforce, so it's a bit quicker.
Exactly, and we need
Yeah.
longer term funding programs as well. I would say.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Good. Do you have any other questions there?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Monique?
No, I'm good, thanks, Chair.
All good? Good. We could ask you lots of other things, I'm sure, but we are, as I said, the time frame is relatively short, but we do think that we can offer a good suggestion to the Thriving Kids program, and one other thing that I'm keen to do is make sure that it can be reviewed. So if we do need to make changes, we can make changes in the future. And I think that was one of the problems of the NDIS, which was remarkable for kids with severe disability and for the families to know that their kids would be looked after long after they were gone. But I think we need to have a program that's more flexible, and I think the Thriving Kids will be part of that.
That come through our consultation. The families would love that flexibility.
Yeah.
That would be a really great way to sell that program.
Yeah.
Could I put in a pitch for relational contracting as a potential model of doing that, because that does allow that opportunity to change what's being delivered and change the terms. I think one of the difficulties with the procurement models that we are operating in at the moment is this sort of notion that competitive is always going to deliver the best price. But competitive models lock you in on only purchasing what you went out to tender to purchase. It doesn't allow you to change halfway through and say, actually, that isn't what that child needs. They need something else, and it makes it it makes it more difficult to have that place-based approach where you're co-designing and changing what you're delivering. Relational contracting that has been recommended to the NDIS but not yet picked up by Bruce Bonahady and colleagues, I think could well be a model worth looking at for Thriving Kids.
All right, well, you've exposed my ignorance, I'm afraid. Can you just explain exactly what relational contracting means?
Yes, I'm really concerned that I'm not going to do it justice, but I will send to the committee the paper that I've read from University of Melbourne. So it is basically.
That would be good if you could do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically government entering into a different contracting relationship to say these are the shared outcomes we're trying to achieve, these are the values by which we're going to operate, and these are the various ways in which we might achieve those objectives, and allowing some flexibility as time goes along to be able to deliver on those. And so you're not locking in to you're only buying a hospital, you're locking into buying health outcomes, and they might look different in different communities in terms of what's delivered.
Okay.
And so, for example, where a partner in the community is ordinarily required to employ a speech therapist and OT, in some areas you just can't get one. So you can, if we have the flexibility to say, well, we're going to find another way to deliver those kind of allied health outcomes and make that part of the contracting, then you're not ruling out anyone who's honest in the contracting process and says, I can't do that. What we tend to find with competitive tendering is people say they can do things that actually aren't possible in that community, and you end up, I think, the government gets inferior outcomes even though they might be on paper value for money.
Good. Thank you. Well, nothing you want to ask us at all?
No, thanks for the opportunity. And if there are any more consultations or you want to engage the community more lived experience, please reach out. We're happy to convene groups, even if it's side groups, and also for the Thriving Kids group as well. Happy to do that.
Great.
Well, thanks for the time.
Well, thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October? You will be sent a transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And once again, thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, that's good. Happy with that? Yeah. It pretty much is. Yeah. I now welcome representatives of the Federal Education Department to the inquiry today. For the Hansard record, before giving evidence, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. Giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. To assist with a transcription of the public hearing, would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll get my committee members to introduce themselves.
Anne Stanley, member for Werriwa, South West Sydney.
Monique?
Monique Ryan, member for Kooyong in Eastern Melbourne.
I'm Mike Freelander, member from Cartha and out of South Western Sydney. Sophie, do we still have you online?
You do, yes. Sophie Scott, member for Mackellar, Northern Beaches of Sydney. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming today. We're much nicer than Senate estimates, okay? So, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Esmeralda Rocha. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Inclusion and Disability Branch in the Schools Group of Department of Education.
Good afternoon. I'm Alana Winslow and I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Early Learning Programs and Youth Division in Education.
Right, thank you.
So we'll briefly outline how the Australian Government Department of Education currently supports this cohort of students, and then we can expand upon anything that you'd like. Worth noting probably at the outset that the term students with disability derives from our legislation and covers students with developmental delay, autism, ADHD, regardless of whether they have a diagnosis or not. So Australian Government is committed to ensuring equitable, inclusive education for all children and young people, including students with disability. I'd note that equity is baked into the new Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, for example, and is a central consideration of childcare reform as well. Early childhood education and care and school education providers have legislative obligations to provide reasonable adjustments to support students with disability to access and participate in education on the same basis as their peers. Those legislative obligations derive from the Disability Discrimination Act and the Disability Standards for Education. The Disability Standards for Education currently cover preschools, kindergarten and schools. However, we are amending the disability standards to cover educational early education providers as well. And currently the National Quality Framework for Early Childhood Education and Care reinforces those obligations in the Disability Discrimination Act through guiding principles. ECEC services, so early childhood services, are a key touch point for children and families in the early years, but we would note that not all children attend ECEC services. Schools are universal services that, when operating effectively, have the capacity to provide students with tiered and tailored supports to meet their unique learning and wellbeing needs. Ensuring that education is inclusive is a shared responsibility, so the Commonwealth provides funding, resources and programs to help education providers meet those obligations. States and territories and individual education sectors also have initiatives in place to meet the objectives and obligations. In terms of Commonwealth funding, resources and programs that are aimed at supporting students with developmental delay, autism, etc., in the early childhood space, they include childcare funding, inclusion support program and the Inclusion Capability Project. In the school space, we have the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and the Student with Disability Loading under the Commonwealth's recurrent funding in 2025. That's estimated to be $4.3 billion out of the $31.1 billion of total recurrent schools funding. I'd note that that covers all children in schools, not just the cohort being looked at for the 0 to 8.
So how much was the disability loading?
The disability loading is estimated in 2025 to be $4.3 billion. We also have a Helping Children with Autism measure that's about $30 million over the estimates, and we have several initiatives to support the knowledge and skills of Australia's teacher workforce, including an autism micro-credential and positive partnerships. I'm happy to elaborate on those later.
Would you be able to send those details to the committee?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. We are working closely with our colleagues at the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing to ensure that Thriving Kids meets the needs of children and their families and carers. Since Minister Butler's announcement in August, we've heard a lot from our stakeholders about the importance of ensuring that education and Thriving Kids has a neat interface and that the systems are navigable for children and families. We consider from the Department of Education point of view that the supports developed as part of the suite for Thriving Kids align with the existing legislative and regulatory frameworks, as well as the existing funding and programs, and the goals and commitments that are set out under things like the Closing the Gap Agreement, the Mbantua Declaration on Education, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, the Disability Strategy and the National Autism Strategy. I think that's probably it for our opening remarks. We're really happy to elaborate on anything.
You've had a long day, I'm sure.
Yes.
That was very good, thank you. Ms. Stanley, have you got anything?
Yeah, so the federal government funds other providers of education like Catholic, independent schools, that sort of thing. So we often directly fund them rather than going through say in my case the New South Wales government, because they do public schools. How do you, or is there a requirement for them to meet those responsibilities that you just articulated? How do you make sure that that is happening in other settings?
Yes, sure. So the disability standards for education apply to all schools, not just public schools. So every school in Australia is subject to those. They have the same requirements to make adjustments for students so that they can access and participate. That includes everything from enrolment to engaging in the curriculum and learning activities and assessment. All of that is covered in the DSE. Then you're quite right that we provide funding, so that student with disability loading, that's under the Schooling Resource Standard, the SRS, the Gonski model. The funding, so the Commonwealth and states and territories share funding responsibilities for all sectors. The Commonwealth is the majority funder of non-government schools, but states and territories do still fund non-government schools in their jurisdictions. The Commonwealth is the minority funder in state and territory systems, yes. The way that we ensure that those adjustments are being provided is through something called the Nationally Consistent Collection of Data for Students with Disability. I'm going to call that the NCCD for short. Sure. In the NCCD, what happens essentially is that we base our student with disability loading contributions from the Commonwealth on that data. Every school in Australia completes a survey each year for census. That's how we get the total recurrent funding. The NCCD is a part of that. Teachers will record the adjustments that they have been providing to students based on how they are, their needs in the classroom, so it is not diagnosis dependent. As soon as a child's functional need becomes apparent, they can document that. They need to have evidence of the child's disability, but that can be something like an individual learning plan, for example. They document the level of adjustment that has been required. There are 4 levels of adjustment. 3 of those attract different levels of funding and 1 is unfunded. We call that the quality differentiated teaching practice level of adjustment. And then based on the information that's been provided, that goes through to our system, and that's how we calculate how much student with disability loading is required each year. Then there is for the non-government sector, there is a sort of post-enumeration census process. We don't audit every non-government school, but we do have a sort of quality assurance mechanism which is risk-based to some extent, and then there are just sort of random schools that we will go and audit each year to make sure that the evidence is in place, that the adjustments were in alignment with the level of adjustment that is being claimed.
So by doing that, you're reasonably confident that those kids in those other systems are actually getting the support they should do?
That's right. And then there are, within the disability standards for education, there are also complaint mechanisms that that families can use if they don't feel like their schools are supporting their child's needs.
Yeah. How do you think the federal... Well, have you been able to put any thought around how the federal department can assist the Thriving Kids concept?
Yes. So I think, and I'll just grab my notes, because I think the question about what kind of is the opportunity here is something that we have been talking with our health colleagues in a lot of detail about. I think the capacity to have early intervention that is based on sort of curated, evidence-based quality services will essentially mean that lots more children are going to get to school being school ready or having their needs identified really, really early and smoothing that transition. I also think that many schools, and we hear this a lot from principals and teachers, they're already doing a lot of work to facilitate access to NDIS providers, and previous people have referenced that. But I think if Thriving Kids can streamline that to an extent, that will make things smoother for families, it will make things smoother for schools. By improving, not just simplifying the logistics, which I think is important, but also improving those connections between workforces. I think that is a key opportunity here. Mm-hmm. However, I think there needs to be a balance between the advantages of providing allied health services in natural settings, schools and ECEC services being one of those, with ensuring that the workforces in each of those settings are being deployed within their sort of effective domains, and making sure that we're balancing that with the primary purpose of education being for learning. Having said that, I think different models in different states will work differently, but certainly having smoother interfaces between school education and other health and wellbeing services is in alignment with things that are set out under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement. There's a national reform direction exactly around this.
Okay. One last question which you may need to take on notice. Mm-hmm. Do you have any data nationwide about school readiness? So I know there's been in the media quite a lot of, over the last 5-10 years, that there are lots of kids who are turning up at school, and certainly some principals I've spoken to in Werriwa, kids are coming and they're still not toilet trained. kids from cold background can't speak English, so you're leaving them in a school where there's probably not a teacher that speaks their language, or the potential is there isn't a teacher that speaks their language, certainly not on their class, which then causes, they may not be developmentally delayed, they may not be, but they are not going to get the best out of their education because of the circumstances they're presenting at school. Do we have any of that data?
Australian Early Development Census, and that is a population measure of early childhood development that's collected in the first year that children attend full-time schooling, and it is undertaken every 3 years, and the latest results were with respect to the 2024 collection. So that is a really comprehensive analysis of how all children are tracking across 5 key developmental areas, and I'm certainly happy to go into what those areas are, but we do look very closely at those results as an indicator for school readiness, and it does collect information with respect to physical health and wellbeing, emotional maturity, social competence, language and cognitive skills, which of course is really critical in school settings, but also communication skills and general knowledge. So that is collected every 3 years, and that is supported through our department.
You might not be able to answer this, but is that getting worse?
So we did see in the 2024 results a decline in the number of children that are on track against all 5 of those domains that I mentioned. So we have seen a decline in that data, which obviously is of concern, not just to the Commonwealth but to state and territory governments as well, and the sector more broadly. So we are collectively working to unpack what those results may be pointing to and indicating. I think of relevance to this inquiry, there was an increased number of children requiring further assessment from the perspective of the educators that were supporting the collection, and that does go potentially to children that may have a broad range of developmental issues. But yeah, certainly there have been some results that are of concern, and there has been research commissioned to dive deeply into what is the driver behind not just the national results but for particular cohorts as well, and I'm certainly happy to provide the detail of what that research is looking at and when it will be expected to be finalised.
That'd be great. Do those results flow into NAPLAN or any other thing? I don't know, any other thing. So how long's the data been collected for?
Since 2009.
Oh, okay, not that long. All right.
So we certainly try to draw what we can from the different collections, but probably not from a data integration perspective.
No, because it'd be...
The NDIS,
Sorry?
Since the NDIS?
I'd have to take that on notice around, what correlation or work that we've done to look at the data coming out of the scheme and the development census.
Can I thank you very much for your information? It's been really, really interesting. Thank you.
Just on the ADC and NAPLAN, the Commonwealth doesn't receive individualised NAPLAN data.
No.
So we don't have the capacity to do data linkage across the AEDC and NAPLAN, but I do know that some states and territories have done that, so I think South Australia has done that for their jurisdiction.
Okay. Is it geographically available, this data, or does is it de-identified so that you wouldn't know, like you wouldn't be able to see whether South West Sydney was different?
Yeah, there is quite granular information. I'd have to take on notice the extent to which we can dive, but we can certainly look, I think, at the local government area, but I'd have to confirm that. But it is quite, we have the national data, the state and territory data, and I am aware that there is that that data at the LGA level, but I can certainly confirm that with you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and that is all publicly available on the AEDC website as well.
Okay.
Thanks very much for coming. I know it must be a long day for you. Could you just, in the early childhood area, can you give me an idea about how many children do, or what percentage of children do go to early childhood education?
I think nationally, I think it's sitting between 50 and 60% of 0 to 5-year-olds, but it is much higher in the year before full-time schooling, where we see, in the 90s, 90% of children.
So in the year before school...
It's quite high, which is more formal preschool or preschool delivered through a centre-based daycare. And then when you look at the 0 to 5 cohort, I think it's between 50 and 60%. I'd have to confirm that.
Right. And the Commonwealth does fund programs for kids with developmental or neurodevelopmental issues.
With respect to what we fund from an education perspective, our primary role is with respect to the childcare subsidy and ensuring that there is that access to affordable early childhood education and care. We also provide funding through the preschool reform agreement to the states and territories, and then there are a range of safety net programs that are more targeted towards vulnerable and disadvantaged cohorts, and one of those programs is the Inclusion Support Program, and that program you may have heard Ms Page talking about in the previous session. That program is geared towards supporting early childhood education providers that do receive that childcare subsidy to ensure that they have the capacity and capability to support children with additional needs in the way that in which they provide education and care. So it's not a specialist disability support program, but it's about equipping those services to ensure that they are able to support any child that may have additional needs, and that can...
do they have to apply for that, or that just goes to them?
Yeah, so they do have to apply for an inclusion development... sorry, I should take a step back. There's a range of supports that are provided under that inclusion support program. One of the arms of the program is around the role of the inclusion agencies, and again, Ms Page was referring to her organisation being one of our 7 inclusion agencies. So they work in each state and territory with early childhood education and care providers to support them to build their capacity and to work with the families and children that may have additional needs. And in some cases, that's to then apply for particular activities that the program funds. So there's an inclusion development fund subsidy that supports the provision of an additional educator to support the services to ensure that they are able to provide the support for any child that might have an additional need. But that is also the other funding streams that they might be able to apply for includes the provision of some time-limited one-off support to support children with additional needs, but also other things like specialist equipment, or more at the service level where there might be support for service to work to bring in some additional capability or support for a period of time. So there's about 3 or 4 streams under that program.
Will that include something like speech therapy assessment?
Not necessarily. It doesn't bring in that specialist expertise from a disabilities perspective. So it doesn't yet provide. It's not a disability program per se.
Right. So is there room to look at services like that, federally funded, or?
So at this moment in time, inclusion is a key pillar of the government's early childhood education and care reform agenda, and there have been a number of reviews undertaken into this program and more generally into the early childhood education and care system. So I think there's been quite a bit of commentary around the potential for this program or something similar to this program to be doing things differently or in a broader sense, but at this moment in time there aren't any active decisions around the expansion.
I just certainly have looked at...
And yeah, I think we are very open, as Esmeralda mentioned, with regards to the potential that a program like Thriving Kids could play in terms of providing that linkage and support for families, in particular to support children with developmental vulnerabilities. So we are quite open to seeing what the potential might be with respect to the interaction of any reforms in early childhood education and care and any further detail around the model that is designed out of the health portfolio with respect to thriving kids. And I think, as Esmeralda pointed out, we are really mindful of the workforce pressures that are on particularly the early childhood education and care sector currently. So we would be really keen to ensure that any sort of additional expectations or any additional interface is supported from that workforce perspective. Yeah. But we are certainly working really closely with the health portfolio. Yeah.
And the other thing that we as a committee have looked at and interested to hear your views is better connections with the school systems, particularly the early primary system, so that there's a more seamless transition for kids with neurodevelopmental needs from early childhood to primary school. And it sounds like you're already providing some support in that space anyway to the state education systems.
So we certainly provide support with respect to funding for preschools. Yeah,
I'm not suggesting you provide the service.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, there are, I think, a range of activities, particularly at the state and territory level, that consider those transition points between school and early childhood education and care.
Yeah, yeah. And would you say that your relationship with the state education systems is a relatively flexible one, or is it really quite rigid at the moment?
Probably more for your...
Yeah, so from a school's perspective, I guess we operate under the principle of subsidiarity. So we have a Better and Fairer Schools Agreement sets out these broad parameters. That's subject to that heads of agreement. Each of the states and territories has a bilateral agreement which essentially explains how that state or territory intends to enliven the overall reform directions of that. And that can be quite detailed in, year by year what they're intending to do. But certainly we think it's sort of fit and proper for the state and territories who run the schools to sort of be deciding, what happens in each of their schools.
But you do have some oversight of that?
Yes, absolutely. So under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement, as each year rolls around, so the agreement only started this year, so our sort of first reports will be from 2026, but there'll be reporting on how each state and territory has implemented the reform agreement against their bilateral agreement. So what have they intended to do, and have they done that?
And how they're fulfilling the Gonski reforms. Is that
yes. So the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is essentially how is the money from the Gonski model, the schooling resource standard, how is that being expended each year against a set of reform directions. So that includes, they're broadly in three categories, so equity and excellence, wellbeing for learning, and the teacher workforce.
Great.
And I would say that we're working really collaboratively with state and territory governments with respect to a range of reforms in that preschool domain, and that does include trying to get a better sense of not just the enrolments but the attendance and engagement of children through the year before school. And there's also an initiative that's called the Preschool Outcomes Measure, and that's part of that preschool reform agreement, and that's trying to build a formative assessment tool to understand children's strengths and capabilities. And whilst it's not a diagnostic tool, we think it'll supplement other important data like the ADC to give us a better sense of the experiences of children through early childhood education and care.
Great.
Do those bilateral agreements include how they could be improved if it's not at a level that meets the requirement of the Better Schools initiative?
Can I just clarify? So the way the bilaterals work is that really the states and territories articulate what it is they're going to do, but that's been done in agreement with the Commonwealth. So the Commonwealth agrees that if you were to do these things, that is, we agree mutually that that's a good use of the funding, and that aligns with the reform directions that have been set out. The reporting is really for the states and territories to then come back sort of the year after each of those years and say whether or not they've done those things. It being the first year we've not seen a report yet. Yes, yeah.
But there is capacity in those agreements if they haven't done something that would be picked up the following year. there would be an expectation from the federal government that next year they'd do better.
Yes, I think the states and territories would probably be providing the mitigating circumstances for why they haven't done something and how they intend to fulfil it. So we would assume that there would be a proactive engagement from the state and territory on that.
Thanks.
Good. Monique, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any comments that anyone would like to make about interface between different government departments in terms of, education, health and disability, and whether there are any sort of friction points there that we should be aware of.
No, I would, thank you for your question. I would say that we're working really closely and collaboratively with the department for disability, health and aged care. And we were pleased to be able to present to the first reference group that Minister Butler convened recently to talk about the role of our agency and some of the touch points. So I certainly wouldn't say there's any friction, just collaboration so far.
Good. Thank you. I think that'll probably do, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Monique. Well, look, I don't think there are any other questions, but very much appreciate you coming along the end of the long day and talking to us, and it's been very useful. I think you have been asked to provide some extra information, and if you could do that and forward it to the Secretary by the 17th of October, that would be great. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Once again, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
I hope you're going to relax.
Good. And thank you, Secretariat, for all your hard work. Thank you, members. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for a great day, great hearing. Thank you. Sophie signing off.
Great. Thanks, Monique. I now declare this public hearing closed.
Well done.